The LEC was forged by tons of great moments that forever changed the EMEA landscape. In match history, we look back at the games that will live in the memory of all of our fans, and of course, highlights from the LEC 2023 season.
We'll see Lissandra taken off the table. Just a reminder, we're on patch 5.4, and I do want to highlight some of the stats that we have that shows the difference in these teams' playstyles once we get to game. Maokai taken away. So, top laners, the focus, albeit Lissandra is a flex pick.
Fun little ban against Freddy. He's, I mean, he used to be a great tank player. He can play nearly every style in the top lane. But it's not exactly Maokai we've been seeing Freddy play the most. He's always focused on these ranged top laners like Kennen, Lissandra, Morgana even pulled out against LMS. Things that can do really well in a 1 versus 2 situation. A lot of focus on the top lane, though.
Well, let's see what else gets taken away. Morgana, Rek'Sai taken off the table. Considering the state of the jungle and knowing the impact that Reignover has on Rengar, let's see if SK are considering it as a first pick. Nidalee still up, Rengar still up, Jarvan still up. However, Reignover's never played Jarvan, and we need to see if these teams feel a priority because it's worked for the other LCS squads today already.
Yeah, I think it's safe to say, as you mentioned with that Rengar, if SK does not pick it up, it will go over to Reignover. Normally, it's all about Rengar for him, the best player here in Europe on that champion. Zed being banned away, not going to see that one. Fnatic first picked it in the last game. I thought it was brilliant. That does mean, however, as soon as you ban Zed, LeBlanc doesn't really have any bad matchups left in the mid lane that we see of current meta champions because Kassadin is out. He was normally a good matchup against LeBlanc, so safe choice. And a thing we've seen SK do before, get that assassin in the mid lane. If she gets a somewhat free lane, that's a win for SK.
Yeah, and if you look back to the last time Fox played LeBlanc, it was a fantastic performance. He was picking up solo kills all around the map, absolutely assassinating people, but priority picks are still there. Rengar is available, Rumble is available. All of the AD carries are still up, even if Yellowstone wants to go Annie or an engage support.
Here's the thing, Fnatic doesn't really have to worry too much about a Rumble. It's not a champion we see Freddy play. Yes, okay, Rengar could be a pick for him now because we know Svensson plays it, but you also just focus on your bottom lane. We know Corki is a great pickup for Steelback. He plays it nearly every time he has the chance, and Annie often comes in as the support for Yellowstar whenever it is open as well.
Well, Deficio, Fnatic, and SK are nothing if not something predictable. Leviathan mentioned in the beginning of the day that he felt both teams were somewhat one-dimensional. We've seen the assassin picks here for SK. We've seen the Rengar. We've seen the Corki.
Yeah.
The question is, do they keep marching to the same beat? With Rek'Sai banned, Svenskeren has the option to go Jarvan, Lee Sin, Nidalee, all picks that he has run in the past and he has had success with.
It's funny because he played Nidalee as one of the first guys in Europe, and he really showed how to play her early game. And then he completely stopped playing her for like 3 weeks. Now it seems like he has to bring her back up because she's still such a good jungler with the nerfs to other junglers as well. With the Rengar gone, with Rek'Sai banned, I feel like Nidalee is going to be the best pick for him because it's a pick that allows you as well to really punish that Rengar for his weak early game. And if you manage to push the mid and top lane at once, or the mid and bottom lane, then you have a clear opening for Nidalee to invade into the enemy jungle and find that Rengar and kill him. He has nothing he can do against Nidalee in a one-on-one.
Well, Deficio, I was paying attention to your segment on the Big Weatherman screen, and it was Reignover's Rek'Sai that allowed Fnatic to beat SK last time. It was the impact he had in the lanes. We have seen Reignover had pre-6 ganks before, but there's a lot of pressure on him to do it again.
So I'm just going to say right now, we're going to see Hecarim top lane from Huni, because he's just changed his summoners. And for the quick viewer, you don't run Flash on Hecarim. That's probably the only champion, or one of the only champions in the game. So that's going to come in as the last pick. Sorry for spoiler. Oh, maybe not. Now he changed the summoners again. Okay. He's trolling. It's fine. It's fine. He changed the summoners back.
So let's ignore the summoners and see Hecarim top. We saw Hover of Lulu. There's the option of double AD if Fnatic want to go that route. Ezreal mid, something that
that makes sense. Okay.
Jat actually broke down on PTL on Wednesday night discussing the different options. With Rumble, with Rengar, with Ezreal, Fnatic have got the makings of a pick comp all together. Get the damage, get the snipe, and then push for a fight.
Yeah, they do have a comp that can really blow up a backline with Rumble ulti and True Shot. True Shot from the Ezreal here, but it's a comp that really spikes so heavily in terms of the mid game, and that's where you gotta get your lead. And I understand because they wanted Ezreal mid lane as a safe laner, then they had to go for Rumble, not the Hecarim top. It would have been too much AD damage from them. Sadly, I was getting hyped for a moment for Honi and Fnatic. But yeah, still, this comp here, Fnatic is the only team we've seen really pull off Ezreal mid lane, where they know they have to play somewhat safe in the early game, and once you hit 20 minutes, Trinity Force Man Immune on your Ezreal, that's where you turn on the power, because that's where you spike so hard. And when you have, of course, a Corki, when you have a Rumble, that's an absolutely mental mid-game setup for Fnatic in terms of picking and team fighting.
Well, let's bring our attention back to SK Gaming, the team that held onto the lead for the longest time here in Europe, now looking to claim it back. Remember, they are the ones that lost to Fnatic. They rounded out their team comp. Forgiven on Graves, enrated on Lulu. They're statistical best champions. They have poke, they have a front line. SK's comp feels very, very well-rounded to me.
Oh, it's a perfect comp for them to play. You have strong laners. Your dual lane, especially Lulu Graves, is one of the best in terms of the early game trading you can do. Lulu has a lot of damage in terms of supports at level like 1 to 3. So if you do get your standard lanes here for SK Gaming, well, they will dominate that laning phase. We know Fnatic prefers to lane swap anyway. The last time we saw Fnatic against SK, they got in standard lanes, and Steelback, he got crushed. He was like 30 or 40 CS behind Forgiven. So Fnatic, of course, gonna look for that standard lane swap. You have now the Alistar for roaming. Enrated is support who sits back and stays with his AD carry. Yellowstar is a guy who roams. That's why they like Corki so much, because in that 1v2 he can always farm. So we're gonna see Fnatic aim for that lane swap. Rumble also is a champion who requires a lot less gold than a Gnar to be effective. So everything is in the cards for that. I want to see SK try and mirror it and counter it. If they get standard lanes, they can pull off the SK Gaming style, because there's a Rengar this time, not a Rek'Sai, for these early pre-level 6 ganks, which means you can get your standard lanes and you can play aggressive in them. And that's what SK Gaming should be aiming for. They have to try and mirror that lane swap from Fnatic.
Well, we'll see whether or not SK Gaming can find the early map vision, or if they can psych out their opponents and match those lanes up. You have to feel SK's team composition is more standard. It has elements of everything. There is engage, there is disengage. They have tools to play with if they do not fall behind in the laning phase, because falling behind a Ezreal, Rengar, Rumble has the recipe for failure.
Yeah, going into late game and like 5-on-5 team fights, it's going to be heavily in favor of Fnatic with their comp, especially the Ezreal mid lane. I like quite a lot. And if you can set up these mid-game 25 minutes fights, that's where Fnatic can really pull it. So yes, it's all about the early game. Once again for SK, all the champions do well early and mid. Let's see if they can use it and which lanes they're going for.
So, SK Gaming or Fnatic, hit us up on Twitter. You know the hashtags, @LOL Esports. The banners are lit, the flags are flying. This is for first place in the European LCS. 9-3 each for these teams. And something that you were touching on, Deficio, on that little professor segment of yours, was the fact that SK have got the fastest tower average in the game. Fnatic's the second slowest. The other thing that we have to highlight is just how much of a difference these AD carries have during the laning phase. We measure the amount of CS difference somebody has against their opponents, and Forgiven averages 12 CS more than his opponents at 10 minutes. Steelback averages 9 CS less. So just on averages alone, Steelback should, in theory, be falling 20 CS behind his opponents.
And he did last time, where we had the Graves into Corki from Fnatic and SK, and it was not pretty in terms of the 2-on-2 laning. But also know that SK as a team very often is happy enough if people want to lane swap against them, because they have this, or their own style of lane swap, where they fast push the lane with Forgiven and Enrated. They get a very early tower and then they swap around. And by that time, they should be able to defend whatever tower Steelbike should be pushing down. And that's what they like to do to create an early advantage. I just think their standard lanes for them would be so much more impactful in terms of the early game.
A lot of pressure on their shoulders in the early game, Deficio. 1:50. Fnatic have started the lane swap. SK have made no indication.
No. So this is the thing again for SK. Very sorry to interrupt you there, Trev.
No, not at all.
They are, as I said before, they're happy enough playing lane swap because they feel like they can outplay the other team. What's going to happen, though, is Yellowstar can have a lot more impact on the early game in terms of roaming. compared to a Lulu, especially also because Enrated is not a support who likes to roam. He likes to sit and fast push the wave. That's one of the reasons they love Lulu so much from SK, to always push it. So see, they're doing crooks, okay. They're going back down to the lane. They're going to push it in. They don't care about Huni. Let him go down, let him get farm. It doesn't matter. It's all about hitting that tower. And meanwhile, Freddy's going to play so aggressive in the top lane that hopefully for SK, he can force Fnatic to play a bit more passive in that lane and not push the tower. And then suddenly Forgiven can swap around once he gets a BF sword and a tower for himself and SK and defend the top lane as well.
Well, let's see if that lane plays out as you predicted, Fisio. We did catch a glimpse of Svenskeren at level 2 moving in. He's not touched his own buffs yet, but he is at risk of being caught. Take a look at the positioning from Rainover and Huni. They're actually invading in SK's jungle.
So the correct play against SK Gaming's lane swap, because you know Enrated doesn't leave his AD carry side, and you know Svenskeren doesn't try and help Freddy, is you very early go into the lane where Freddy is sitting and you just force him away. That's it. This game right here, he's gonna TP back now. He's level 1. You go with these 3 guys, you push in that wave and you kill him. You have an Alistar. That means he has no TP now. There's an extremely greedy play by Freddy, and he will get denied all the farm. He won't get that CS lead we always see.
Officio, the first time these two teams met, Freddy was greedy in lane and got punished by a gank from Rainover. May be happening again.
SK is adapting.
The spear did hit, but they're too late to the party. Freddy's been caught, he's been knocked in the air. Fnatic are trying to catch him down, flashes to chase. The Flame Spitter picks up first blood, but here's Enrated. Fnatic are on the board. It's not over yet. Fox is trying to move up. There's a lot of members involved in this top lane. I think they're going to fight. Here's Fox coming from the side lane. Fnatic are caught out. There's 4 of them in the bush. The Javelin does hit. Fox dashes in. He's forced away. Svenskeren is looking for a kill in the backline, but it's Fox's Ignite that does the damage. Svenskeren is going. Look at everyone in the air. Fnatic got the knockup. Enrated and Fox continue the chase, but Fox down on HP, low on mana. Fnatic trade 1-for-1 in the extended fight, and they're in full retreat. SK read it, but they responded too late.
Yes. So, SK Gaming and damage.
Not over. Fox is knocked in the air. Huni's trying to hunt him down, but Enrated is throwing out the auto attacks. He flashes forward and doesn't get the kill. Enrated is down. Enrated is down, and Fnatic come away. 3 kills for 1.
All right. So, let's just see this one again. Fnatic is making the right play. Freddy is a greedy top laner in a lane swap. He will TP back to a lane and risk getting killed like this. He's gonna lose 3 or 4 waves of farm now. SK Gaming, however, as a team has adapted. They predicted, okay, our top laner might die, so we're gonna send our support and jungler to help him. But yes, they joined in too late, so they didn't manage to prevent Freddy from dying. Look at all this juicy farm here. That's gone for him. Braum coming from the mid lane at level 3. It's like you're giving up a lot of farm and XP in the mid lane by roaming up here, and you end up dying for it as well. Fnatic wins the trade. This early game couldn't have gone better for them. Mid lane now has a massive advantage because we saw the roam. Okay, that's in favor of SK. Oh, sorry, in favor of Fnatic. Freddy got denied all the farm. That's also in favor of Fnatic now. And 3 kills. And Rated flashed in the end for an auto attack. You should never do that. It's never worth it. Your support. Don't risk giving that kill over to carries from Fnatic's side.
Well, he did, and it's not going to work out. Huni, look at the HP. Not going to be enough. The potion keeping Huni alive for the Electro Harpoon.
Even if you get the kill, it's not worth.
So, we are back. All right, let's take stock. 5 minutes 45 on the clock. Gold is even. Enrated and Forgiven got their tower, and look at this. Sorcerer's Shoes at 5 minutes for Huni. That is terrifying.
Yeah. Bottom lane, as we said beforehand, SK will always push the bottom lane in a lane swap. They will never try and freeze it. That's why Forgiven could secure a tower. Top lane is still alive, so that is in favor of SK. What they can do now, once Forgiven has enough gold, which he will have more than enough, 55 gold is BF sword on its own, if you don't miss a single CS. And now he also has a tower, so he's going to be able to recall, get a BF sword, and then decide, do I want to contest the dragon, or do I want to go top lane, hold this tower here and push in the next one, the next outer turret, because the Corki is going to be too weak to defend against the Graves. So Fnatic adapted, did the right thing against the SK swap early on, got a few more kills for it. Yes, you lost the bot lane tower. Normally what would happen is you kill Freddy, deny him all the farm, and then you take the top lane tower as well, and you trade tower for tower. But that got stopped because SK roamed up and then died.
Wow, very, very exciting start to a matchup that was once famed El Clasico. However, the 2 Spanish mid laners obviously no longer in the squads. You could argue whether or not the title still holds. What I like to see is both of the teams have adapted, have adjusted their playstyles. We touch on how fairly predictable these two teams are, but that was a real evolution of decision-making. Vision control in favor of SK Gaming, plus the numbers means they're going to get an uncontested Dragon.
As I think, two new things here. We've never seen a team against SK dare to dive Freddy, despite him always teleporting back to the lane. And obviously, as soon as that teleport is blown, you are so far behind. That's the first time we see that one. Second, SK Gaming for the first time helped Freddy in the swap. And because we had that long fight and the tower didn't die, Freddy managed to come back in the lane. And when everyone else was recalling, he still managed to pick up so much farm for himself. Forgiven is going to go to the top lane now. Going to stand one-on-one against that Corki, win that lane for himself, push it into the tier 2 turret, or tier 1 turret in the top lane. And that simply means it's honestly could end up being a win for SK if they can now push this top lane.
Well, we'll find out if SK can push the lane out. With the Dragon, they secured just shy of 7.5 minutes. That's actually much faster than their average. SK Gaming traditionally pick up their first Dragon at 11.5 minutes. We love looking at the numbers and the stats, and that was much earlier. So for a team like SK, who have won multiple games by getting to 5 Dragons in a match, they've kick-started that ticking time bomb.
Yeah.
They've kick-started their ability to control it. They just need to be careful not to pick a team fight with Hooney's Rumble nearby. So, Forgiven is up in the top lane. SK trying to put some pressure on the blue buff of Fnatic, but there's not a lot of supports.
And what happens now, and I think that SK is so good at using, is they know, okay, who's the strongest player at the moment in this game? At this point, it's going to be the Graves with the BF sword, okay? Where do we put our focus? We put it on the side of the map where he is laning, which means once this mid or bot lane tower went down, that's now basically a free lane from Freddy that SK doesn't care about. Just leave Freddy on his own. He can farm all he wants. That lane is what it's going to be. All the focus now is going to be on the top side of the map because that's where Forgiven is. That's where he's pushing. And if you make sure he's safe and can always push in the wave, then he will, in time, take down that tower, and Fnatic is not able to respond unless they make a counter play and potentially go down bottom lane and take the tower against Freddy, but he's able to hold it off fairly well, and that's a risky trade to make. So now, SK Gaming can decide where do we want to put all our focus. It should be on the top side with Forgiven.
Well, we'll see what they decide to do. We saw some fancy footwork from Fox, dodging out from Feb and Ezreal. The fact that Fox roamed at, what was it, level 2, level 3, means that he's falling behind in CS. Traditionally, Graves, rather Forgiven is what I wanted to say, is again ahead of Steelback. However, despite all of that action, Steelback's actually doing better this game than he has in the past. Only 10 CS down, which is quite weird to praise him for, but it is also the truth.
Have to remember also, Forgiven was doing Dragon.
Yep.
He was quickly in the mid lane, has recall to get the average play to kind of against snowball his gold income. On this Graves, he can do it because he knows he's going to be stronger than this Corki anyway. Yellow is showing himself here, but there's still not a 2-on-2 lane Fnatic is going to win. So the pressure is still for SK to play around. They already got a few D-wards in the jungle. This suddenly now opens up for Svenskern to walk into the red buff of Fnatic. Look for this Rengar here. Try and duel him one-on-one and force some 4-on-4 fights, even on the side of the map where you are strongest. Only problem, Mr. Hooney has teleport. Freddy does not. So suddenly, you have to sit back a little bit and respect that one.
Yeah, teleport advantage in favor of Fnatic if they want to make any plays or respond to an aggressive play. We have seen Hooney, I believe he's freezing that lane in the bottom. There was a very large minion wave pushing up. However, it seems to have reset over the last few minutes. We'll see how that plays out. We can see Sven once again investing resources and time in the matchup, in the position where SK has the advantage, which is that Forgiven Graves lane. But it's going to be so hard to gank a Corki and Alistar. We've seen Yellowstar play Alistar in the past when Steelback played Kalista, and the amount of peel and protection of it was massive.
But that's the thing, you're not here to kill them. You're here to push the tower. That's all you care about. Let's see what Reyno can do in the mid lane, though. Double jump used. No ulti pop by Reynover. Oh, well, actually there is. You just couldn't see it. The fancy shadow, so. He gets spotted by that pink as well. And they will know, okay, he just showed up out of nowhere. Wasn't used ulti. But yeah, Svenskern, he's not top lane to try and kill Fnatic. He's there to make sure Forgiven and Reddit can push. And if they do get into the tower, he can join in. He's a ranged jungler, he has attack speed buffs. And that just basically accelerates how fast you can take down these outer turrets, which is so important for that 1-3-1.
So SK Gaming still trying to shove it down and find themselves 500 gold behind, mostly due to those CS differences and kills. However, they do have the Soul Tower secured. The one thing we do have to give praise to SK for, the amount of wards on the map at this stage is significantly higher than what we used to see. Despite the fact SK are pushing waves and trying to keep the waves pushed up, SK have actually warded the river and warded their flanks. We'll see if they can keep it up the entirety of the game.
We have really seen them change this style, except for Freddy with his fairly greedy TPs for farm. But the rest of the team has changed around him and said, we know he might get killed, we should be there. And we know we need to buy wards, otherwise we will get punished, especially by a Rengar. This pink ward in the river, we saw just around the Baron, is so important to try and spot if Reynova is running from his own jungle down towards the mid lane. He's basically forced just to gank from his lanes, which is not a bad thing as a Rengar. Freddy though, he's trading.
This is 2v2.
Fantasy is going to 2v2, yeah. Where's the Mega Narc?
Hooney's going to be in trouble in a second. The equalizer comes out. Hooney's got one more on the board. Now Freddy is about to transform. He gnaws Hooney but doesn't get the stun. And forced to flash away. While all that was going on, Febiven died to Fox in the middle lane. That first pick LeBlanc definitely working out. But 1 for 1.
Almost like Fnatic read Svensson like a book there. They were sitting ready in the bottom lane. You saw Hooney save his equalizer, wait for the Nidalee to show. Let's see the mid lane fight. Ezreal, remember, he's not a strong laner in terms of killing people. He's just farming. He needs to get to 20 minutes, 2 item spike, then he will do stuff. Beforehand, he has no pressure and I still kill.
So easy pickup for Fox. That's going to at least keep him relevant. 2-0. Got the makings of a death cap. Got that Fiendish Codex as well. Reynova is on the hunt, looking for a target. Freddy, 50% to Mega Knight. He's going to hop over the minions. That's a flash from Reynova. Boomerang Blade doesn't connect. Reynova continues chasing. He's going to be in a little bit of trouble. Leaps out of the bushes. Yellow Star gets in range. Not for the assist. And a fairly easy kill on a half-health top laner.
So we did just praise SK for their ward control. But we also talked about how the strong side for SK at the moment is on the top side, not the bottom side. So there had been invested 0 wards. Well, I guess 1 pink ward has been invested a bit far up here around the dragon. That's it. So there was no way for Freddy to spot Reignover. And classic Freddy style, he only cares about farm, so he's just going to push that lane. Gives up a kill to Fnatic. Now they might swap around. So this top lane tower...
Still been untouched, really.
Steelback managed to defend it with the early kill he got for himself. Then he's been able to hold off against Forgiven, slightly slowing down the SK push. Dragon might still be the thing, though.
While Fnatic do not seem to be too bothered. Teleport available for Hooney, as is the equalizer. Fnatic will have full vision thanks to that Scuffle Crab, but look at Reignover's positioning. Absolutely no indication they want to contest. Can they get the top tower? We'll take a look at Freddy's defense of that in a moment. But keep in mind, Manamune picked up. Ooh. Trinity Force completed for Steelback.
Yeah.
Hooney's actually got himself that needlessly large rod and ability tome. So going for more damage as opposed to putting the Seekers first. And obviously working his way towards that Hourglass.
Well, that basically just depends on how much gold you have when you go back. If you're going for Hourglass anyway, if you have 1600, you will obviously get the large rod here. It's a lot bigger spike for you in this case. And also Freddy going full tank, so there's not really a threat from him. Against Tooney, it's going to be a bit of a farm lane that they both can try and push down, not really kill each other. And then it's going to be more about the team fights, where a very early Hourglass, hopefully he's going to get a Hornet guys as well for Hooney, is going to do a lot more. We mentioned how Fnatic, it's all about this 20-25 minute point, where Corki has Trinity Force and Boots upgraded for magic penetration, where Ezreal hopefully has a Manamune and Trinity Force, and you have magic penetration, potentially even an Hourglass on Rumble. That's where SK Gaming has nothing to do in a fight, and has to respect that and only focus on creating picks, like we have seen, and pushing lanes.
And we have heard, when you get that Ezreal, if you're farming well and doing around that middle lane, you can have your fully stacked Mirror Mana plus Trinity Force around the 20 to 22 minute mark.
Yeah, and that's why
timing
people...
it with that power spike you're talking about.
And that's why people get this Manamune so early, just to stack it up even faster. We've seen other people do like tier into Trinity Force first for a quicker spike around like 15 minutes. But what you do instead is you just get the Manamune and you delay it, but you get a stronger one once you get it. And obviously this one makes you a bit better in the laning phase as well for Fibber, getting the early stacks on the tier, so it's ready when needed.
So interesting to see Svenskeren actually took that red buff away. Forgiven arrived a little late to the parties. Got that Infinity Edge completed. Has had for a moment or two. Huni, of course, got the distortion boots upgrade, so definitely looking for more teleport-based plays. And a small switcheroo, as you can see, Steelback farming up this bottom lane. Huni was pushing top against Freddy a little while ago. Fnatic unable to make any inroads into tower pressure, but they've got the numbers advantage now.
Yeah, and again, Fred has nothing to do in that lane. He can't do anything because he's full tank Gnar. There's so many early kills for Huni because of those plays from SK in the top lane. So he has to kind of surrender the lane itself and just try and get whatever Huni is giving him and nothing else. He's not going to apply any pressure to him, so Huni's going to get free farm. Will be able to get a lot of damage on the tower as well in time. And he's still just sitting with that teleport. He's waiting for that big team fight. He's level 11 now, massive spike for him. If Hourglass gets completed, suddenly there's no kill potential from the LeBlanc onto the Rumble, and that's going to be massive because he's going to be the guy in the front line with the Alistar, and then obviously Reignover jumping in once he gets a bit more tanky as well for him. So there's quite a front line being built up through Hourglasses, Alistar ultis, and a Rengar to protect these 280 carries sitting in the back.
So we'll see. We'll see if it's enough. I think Huni...
It will be if you start the fight.
Those next couple of minions, Huni's actually got enough gold to finish the Hourglass. Dragon will be up in the not too distant future. And considering the power of Rumble in that scenario, they might want to set it up. But Fnatic, they've sensed the Cougar's caught the cat. Svenskjaeren's knocked up. And that was just an easy 1-2 punch that'll lead to a tower if they want it. But doesn't seem to be the case.
And this has really been the problem for SK. When they don't win that early game, when they don't get these early outer turrets down, they seem to run out of ideas of what to do. So it becomes a bit of a somewhat random gank on a lane. You're ganking where the Rumble is a lot stronger than the Gnar at this point. So if you know if there's one other guy showing up, you're going to lose the 2-2 fight. And as soon as, obviously, there was a ward placed by Fnatic and they spotted Fnatic, they moved there, killed him. Now they're going for Freddy as well.
Well, let's see. He flashed away and gets knocked up by the Pulverize. Not very tanky, though. But they did get the flash from Freddy in exchange for the flash from Yellowstar. Just going to reduce the potential impact of a Mega Gnar at the next team fight. 2 minutes before the Dragon spawns. I don't expect Fnatic to give that one up completely uncontested with the current state.
Trinity Force almost completed for Febiven in the mid lane. Forgiven now after failing to take down the top tower. He's going to put his focus on the mid lane instead, but with both... Well, actually, if it's only Febiven, they will be able to push it down. If Steelback joins, once he clears this bottom lane, there is wave clear for him. That can be a problem with Fnatic in terms of their wave clear. Corgi brings a lot, but he needs to be where Forgiven is then to always stop him from pushing it. Ezreal needs more time or an ulti to clear it. So it has basically taken a lot of damage all laning phase 1, and that's an outer turret for SK.
So Fox and Freddy have the support of Enrated moving top, unable to stick Huni and Yellowstar in place. They trade towers. It was the top lane outer turret which Fnatic took down. SK responded by getting the middle outer turret against Febiven. Dragon's up in 50 seconds. All of that heavy warding we've seen from SK earlier has slightly diminished, but they are healthy. They've picked up some items if they want to contest another fight.
And here's the thing about the two comps. On Fnatic's side, in order for them to really use their front line effectively, they need to be the one who can see where SK are coming, have the Rengar jump in with his ulti, and you start the fight where you then basically tell SK, you're going to fight right here, and you're going to have to deal with Alistar, Rumble, and Rengar at once. You're not going to get to our back line. However, if SK walks in first to that Dragon and establishes the vision control, suddenly you can get easy flanks on these 280 carries. The LeBlanc can one-shot both easily if she gets the chance. Now, though, both teams have instantly moved in there, realizing we need to have the vision control because, one, we need to start the fight on Fnatic's side, and two, we need to get the flanks on SK Gaming sides and the picks.
Well, let's see if it works out for them. Forgiven's already upgraded that far side for... Ooh, Fox smells blood in the water. He's caught Yellowstar. Let's get a lot of damage down. That may allow SK to start this Dragon off. They have 4 members in place. Meganov and Freddy's coming in. Dragon secured. Reignover's jumped in, but he's committed more than he should have. Collateral damage is out. Now Svenskjaren gets the wild growth. 2 members of Fnatic forced away. They managed to pick up the kill and get away clean. Fnatic caught a little bit... with their pants down, I feel.
Well, that's exactly what we talked about. Whichever team had control of the Dragon will win that fight. Because you see once Rengar goes in, obviously from Reignover, this was trying to steal that Dragon and not really anything else. We saw only Steelback trying to join him. There's now 3 Dragons to 0 for SK. But once he goes in, it's easy for SK to single him out. Use your LeBlanc. She has a Death Cap and a Morello. She's extremely strong. One-shot that target first. No tanky items except for that Hourglass is going to save you. So that was just SK getting the control. We saw both teams try and fight for it, but nobody went in there 30 or 40 seconds before. They all went in there when the Dragon had already spawned, so nobody really put too much focus on it. Instead, though, let's see what happens here. And Rated is feeling a bit manly on this Lulu, not a Yulu.
A Yulu. He managed to get the Yulu Glitter Lance onto Huni, but nobody else from SK could chase. And let's take a quick look at the situations, Officio. 22 minutes in, 6 kills to 3, 500 gold separates these teams, and SK have 1 additional tower. But thanks to their 7-minute Dragon, SK have got 3 out of the 5 stacks required for Aspect of the Dragon at 22 minutes. And SK is one of, if not the best Dragon team in Europe in terms of how smart they play around the objective. When it's safe to do so, they secure it. When it's risky to do so, well, they don't. I mean, that sounds pretty obvious. But they've set themselves up for a great position.
They have.
To get to that time bomb, to get to that 5th buff.
But the game has still gone slower than they would have wanted it to. They wanted to have all 3 outer turrets down at this point. They want to be already pushing into the tier 2 turrets of Fnatic and using the LeBlanc to create the picks. Yes, they've gotten a few kills from it, but they haven't really been able to take over the map itself. So Fnatic are still more than in this game, because once the next Dragon spawns, that's where Fnatic suddenly with their comp has that massive, massive spike and can contest it. They might even look for more fights now. Yellowstar going in first. You can see how Fnatic, they want to fight. They don't want to just get pushed around anymore. They're strong enough. Featherman, especially in this mid lane, has been farming well.
Well, Yellowstar tried to start that one off, actually went in with the flash. Forgiven, recalled, is trying to set up. Thanks to the distraction Fnatic pulled in the river, it allows Steelback and Featherman to even out the turret score and actually take a small gold lead. But look at the back line. Everybody is peeling away. Huni's recalling. I think they know he's there. The javelin connects and Huni's in trouble. He dodges the gnaw, throws out the Hourglass, goes golden before he gets dropped. And SK, that was just a great prediction.
And Huni, look at the play cam. He's not happy about that one.
What does it result to? That's the question. SK have got the numbers.
Now to get the last outer.
Gonna push top lane.
Top lane's going to go down easy.
Maybe
it's already there.
They don't really have the wards, but a risky Baron. They've got a lot of damage.
Reno was in the bottom lane here. Yellowstar's coming from base as well. Fnatic are pinging it, but who can get there in time to stop it?
Absolutely nobody. Where's the true shot barrage? They don't have vision. Farside Orb went the wrong direction. Fnatic, they're going to throw it out far too late. And a 24-minute Baron is secured by SK Gaming. Every single Dragon and Baron so far gone the way of SK. They can use that to take down any tower they want, Officio.
Great decision making by SK here, noticing how Reno was in the bottom side. They could take it after getting that pick on Huni. But what was Reno doing there? Once Huni dies, you don't show yourself in the bottom lane. You run straight towards the mid lane at least. So SK Gaming won't be able to do what they just did here. Nobody was in a position to stop them. 24 minutes in. Earlier also for SK than they normally get a Baron, because you don't get it offered like this. 2 big mistakes by Fnatic. SK also got the last outer turret. Now they can really split up into 1-3-1. We see it already. The Bang in one lane, 9 the other one. Graves in the middle lane, and now suddenly we're playing the SK game again.
Well, Fnatic have got no more room for error. Officio, you've praised the potential of their team comp, but they've simply not done anything to really make use of the abilities. Fnatic had a decent start to the game. They slowed down SK's laning phase, but slowing your opponents down doesn't win you the game. SK littering Fnatic's jungle with vision before they set up a siege in this bottom lane. Where is the support? Teleport available for Huni. Going to be relying on Steelback's wave clear to try and hold this in a turret.
And look what Freddy's doing now. Look at the minimap here. He just pushed the top lane. Now he's going to walk mid, push that wave all the way up to the tier 2 turret, forcing someone from Fnatic to move there and defend it now. And then you constantly keep pressure on every single lane through the minions in one lane, you pushing another one, and obviously the 4 guys here in the bottom side trying to get some damage. Corki needs a little bit of time before he clears the wave, so you will always get a few hits. And also look at Freddy getting a few hits on the mid tower. Every single lane now is being pushed in.
And while all of this is going on, SK Gaming are just buying time for the next Dragon. 40 seconds on the clock. If SK pick it up within about a minute to 2 minutes of it spawning, it will be the fastest 4 Dragons they have secured all year long. Look, Freddy, all the work he set up in the middle lane, gonna set them up. That's 2 quick towers. and Fnatic are falling to pieces.
This is what SK Game will do every game you give them the chance. They will basically push you into a corner where it's near impossible for you to run between these tier 2 turrets and defend them in time, because SK can just run through the jungle or whatever they want to and push up these waves every single time. And it's so strong and so hard to play against. Raynova popped his ult. He's looking for a pick before this dragon here. Fnatic, they have to try and fight for it.
I love the hunters ticking. Raynova's only found Freddy, but he didn't really connect with that baller strike. Put some damage down, but Freddy's more than happy to return it in kind. SK have got themselves grouped. Freddy's rooted in place. Where is the equalizer? Huni, can you save for Fnatic? We do see Yellowstar goes in, gets 2 on the knockup. Equalizer comes out that says do not pass, but it doesn't stop Freddy. He gnaws Fnatic back into the team. Fox goes way too deep, overcommits, and gets taken down. What does the Fox say?
Well, SK can still take that dragon here, because look at Fnatic. So many guys are very, very low. They have to go back and heal up 4th dragon unless Huni and Febervin can stop this one.
I don't think they can, but it's not going to stop them trying. Huni's coming in, Flame Spitter ticking away. Febervin looking for the chase. Muramana is a light and he's not going to continue. So 4 dragons, a Baron, 3,000 gold lead, and he has a replay of that fight.
Yeah, so see Fnatic, they're desperate to look for a fight. They know they're very strong in terms of 5 versus 5. Raynova, though, he doesn't get the right target onto Freddy. He ends up taking the bad trade from it, and then we just see how SK chase on this one here. They're waiting for the ulti from Huni to come down and then just back away, except, well, diving a little bit too deep. Ends up dying for it, still get the dragon because everyone is so low.
Yeah, so much damage into steal back and Febervin, though. If Fox
That's what happens when you get to the back line.
Yeah, there you go. So Fnatic in dire straits, all the way down to their inhibitor turrets in 2 lanes. One inner turret rather remaining in the top lane. But more importantly, 5 minutes until the next dragon spawns. Fnatic have simply not been able to pick a team fight on their terms. Fnatic have not been able to force SK, and all credit to SK, despite that interesting start to the game, which, yes, it put SK behind, but they did get a kill on the board. They did manage to bounce back effectively by taking that early tower. SK have actually held themselves strong. They've played their standard game, and Fnatic have been unable to disrupt SK's rhythm.
And that's the thing, Fnatic was in a perfect situation where SK couldn't really use the 1-3-1 because the lanes were fairly even. They hadn't killed that last outer turret either. So we had a bit of like a dead point where everyone was just sitting and farming, and that was in favor of Fnatic in terms of hitting that Trinity Force, Man Immune, and so on for Febervin. Once they hit it, that's where they started looking for fights, but they didn't manage to get them. SK was smart enough to always avoid them. And then, of course, we saw Huni try and recall in the mid lane. He get killed for it. Reno showed himself bottom lane. A massive mistake. Now they will get some picks.
Oh, the baller strike didn't catch Svenskeren, but Yellowstar did. The headbutt pulverized. Raynova flashes over the wall, but he's now gone too deep. Teleport from Huni lands in place. Equalizer held onto for the time being. Fnatic threw everything in the kitchen sink at Svenskeren, but Enrated's wild growth keeps him alive. One thing to note, yes, 30 minutes on the clock, yes, 3,000 gold difference, but Fnatic are not out of it yet. They are digging deep, and they are looking for opportunities.
Keep looking for the fights here, but SK Gaming show how good they are at avoiding them. Always manage to disengage, and then once a single member from Fnatic overextends, they blow him up, manage to win it, but it's going to be all about that dragon. Nothing else. What can happen is if Fnatic goes down to stop the dragon, you can see SK quickly just go Baron instead. And say, okay, if you want to put all your players on denying a dragon, well, we take a Baron for it at least, and then we just get the next dragon after. So that means Fnatic is going to be in a situation where they only put maybe Steel back to take that dragon and keep the other 4 guys in the mid lane. But SK Gaming should never allow that and just go kill him instead.
We'll see if they can. 25 seconds
sitting on Baron as well now.
Before Baron spawns. SK Gaming throwing down their wards. I'm looking forward to seeing the ward stats at the end of the game for SK, because I do feel like they're placing more this game, but we'll need to see if it actually works out that way according to their averages. Fnatic still only 2 towers to their name. Minions were pushing towards that bottom outer turret, but Freddy with teleport is clearing it out. And despite the start that he had, 0-1, you can't deny the fact that Na has become an integral front line for SK as this match has progressed. Fnatic, they may be the ones pulling SK towards them, playing the Baron bait game by denying vision.
Because we know Fnatic needs to be the team starting the fight. If they can fight on their terms, they can use this big front line to their advantage and make it impossible for Forgiven or for basically any damage dealer of SK to really find that pick, because you can now see where they're moving around. But keep going for Yellow Star as well. Just poking down there. Alistar forces ulti.
Well, Yellow Star's in trouble. Unbreakable Will comes out. SK may have broken Yellow Stars. Huni still yet to fire the equalizer. Thrill of the Hunt fizzles as well. One thing you have to highlight, Forgiven's Farsight Orb, that little vision revealed Baron was not being taken. That allowed SK to make the right decision. Fnatic have peeled away, have backed away. Still got some important ultimates to play with, but without the front line of Yellow Star, or the engage of Rengar, unable to continue the fight, Fnatic are forced away.
Every single time Yellow Star gets caught, Fnatic is basically out of the fight itself. They're going for Huni though, let's see.
Let's see if this bait is enough. Rainova does manage to save Huni, but that was Equalizer, Flash, Hourglass, everything thrown down just to save his life.
And the way SK keep playing around these fights is so smart, because if Yellow Star moves in and he gets close enough to potentially engage, they just poke him down, force him to use his ulti, and then suddenly he's not there in the front line anymore. Now it's only the Rengar jumping in and the Hourglass Rumble. That's a lot easier to deal with for SK to blow up these targets. They're still fairly squishy this early on. And now Dragon coming, 40 seconds, no flash Huni, no flash Rainover.
Tofficio, that gold graph, was that still Tour de France? Or was that a different track?
Pretty boring stage in Tour de France.
Okay.
The other one, I like the other ones with LWS and everything. You know, you gotta get in the mountains.
Got to get in those mountains. SK climbing a mountain of gold as they get themselves into a great position. Farsight Orb once again being used from Forgiven and SK to get information. They've set themselves up around Dragon, and SK have got vision control. Sitting in a pink ward bush. Got control of the Scuttle Crab. Look at the waves, pushing in SK's favor, and Fnatic do not want to give this up.
And this ping ward right here is just outside the screen. It's in the small push in the river where SK is running around now. That's going to be so important, because once the engage comes, they just back away, and then this ping ward will show the Rengar, and they know how to act. Let's see. There we go. They can see Rainover.
Well, Rainover's jumped onto Freddy. He's done it a second time. Collateral damage is out. That's put some damage on his Fox. Melts Fnatic's HP. Yellow Star's in full retreat. And Face of the Mountain Shield plus Unbreakable Will is down. Where is the equalizer, Huni? He finally throws it out, but that's not the strongest. Huni's the first victim of Fnatic as they continue to retreat. Febiven and Steelback forced to flash. And there's just one kill on the board, but here comes SK. Fox gets two more. And SK Gaming with a convincing three-man, deciding where they want to go. Dragon's available, Inhib's available, Baron's available. They can take what they want.
That one pink ward in the small bush just outside the Dragon here. We saw SK play around it. They saw Fnatic move forward. They backed away, spotted Rainova, and suddenly Fnatic didn't manage to get the engage. They didn't manage to build up a front line. The fight has already started. And we can just see how they start blowing off targets. These 280 carries are not protected anymore. That is so much damage coming in onto both of them, and they're forced to run away. Fnatic has already lost that fight. As soon as that engage fails around the pink ward, SK Gaming will win it. Fifth Dragon, Baron, I guess first, then, oh, they got the Dragon already as well. They're getting everything.
So, well, Fnatic still in place. Flash available for Reno, but this is still a tiny, tiny chance of a steal. Tofficio, this is getting quite dramatic. SK tanking this one up. They've not engaged. Huni's out. True Shot Barrage comes down, but it's Forgiven that secures the Baron kill before SK put two more on the board. And they're going to back themselves away. 2 Barons, 5 Dragons, 10 kills, 8,000 gold. SK Gaming are poised to get revenge on Fnatic for their defeat earlier in the split.
And really showing what happens when you don't completely shut them down in the early game, and then you make one big mistake in the mid game. SK Gaming, they kill you, they take everything. And once they have that lead and they can play their style, well, it's so hard for you to do anything. They've been smart in this game in terms of team fighting, how they build around them. They only had one massive misplay, and that was in the early game at level 1. The rest, the way they poke, the way they use the LeBlanc, who's so fed, really well played by SK as a team, and they're looking to push that lead even further. You can't have much more than 5 Dragons and a Baron. That's about as strong as you get.
Yeah, SK Gaming playing so well today. You know, Fox on LeBlanc. I think LeBlanc is his best champion.
Oh yeah, agree.
In that, Fox is able to find opportunities where he can single-handedly impact team fights. A lot of the other champions he's played, he needs some setup. But you've seen just how much damage Fox is able to put down once he gets to the squishy double ADs of Fnatic.
And remember, Zed was banned from Fnatic side, and with Kassadin being out of the picture, LeBlanc has a fairly easy laning phase. pretty much any matchup. I abuse and solo queue as well, and I don't even feel bad about it.
Even easier when you're paired up against an Ezreal. Reignover's going to get rooted in place by those ethereal chains as Sven Skjeren sinks the fangs into the Cougar. A kill, an inhibitor, another tower. SK making use of the Baron, the Dragon. Hell, SK making use of everything they've got.
Just
gonna push this one in for another.
Don't even care about the bottom lane. Just get 2 inhibitors down, then you can deal with the bottom lane later. Let Fnatic get 1 tower at least.
Well, remember, there's no jungling up for Fnatic, and Steelback just gets melted. SK Gaming up to another inhibitor. They may be gutsy enough. They've got Baron buff minions behind them. Only against 4 members. Equalizer used just to delay this push. Freddy and SK still sticking around. And Nexus turret is about to go down. Fox turns his attention to Huni, throws out the Sigil of Malice, and Yellowstar's going to be the next one to fall. It's going to get the face of the mountain shield, survives for long enough, but Huni's down. Fox 9-1-3. SK Gaming, the undisputed kings of Europe.
Thank you for watching Match History. Every single week, new moments and legends are born, and today's action is just about to begin. Stay tuned.
Moving. When did we stop doing it? When did we settle for technology that keeps us still?
So move me, baby, like you've nothing left to prove.
The Kia electric range. Technology that moves you. Kia. Movement that inspires.
The legends have walked, and even bigger legends will continue to make their name.
That was such a great game.
It was amazing. I can't wait to see what happens in
Right?
Picks and Bands in the next one.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
What's up, guys? Guys, I was saving that for later. I called dibs.
If you had it all, would you look the fall in the eyes? Could you walk away this time? Will you realize, recognize it's never over? And the flame that once had died, awaken. Will you rise above the days to come? Will you be enough? Will you wash away what used to be. Will you make your stand? The world in your hands again. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Turn the page and make it right. Feel that rush, feel the ties. Can you feel it? Rid the pain. Wash it away and send again. Away.
Hello. Good evening.
Welcome to LEC Update, the show you never thought you needed, and once you've seen it, you'll know for sure.
I'm Efi de Portere.
And I'm Christy Frierson.
Now, the new format has made the winter split fly by. 3 game days a week, finals already, and teams getting eliminated almost every week. The past month has been a whiplash.
Not my tempo.
If you missed the last 5 weeks of games, this update is for you. The LEC got off to an amazing start. League's edgiest casters dropped their latest single, Heartbreaker.
Heartbreaker, dream taker.
It's a banger. But Reckless, seen here walking out of scrims for the 8th time this week, was so inspired he decided to break the hearts of Fnatic fans again this split, which for Fnatic only lasted 17 days. But then again, what could you really expect from a newly promoted ERL player?
Yike is new, hello?
He's a jungler. I'm talking about ADC.
Oh, right, there's still Exit Kick?
Back to the point, maybe League's edgiest casters need to move on.
Funny, could say the same thing about Fnatic.
Well, Excel also speedran any percentage to elimination after week 3. After the organization made their first playoffs in its history last year, 5 veterans failed to breach top 8.
Yeah, but who cares?
What do you mean, who cares?
I mean, Fnatic fans swarmed the studio last weekend cheering for their absent team just as well as the typical TSM fan. Orange is the new black and all that. Fnatic's the new TSM. But did anyone show up for Excel?
There's that guy, the Excel Esports la 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 la
It
guy.
hasn't come to the studio in 3 years.
Oh.
You do realize the Excel chant guy is Fnatic boaster, right?
Oh, you mean
Valorant player.
Jinxu's boyfriend?
He doesn't care. Yeah, he doesn't care about League of Legends anymore. He has a game today. He's playing in Brazil versus Sentinels in like 20 minutes.
Well, I care about League of Legends, and so does our special guest. Please give a warm welcome to Riot Games' game designer on the Balance team and the person
Ranger.
responsible for leaving Yumi overpowered for so long, Riot Cat Lady!
Hi.
Okay.
I think it's just Cat Lady now. I decided to take some time off for myself and my cats. Listen, I think it's cruel to put...
I thought you were let go for refusing to
No,
nerf Yumi.
No, absolutely not. I had to step away when they told me they were killing Yumi.
Kelly, it's just a nerve. She's been OP for like forever.
My
too.
cats are my babies, and they killed my baby.
You're not seriously comparing the nerf of a digital character to the lives of actual children.
I love all my babies equally.
All your babies?
Except Job. I don't care for Job. But killing them is like killing all of them. My children have over 200 years of combined experience.
200?
Well, there's Michael, Lindsay, Job, Kim, Chloe, Kendall, just to name a few.
And Yumi.
Yeah, and Yumi, of course. And Myokai too. I made sure Riot didn't nerf him. His little saplings are really cute. Ooh, ooh.
You made League of Legends miserable for everyone!
I'm sensing a lot of negative energy here. Give me your hand. Give me your hand. Are you a Virgo?
No. What are you doing?
I'm sensing cringe.
Okay, that's in it. Get out of here. Go. You're
No,
cringe.
she's right. She's
Get
onto
out of here,
something.
right, cat lady.
But she's
everyone.
right about the cringe, though.
Yeah, is she right about Yumi too? You want to call yourself out like that?
Moving on. While Ruby was taping up his windows, LEC pulled the curtains on Heretics. Chakaras's gamer tweets might be gone for good, but at least we can rely on Jankos to call out his teammates. It's a shame he couldn't call off fighting 4v5s versus SK, or they might still be in the tournament. Wait, you also didn't realize you had curtains.
I don't want to talk.
Okay.
Ebby, seen here demanding lunch money from the smallest kid at school, had a phenomenal LEC debut. His Cassante became an instant classic, and fans around the world loved his signature thumbs up. But top lane's completely useless.
And after Finn sold us on the miracle run for Astralis, they managed to advance to the group stage and knock out BDS in a huge comeback. That did mean the end of BDS's walkie-wackins and the fan experience booth at the studio.
Right. It is up for debate exactly how much those will be missed.
A lot! Winter's Word, shout out.
Unfortunately, Finn was too busy pursuing his acting career to try and win last weekend, which leaves us to our final four: SK, Mad Lions, Koi, and G2. SK and Mad face off later today in what can only be described as painfully mid.
Wow, great job selling me and everyone else on the matchup.
Yeah, well, it's a Friday. No one knows you have games today anyways.
Yeah, this is like the best.
Anyways, tomorrow, the winner will play Koi, who finally decided to try again. Balrog continues to kill more champions than minions, and it's a good thing he's a League of Legends player because he would be terrible at Stardew Valley Esports. Doesn't farm.
And then G2, the final boss, coming in hot after dominating at Katowice. Even if they fall behind early, they always manage to defuse the situation. Well, not always, but you get my point.
Relax, please. You hosted CS for a week. I can't stand it when people switch over to another esport title and then make it their entire personality. It's
okay, Mr. Valorant. Okay, you want to talk about League? Let's talk about the GOAT.
Michael Jordan?
I mean the LEC GOAT, Caps.
Wait, what about Perks?
Don't choke on it. Perks hasn't done anything that Caps hasn't done better.
He beat an LPL team. RNG, his LeBlanc game 5. He also roll swapped?
Yeah, he roll swapped so he could get carried by Caps better.
Okay.
Caps has literally been practicing bot lane and jungling on stage. Did you see the Sejuani, the Zac Mid, the Tristana? And what day does Perks play this weekend? Yeah, that's what I thought. Now I'd like to invite Ender's personal stylist to the show.
A man with taste.
Sorry, horse. What's the crack?
What did you call me? You're just wearing a suit? A plain suit?
Yeah, I mean, I'm a professional. I take my job very seriously.
So then why do you dress Ender like Macklemore took Johnny Silverhand to a thrift shop?
What? I mean, look, I don't have the time or the crayons to explain this to you. I mean, have you never heard of a Picasso?
You're telling me you make him look like a level 4 character wearing
artist.
whatever gives him the best stats, so he has some kind of meaning?
I mean, the tide wouldn't take you out in that. Like, it's art.
What? Well, what does it mean?
I mean, it's modern art. It's whatever you want it to mean.
I think it means it's time for this. This was LEC Update. I'm Ify the Porter.
I'm Christy Farman.
It's hustle. I've always said it about her. She's
Germany. Only 3 more best of 5s until we know our very first Winter Split champion. My name is Shax, and I am joined by Vedius and by Broxa to kick off Ready Check. Welcome back, Broxa. Great to see you.
Yeah, thank you. Great to be back.
It's awesome. And Vedius, I actually haven't shared a desk with you this year, I think. So
it's been a while.
It's
yeah,
great.
yeah. We were together in week 1. We had the pleasure of having a bit of banter back and forth. I'm glad that I left a memorable impression. Hopefully I can leave a greater one today.
As always, let's take a look at the bracket. This is the final week of the LEC Winter 2023 split. G2 is already waiting in the finals, but Koi is facing the winner of today, Broxa. And it's quite an interesting bracket we have here. I mean, definitely some unexpected top 4.
Oh, I would say so. Obviously, the obvious one is Fnatic and Excel being out, but I think in general, this format has been really cool. We've had the same LEC format for a while. Now it's just so fast-paced. There's so much action. Obviously, SK knocking out Heretics. Vitality last week was huge, and now who knows what this week is going to bring.
Yeah.
I think it's been a very exciting split overall. I've been impressed with what we've been seeing from SK, and I think the path with which some of these teams took to get here was a little unexpected. The fact that G2 came out the gate swinging, the fact that Koi struggled at the start of the split to then bounce back themselves. I think we're in for some very good and juicy best of fives here in Europe.
We definitely are. 3 of them actually this weekend, and it's been nearly 8 years since SK last made top 4 in the LEC. Back in the day, Freddy122 was still their top laner. Funny enough, they could meet each other tomorrow if SK advanced to face Koi. Yeah, there's a lot more where that came from. Get ready. So I wanted to kick off a discussion about the state of the jungle, and more specifically, the 4 junglers that are left for the teams in this playoff bracket, because it seems to me that it's a very interesting thing to dive into, as they have some vastly distinctive styles.
That they do. When we look at these 4 junglers, you can see that in terms of their early game presence, all 4 of them are quite active in terms of their early game, but we are seeing some differences. In particular, when you look at some of the damage percentages and goal differences, Broxa, I know you've been keeping track of these junglers, and you think that there's some pretty significant differences when we look at each of them individually.
Yeah, I think Yike is the one that sticks out the most, right? This guy gets so much gold. He's being enabled by Caps, completely has changed how Caps plays now compared to all the previous years. And all of a sudden, G2 is having a jungler they really set up for success. He gets all resources, he's the main carry. Malrang, the exact opposite. He sacrifices everything to get his laners ahead. And well, he's just doing Malrang things really. Nothing has really changed in that regard. Elyoya, I think, is somewhere in between the two. He's definitely a carry for Mad Lions. They kind of live and die by how well he plays, but he's so consistent, so that doesn't even matter. And then Marcoon is an interesting case because he's shown in the past, especially last year on Excel, that he has the ability to play really aggressive. Yeah. But SK drafts and plays so passive in early game that it's not something we've seen much, maybe except last week where in Game 2 versus Vitality, they played Ari, Draven, Rakan. He was doing work on Vi, and then all of a sudden he was fully unleashed. So that's the Marcoon I want to see if he is to compete with other 3.
I think it's really interesting that we have 4 unique identities when it comes to these jungle roles. I think that when we look at Yike and Elyoya in particular, these 2 I think are actually quite similar in terms of how they leverage their mid laner, but it is slightly different. And I think a large part of that is because of the champions that they play. When we look at some of the champions that they decide to draft, you can see that Elyoya a lot more about team fight setup and kind of setting up his team for success, whereas Yike is, as Broxa was saying, more about being that individual carry.
I mean, I wish I was able to do this when I played with Caps. Imagine having a player as good as Caps in mid lane. You just know he's going to be there for you, always securing the priority. He can live in enemy jungle, gets all the resources, and he just does so much damage. And the way he plays, it's so confident, and it's really special seeing that in a rookie especially, because normally, you know, you need a little bit of time to shake off the nerves. Elyoya, on the other hand, much smaller champion pool, but still so effective, right? And it's different. He's setting up Niski, not the other way around.
It's interesting because when you said that about for a rookie, it's hard sometimes to just kind of play all out. I think Yike is doing, but Elyoya is someone who did this when he stepped into the league as well, right, Vedius? And it's cool to see that he's still going. And the pairing with Niski is working really well. It's just a very different pairing than the one that Yike has with Caps.
Exactly that. And I think that's also interesting because I think that they both do leverage their mid so well, but the beneficiary is always different, and I think that's so fascinating. We'll see if they do end up matching up once again and who can end up coming out on
Yes,
top.
And then Broxa, you already mentioned Malrang. I know this time last year you were also a guest here and we saw a lot of Malrang, and it seems like he's just still Malranging all over the map.
Yeah, pretty much. Last time I was here, or rather last year when I was here at this time, we kept talking about how Malrang did all these crazy things, and a lot of people believed that it was just a matter of time before the other players' teams would figure him out and stop dying to these ganks. But now we're here, 1 year later, it's still working every game, he's still gaining massive advantages for his team. And it's so interesting, right? Because normally if we look at junglers, we look at their performances like how much do they get ahead in the early game? How big leads can they generate? Well, if you look at Malrang's stats, they're straight up terrible. But the thing is, his laners always look so good as a result. He just sacrifices everything to, you know, give them these leads.
What I love about Malrang is that when you look at a team comp, you have these expectations around how the draft is going to play out. Who's going to do what? Where are the priorities? Malrang often ignores those and says, it doesn't really matter what I'm supposed to do. I'm just going to take advantage of whatever opportunities I can find. And he's so clever and creative at finding these opportunities that just separates him so much from other junglers that can make him unpredictable and often difficult to control.
Yeah, for sure. And like, it shouldn't be underestimated how stressful it is to play against someone like Melrang. Like, as a jungler myself, I would spend a lot of time analyzing the other junglers' play patterns and trying to figure out what they were going to do so I could warn my laners about what's to come. With someone like Melrang, well, what can you really say? Guys, we're at level 2, be careful. Level 3, be careful. Level 4, be careful.
Exactly that.
You can never really warn them because you never know where he's going to be. He just doesn't care about the standard rules.
Yeah, and in that case, I think he has a big advantage when it comes to the best of fives because of exactly what you have described just now. You mentioned Marcoon, and I think it's safe to say that SK have looked the best when Marcoon has focused his attention around that bot lane and Exa kick.
Yeah, definitely. I would like to see SK coming in with a more aggressive early game draft. It doesn't necessarily have to be Marcoon's pick, but he is so good at setting up his laners for success when they let him on rare occasions. And the SK we know right now is the one who's just scaling picks in every lane. Marcoon doesn't have any chance of doing anything early game. They get rolled over and then they come back in mid and late game. But I think if they just, come in confident with a strong early game draft and playmaking, this guy can really shine.
The clips that we're seeing right now are some of those great plays from the regular season, week 2, where they were able to beat some of the big titans that no one really expected them to. And this, in my opinion, is, as you said, when we saw them at their best, when we got to see hyper-aggressive Marcoon, where he was consistently setting up dives in the early game, and he was leveraging his bot side of the map. I do think that Marcoon is a small step behind the other 3 junglers that we talked about, but I think that the potential is real. We've seen it ever since he joined the league, and if he can be unlocked on the map, he can be just as aggressive and just as dominant as every other jungler on this list.
And I love taking in the context here of that he maybe had a harder job, I want to say, because of kind of the players that are around. Not to say they're bad, but it's a new configuration, a lot of younger players.
For sure.
He's come from a system in Excel where they let him run rabbit in the early game versus some of the other players who are in a system they know, or in the case of Yike, in a situation where, he's ganking for caps and Hansama. So, I mean, what can possibly go wrong?
Exactly that. I think that we're going to continue to see
a lot
Marcoon
sometimes,
develop. But I mean, we got to hear on Euphoria as well, him talking about how he's kind of been relaxing a little bit more this split as the team around him has been leveling up, and they are leveling up at quite the pace. So I expect today this SK roster to come in ready to go and looking to match Mad Lions in the early game.
The sky might be the limit, but SK Gaming reaching top 4 and playoffs wasn't something on most people's bingo card, so let's run you through this magical underdog story.
SK is one of the original European teams that were a part of the EU LCS at its inception back in 2013. They were the team that was backdoored at IEM. They reached the finals in 2014 spring, and they got in TSM's way at the 2014 World Championship. Unfortunately for them, those were the only real landmarks throughout the org's long history in the league. After a 9th place finish in the 2015 summer regular season, the org would be relegated from the EU LCS by Gamers 2, better known under their current name G2 Esports. In 2019, the German organization made their return to the newly named LEC, finishing 6th before getting eliminated in the first round of playoffs. And that has pretty much been the story of SK since their return, a middle-of-the-table team far away from their top finishes in the beginning years of the league. Fast forward to the 2023 offseason when they replaced 4 members of their lineup, rebuilding the team around Certus in the mid lane. Sadly, the first week of the winter split was not a good sign.
Well, there's not really much left for SK to do. BDS chased them down, 2 already gone. There's 3, there's 4, make it more, make it 5. An ace for BDS.
A tough start for the young lineup, but in week 2, they had one of the biggest turnarounds ever in an LEC regular season.
And SK, they've done it. They've found the upset. They will find their second win in the winter split, a triple for Exekick to finish it off. Here we go. Marcoon caught out. This could be big. Certus waiting off to the side. It's a big stun. Is it enough to keep the fight going? Irrelevant still has flash. Irrelevant. Maybe he can leap his way into the backline. Exekick untouched. It's huge. The Crocodile. He holds on to the flash for so long across so many fights, but he will find perks when it counts. SK, they took down G2 yesterday, and they're on the path to take down Vitality right here.
SK took down both of the undefeated teams, G2 Esports and Vitality, and the reigning champions core, all in a single win. They were even the team that dealt the final blow to Fnatic, eliminating them from the winter split. Riding high, expectations were positive heading into groups, but the young stars of SK were quickly brought down to earth in a dominating 2-0 sweep from Core. After clawing their way back against Heretics, they would go on to face Team Vitality, the winners of the regular season. And Game 1 started as expected, with Vitality taking a dominant lead. But when all seemed lost, the comeback kids struck again.
It's stolen! Marcoon manages to get the Baron! Bo gets jumped on with an Nature's Grasp and Certus throws out the pitch, fine gaze, but it's dodged by so many. Cannon Barrage rattling across. SK, Exakick finds a kill onto Bo, but Neon is dropped as well. The zap goes out, it's gigantic! SK have done it! SK have got the numbers advantage. They've got the kills to their name. This is it for SK! They've been able to take down Vitality.
A team that has less than 4 years of experience in the LEC across every single player has managed to take down some of the longest standing players the LEC has.
An amazing run from SK, who made top 4 in the LEC for the first time since spring 2015. As they get ready to face Mad Lions, the question is, how long will the underdog story continue?
Yes. Last week, SK Gaming secured a criminal win over Vitality in Game 1 of this series. So why don't we have a little look at the autopsy? As you can already see here, this is the gold lead they accumulated in the beginning, and it's struck all the way to the top, where they were behind 8k gold and should have never gotten away with it. It's dumb, just dumb. So this is our analysis today, how to get away with murder in-game. Step 1, commit the crime in the enemy bot lane and give them a lead. Let's have a look at that, shall we? As you can see here in our 2 split screen, one is against Vitality, the other one is against Team Heretics. And in both case studies here, you can actually see that it's SK throwing themselves at the tower, gifting over a kill to the enemy bot lane. Now you may ask, what does this do? Well, it gives the enemy bot lane a lead that they can then drive the game around with and dictate the pace of it, so SK falls completely behind. Now, that brings us to step 2. Step 2, have a wild goose chase. Stall the game as long as possible. Let's have a look at it once again. As you can see in this clip so far, they are purely behind once again, 8k approximately, and SK has gone for a different style here, where they have taken control of one side of the map. That is because they can no longer allow themselves to be on the other side of the map. They don't have the gold, they don't have the resources. They have to win by accumulating a man advantage. Now let's look at what they do with this vision of theirs then. They are waiting for their first victim. Waiting for him to come out of Fog of War, and then they strike when they see him. Photon here is our first victim, as you can see. Yes, this allows them then to move back to the barrier area, which they had gotten control of. And as you can see, they are starting off the purple worm, as the casters so often like to call it. But here, disaster strikes again. They lose the Baron. But this is where the master plan begins in how to get away with murder. You give over Baron buff to the enemy team, and then you snatch it away from them immediately. Then getting shutdowns that lessen the gold lead, despite just losing a big objective. And that now brings us to, you guessed it, step 3. Just keep winning team fights. Keep winning some team fights and keep doing what you do. So let's have a look at it. First, well, Baron's gone, yes. Then they get another kill and they do it again. Go on. And again. And all these kills they're getting in these different team fights with the enemy messing up and them outplaying them will inevitably lead us to, you guessed it, step 4. Win. There we have it. Yes, you win in step 4 as we cue out the clip once again, shall we? Yes, this is what it looks like. You've now killed the enemy team. And not only that, you've also killed their Nexus. Brilliant, SK. Truly brilliant. As you can see, it does explode there, and that is the victory screen. Now, tonight, we will see if the Mad Lions can end all criminal activities of SK Gaming. And that is with Niski leading the squad to a potential top 4 finish. Already a top 4 finish, actually. Niski, take it away.
My story is that I'm back last year, and then I get MVP.
For your 2022 summer season MVP, Niski.
I'm very happy that I am the MVP, even though I think it's also mostly to Elias. We work really well together. We're on the same page on what champs we need to play, how we need to play them, who should carry, who should not carry, how we play fights.
Well, Niski moving into the backside. Niski desperate to finish this kill. Niski grabbing one, but Elyoyo brought into the back line, hand delivering kills to the Mad Lions. It's a heartbreaker.
Everyone always thinks that I cannot just enable my teammates, and I feel like maybe people forget that I also I believe, win most of my lane matchups when I play them on both sides.
There's just nothing you can do here. Stolen to rock ultimate, never mind! Niski! What? He just steals it, uses it against them! Oh my god! Oh my god! He is in their head! Niski is killing everybody! Who is this man?
I feel like I've been proving to a lot of people that I'm really good. I think I've been very stable, very confident in my games, in my gameplay. You can see it. I think I still make mistakes at times, but I'm not scared to make them, and I don't care if I make them, which gives me an edge over people that are scared to make these mistakes. We are very aggressive. I think we take a lot of risks, but also I think we play control. People kind of count us out still. People still think that Koi, G2 are the top teams, but in my opinion, we are in the top 2. We are scary and just aggressive.
Yeah, super scary, especially that last pose. No, just kidding. I think especially when you look behind us here at the stats of Niski versus Certus. But let's start by talking about Niski Broxa, because this is now 2 years in a row that I think he's really impressed, and specifically 2 splits in a row where he's been at the top of everyone's ranking when it comes to mid.
Yeah, like what more could you want from your mid lane?
I completely agree with Broxa, and the big difference really comes in his approach to playing that mid lane as well. Last year in summer, he wasn't really invested in getting himself resources. He was a very selfless mid laner that would like to get leads elsewhere on the map. He can still do that now, but he does it with a completely different approach now. It's about him completely stomping the enemy mid laner, winning in every capacity possible, and then when objectives start spawning, that's when he starts rotating around and will just be a bigger threat than the enemy mid laner to gain leads from Mad Lions.
And all things being said, he's been fantastic for a while now, and of course I think a lot of fans will berate Mad Lions for not making that result or not winning the split last time around after kind of the all-pro fiasco and the MVP Broxa, but that would be a little bit unfair to Niski.
No, for sure. Like, even last split where he got the MVP, he got it for a reason. Sure, everything faltered in playoffs, but that's not necessarily his fault. That was on the team as a whole. And I really hope, if not the split, maybe in the next one, he's going to get a new MVP where people actually realize it was justified and he deserved it. Because he deserved it back then, and he does probably even more now. He's playing so well.
And we are being very positive, but I want to look at the stats for Certus, and I want to say that doesn't paint the right picture for me, because I've been thoroughly impressed also by him. Maybe not Niski levels, but in terms of what he's done for the team.
Oh, I think completely. Like, we're talking about evolution of players. Of course, Niski elevated himself, but so did Certus. There's barely any expectations on the guy coming into the split. You know, last year I thought, okay, when you're playing Silas, when you're playing Akali, when you have something with agency, you're looking good. This year, the first time I was impressed by him, when he played a Seer against Caps, and Caps was pinned on the turret, he couldn't do anything, and Certus pretty much just got pressure elsewhere on the map himself. I think he's got his role in the puzzle piece that is SK. It's not to the same degree as Niski, but he's still been performing better than people expected.
Been so impactful overall, and I think both of them have kind of different goals and stories coming in here. Nobody expected Certus and SK to be here. A lot of people would have put Mad probably in the top 4, but these are players that won more than top 4. These are players that want to lift that trophy once again. So let's see how that will translate into the game. In terms of the early game, I think Mad definitely has a foot forward, because as you said there, or as your alter ego said there, SK, sometimes they don't chase those gold leads.
It's been really interesting to see that part of SK as well, because I really felt like in regular season, that was the complete opposite. And now for Mad Lions instead, coming into groups, I think they are some of the scariest that I've seen them. Finally, I start seeing Hilly on the Nautilus again, his influence that he has on the map. I think the team play in general with Mad Lions got better in the group stages.
I think SK has been such an interesting team to watch the split, because they've had like 2-3 games where they were really aggressive, proactive, and then when watching any of the rest of them, I was honestly bored out of my mind. Like, it was like watching CLG EU back in the day, just farming for 40 minutes, not doing anything. I mean, they were good, but they were boring to watch as well. But like, honestly, they have what it takes to be proactive, to be playmakers, and to play aggressive. Like, all of them have the individual skill. They have incredible team synergy, which is why they always come back when playing from behind. So I just want to see them putting the foot on the gas pedal, just go ham and just, you know, show the opponents that they're better from the start.
Talking about gas pedal for SK, I think Exekik has impressed as well, or the bot lane, but it also isn't necessarily starting from the laning phase, right?
I mean, so I want to take it back to some of the best things we've seen from him. That's when he's not been on scaling. Lately, when he's on scaling, he's been super reliable. We've seen it once we go to the later team fighters. But laning phase, as you said, it's been slow. Them losing laning phase as badly as they have done should have resulted in losses. We've even heard it in interviews with him as well, saying that it's not acceptable. But they've made it work somehow.
Yeah, and I think in a lot of ways, Exekik really reminds of someone like Reckless. In a sense, you could say Kasi's playstyle is similar, where these guys are not someone that's like super dominant early game. They just kind of exist in the early game. They don't fall behind. They just scale. Eventually, they become really strong. But the big difference is that Kasi has to do it 1v2. Because Huli is going to be roaming the entire game, and therefore he doesn't get as many resources, while SK likes to funnel everything into Exekik. He's going to have all the attention in the world, and that's going to make him so scary today, because this could be a serious win con for SK.
And I really think that's a key factor in today's series, because I think the best we've seen from the SK bot lane was when they played against Koi, for example, and they multiple times solo killed Trimby Comp, right? If that's the level of play you can bring to the laning phase today, and you keep Hylissang pinned in lane, where he's not able to enable the rest of the map, like we saw in the earlier group stages games he had to qualify to this game, well, then you completely shut down a big part of Mad Lions. So I think SK playing towards their own win condition can try and shut down a win condition that Mad Lions have tried to have.
It will be music to Brox's ears that Hilly is the key in another best of 5 in the playoffs.
Here we go again.
Yes, but did you know the last time SK made top 4 in the LEC, one of their players actually won MVP? Do you remember who? Well, maybe Exekik can follow in these footsteps. It's the final week of the LEC 2023 Winter Playoffs. Only 3 more best of 5s until we crown our very first Winter Split champion. Will G2 reclaim the throne? Can Koi defend their title after their incredible win in Malmö? Or are we seeing a lower bracket run by SK or Mad? Let's get into it.
Being the underdogs kind of fits us, I would say. And after the Koi series, we kind of got stomped, right?
SK routed in the mid lane.
We did really bad in that series, and then we had 1 week practice. It gave us maybe like good improvement. I always thought SK was a good team, to be fair. I think they have good players. Their synergy has been pretty good in the last few games.
It's a team that no one expected to perform this well, but they are actually a really solid team. They just beat Vitality 2-0 really convincingly, so I think it's going to be a hype match.
Dives into 4, the heal is gigantic, but it's Exekik that fight yet another kill, and Perks is dropped. There's nothing left. SK Gaming have taken down Vitality and made it to playoffs.
I think Elyoya this split has been a bit underrated, or has gone under the radar, even though not many people are giving him the credit for this season. I'm looking forward to play against him, because I think he's very good.
Hill gets caught out there in the end, and it's a quick kill on the top side. There's no way he stuck around for that long.
Me and Marcoon, we are similar in the way that we both like to look for creative ganks, but I believe in mid-game I move the map better, and same for early game. Overall, I think I'm a better player than him.
The first blood has been secured by Elyoya onto Marcoon.
It's kind of satisfying at this point that we've now really disproven people that we are actually a good team, and then now it's like see how far we can go, right?
They're trying really hard, and they're in top 4, but I don't think they're going to go further than that.
Niski now, back to party, back to fight. The ammo hits, and the APR will do a ton of damage. It's a triple. He's looking for the quadra. He kills off Yankos for the pentakill.
We need to prove to everyone that we are a way better team than everyone expected. And not only that, for me, this year is really personal, since I want to prove how good of a player I am if I give my fullest to the team.
The collapse from Yike onto Larsen sealed the deal for G2, and they'll look to end the series right now.
After a loss, everyone is always extra hungry usually. No one likes losing, so it should be quite easy to turn it around.
People treat this best of 5ers to do like the final, right? But to me, you should never underestimate anyone. I hope we treat it as that it's a fun thing and we can make it even better by winning both of them.
Yike's gonna fall, Mickey too, and Caps and Hansama can only stand and watch. The last defense is not enough. A penta for Comp to close it out.
I still think we're having some issues. We're lacking the same willingness to just go for it on stage, right? We're getting more and more comfortable every game, and soon we're gonna be super scary.
Again to try to get into the back line, but Broken Blade is running them down. A triple to Hansama, and the base in tatters around Koi.
I don't want to be going to finals and it's easy. I want it to be challenging.
Lock a spot in the finals on Sunday.
I think the mid jungle will be the key in the match against SK.
If we out-team fight Mad Lions, we can just win.
we are just better team overall.
I'm really confident in myself that we're gonna win the series.
There's a lot of pressure, so we'll see how he does, but I think it will be rough for him.
The inaugural winter split is reaching its conclusion. As we enter our final weekend, only 4 contestants remain. The reigning champions, the Dark Horse, the Artist, the Pride.
Chase on the prowl here.
Who will emerge victorious? That is the question. Who will emerge victorious? Hello, ladies, gentlemen, and everybody else. Welcome to the cast desk for Mad Lions versus SK Gaming, a best of 5, do or die. My name's Quickshot. I'm joined by Ender and Dagda for the cast. And to set the scene just a little bit, Mad Lions come into this match, I think, a little bit favored, but they have not won a best of 5 in Europe in 544 days. The last time they did was the 2021 Summer Finals, where they picked up the title.
Long time ago for them, to be sure. For SK as well, both these teams a lot to prove on the line. I think SK for a long time in Europe now, it's been the new guard, right? G2, Mad Lions, Rogue last year in the top 3. SK have a chance to try and break into that top 3 here today.
And they do feel a little bit like the odd ones out with the one to prove, right? The only team in this playoffs that doesn't have a title underneath their belt. This is where SK need to step up and be counted for.
And I mean, for SK Gaming, over 700 days since they made playoffs, over 2,800 days since they've made top 4. Let's find out what happens in the draft. As we jump into game number 1, Dagda, I turn to you and say, what are your expectations and where should we focus for the picks and bans?
I mean, it has to be the AD carrying jungle roles, right? Especially when you look against as Mad Lions. They haven't played Caitlyn yet, and they've consistently been banning it, so I expect that one to stay there. And as well, my big question mark is around this Elise pick. We haven't seen Elyoya play it. Against G2, they perma-banned it in that series, but they did let it slip through against Astralis, and I want to see if they give that same respect to Marcoon, where they're willing to just constantly ban this Elise.
The thing is, on this patch, I feel like blue side teams should not be banning Elise. That's something that you should be able to show and get a respect ban out from the other side. So we'll see if SK end up removing that or leaving things like the Sejuani up and available. But with Mad Lions' idea of taking away top laners here, bot lane is wide open and some signature picks from Relevant are gone.
Now the question is, does Elyoya lock in that Elise? The reason I go back to it, he only has 1 professional game in his entire career on the champion. Maokai has been removed, Ashe taken away by SK Gaming. So the Caitlyn question is still up. The Lucian Nami is still available as well. And it will be the Kassadin removed from Mad Lions as their final ban.
It's really interesting to see Mad Lions putting this amount of pressure onto top side though, because one of the cool things we saw for SK against Vitality was a shift from focusing on bot side to Irrelevant, to trying to help him out, and kind of letting Exakick and DOS just solo win the lanes themselves. So I'm curious to see if that is a similar plan here for SK, especially if they get their hands on something like the Caitlyn on the next rotation. But we'll have to see, because SK, it looks like they're kind of stumped a little bit here as well as exactly what's going to happen.
Right, like SK are like, okay, we have to ban away bot laners because the Lucian Nami's looked really good in the hands of Hylissang and Karzi. Ashe is not a pick. You want to risk giving over to the other side as well. I just think Mad Lions, this approach is so unique. No other team here in Europe is doing this with a heavy focus on top lane and mid in this first rotation. Now, Yoya, he proves he's got the Elise.
And the thing is now, yes, you can go for the Caitlyn in the bot side if you want to, but because you've got that pressure in the jungle with the Elise, it makes it very hard to match any sort of ganks that might go down towards that bottom side. So looks like we might get Exakick pivoting into the Varus, which has been so damn good in that bot side, having that flexibility with both the poke, if you want to go for something like the Jace, and that on-hit build.
I was gonna say, Mad Lions debuted a couple of poke-heavy drafts in their series versus Astralis, which is a new look for them compared to the best of ones, but SK are taking a very similar approach, expecting that Jace to move towards the mid lane. Now, unfortunately, out of the jungle, you don't have the Maokai to supplement that poke, but I think Sejuani is a very natural follow-through here on 3.
And that's the thing, though, is that if you end up taking that Sejuani, right, but you can go AD carry support here, and then you end up having the problem of, okay, well, what do we try try and pair for DOS here. They're already taking the Karma away, so you're not going to have that heavy push lane. So maybe we do end up seeing a fallback into one of these more AD carry focused supports, almost like the Caitlyn, or maybe Varus is going into that role instead.
Oh, they actually go for the Gragas now. This is interesting. I think this is a solution to these early top lane bans, right? Because you already see Jax and Sion banned away. Normally, SK would expect those bans to come in the second rotation, right? But instead, they have to go for the Gragas here. Otherwise, that's 4 potential top lane bans against them.
The problem is, though, we've already seen that Marcoon has struggled when he gets a lot of bans, right? That's when he ended up bringing out that Amumu. Didn't look so hot. So I'm curious if you continue just to focus the jungle pool here by Mad Lions, you just make a Marcoon uncomfortable, and that's how you can get this big advantage for Elyoya in that matchup that feels so crucial to this series.
And similarly, when you look at the Mad Lions draft already, Hylissang throughout the course of this year has been one of the most mobile and active supports in roaming, in joining up with Elyoya. But with this Sivir Karma, maybe a little bit more pinned in lane. In phase 2 of the draft, Azir has already been banned and will be followed up by Nautilus as well, making that bottom lane just a little bit more difficult for Exekick and DOS.
Yeah, I think the whole idea here for Mad Lions is going to be to play through bot side, maybe look for an early turret dive with the Elise. I think Gragas is a good solution from SK to try and avoid early top lane dives. Again, very strong wave clear with the Q, pretty slippery under tower with the CC as well. So not the easiest champion to try and punish under there. And when our expectations coming into the series were already, it's going to be a bot lane focus. The second the Elise comes through, you know they're going to be playing around Carzzy and Hilly.
Yeah, the big thing though is that when you have Sivir here, there is the opportunity to just wave clear once you get a couple of levels into you and actually unlock Hilly to go for dives elsewhere in the map. So I like that flexibility from Mad Lions, but I definitely think if you can get that push with the Karma, push the Varus underneath the tower, you can look for those opportunities. Jungle still wide open.
Yeah, that's wild that Sejuani is still an answer. Now, if Marcoon were to go Sejuani, it would just be sort of trying to match Elyoya wherever he goes on the map, but you're kind of locked into that idea anyways when playing against a champion as strong as the Elise. But Mad Lions do leave flexibility open with this Karma. That is definitely not locked in.
I was about to say, I just wanted to say, Gragas could be going jungle, AP jungler with your AD mid, so it looks like that's what they're going to try and flip up here. So Gragas has started to creep a little bit back in, especially as we moved over to some of the later patches, but still quite a strong jungler, decent clear, and if you're going for any of these dives, he has a bunch of CC and knockaway that can cause some issues.
Taking a look at that Gragas pick, Irrelevant has 0 professional games all time on the champion, so naturally does lean towards Marcoon. 6 games played, 4 of them were victories, and into the Gnar, then Irrelevant will be running. Chasey has now locked in that Cassante, and we're waiting to see the final pick here from the Mad Lions. What does Niski anticipate throughout the course of the year? He's got a number of those control mages under his belt, the Victor, Azir, but he's also got those playmakers in the Sylas as well as the Akali. This time around, we'll be locking in the Zoe for the second time.
Yeah, I'm looking towards DOS though. This feels like a really good Renata angle. You have a ton of engage with the Gragas, the Gnar, very short range composition on Mad Lions side. You got good push as well that can try and help out a certain extent against what Karma's going to be able to opt into. And overall, you might take a little bit of a hit in the lane, but certainly I feel like just having that big ultimate do a world of work for you here as SK.
Yeah, I think it's always walking into a pretty tough lane towards the bottom side of the map, but Soraka is a good answer here. Again, the silence field into the snare off of the Varus ulti there too is really, really nice. And I also think the healing after you see the Zoe come in on the other side is really powerful for the sustained fights, but also to save someone that's getting picked off by a bubble, because right now Mad Lions do have a couple of really nice pick tools with the bubble and the cocoon, and the ability to gap close on you super fast. As soon as turrets fall, the Karma plus the Sivir can run you down if you overextend.
And it's going to be really difficult for Mad Lions to make you fall underneath the tower now as well. A silent field with the Elise is not a good time for her, because so much for Kit revolves around being able to drop aggro with the repel. So overall, I really like what SK are bringing to the table. Great range, good team fight, and it feels like Mad Lions need to get the ball rolling early if they want to have a hope here.
Now, in terms of the draft, a little bit different to what our anticipations were game 1 in this best of 5. Some pressure there on Elyoya. How much of a lead, how much pressure do you feel they are under to generate that lead early on?
I definitely think when you're looking at the Elise, she's going to fall off. You want to try and play through a strong way jungle, I feel like, with the sleepy trouble bubbles and try and set up there. At least you've got the Sivir to fall back on, but very little engage.
The most important thing for Mad Lions is that you can control the river, control the vision from the enemy team, because you're always trying to find damage into the enemy jungle when SK are running in. So it's important the mid jungle do come out looking strong.
Now for SK, the early game has been a challenge for them throughout the course of the group stage. Those best ofs, can they stand up to the Mad Lions in game 1? Welcome to Summoner's Rift as Mad Lions.
Oh, it's a 5v5, Trevor!
5v5 on the cards. DOS will step forward. A little bit of damage traded for now. Exekit cuts off from the rest of the team, and nobody's rooted just yet. The Sleepy Trouble bubble held DOS in place, but not enough to hold him for the kill.
I love the Mad Lions are going for this. Against Astralis, that Sleepy Trouble bubble set themselves up for 2 kills, and they got to run away with the game, but not able to do it here against SK. But nice attempt, and certainly sets up the vision that they need to try and get some push against Exekit and DOS.
Look, all I'm saying is, how do we ever expect to beat an LPL team if we don't go for the all-in 5v5 in the bot lane at level 1? I want to see some blood.
As an expert, it's going to be really hard for it to beat an LPL team.
Ultimately, nothing comes from that, but I do think the level ups of those first skill points may have a small impact. Take a look at these jugglers now. Marcoon starting on the top half of his map, whereas Elyoya starting on the bottom. We'll be tracking what sort of impact Elyoya can have on this Elise. Only his second ever professional game on the champion. And I think as well, when you look at this Kazi Hilliseg lane, they are already positioning to push forward to put Exekit and DOS in the back foot.
Really big. Hilly starting with the sweeper there to deny vision here. They also were able to control, because they pushed back SK right off the rip, they then get free priority. Like, how do you ever hit this wave? It's just not going to happen.
And especially with the fact that he was burned on DOS as well, now the pressure is on where if Elyoya was going for some sort of level 2 or quick level 3 gank into the bottom side, you have to play so much safer because you don't have access to that summoner spell. So DOS already taking a good bit of the brunt of damage, and he's not going to be in the best of spots here.
I've also got to point out Marcoon's setup this game. So he goes for Red Smite. He also has Dark Harvest. That's wild. This is a Gragas that is trying to absolutely blow you up. Sudden impact there as well. Treasure Hunter 2 to try and get some early gold, so not too surprising on that front. But I really like the idea when you have a poke comp like this. I think Electrocute would give you a little bit more damage early on, and you're pretty much always going to get the burst off. But when you're playing for an ult on top of Varus Q and Jace Q, you could potentially proc that and just blow someone out of the water.
I really want to see them pull off that combo, but it does mean they need to have the vision setup. They need to ensure that they are playing on the front foot and not being pushed backwards, not being in a deficit like we've seen over the last couple of weeks. Top lane, mid lane, and bot all pushing towards SK, and Elyoya is already invading, stepping into Marcoon's jungle. There's a potential threat here for Irrelevant, but the wave is not quite enough just yet.
Elyoya should know Marcoon's on the way up, but hasn't actually started this yet. So going to see if he can try and make a play with Niski having pushing mid to go for a dive top, but the timing in this is not great, and Marcoon's already spotted us.
Take a look at this, 2v2 for now. Niski will be able to arrive, flashes away from the cocoon. The venomous bite comes out. Elyoya is conceding for first blood. Niski arrives too late for the party, and Certus teleports in just to close it out.
Perfect there for Marcoon, seeing Elyoya on the way, getting there to interrupt the dive as well. The flash E, absolutely perfect to shut him down.
And Irrelevant outplaying that, buying time.
Oh yeah.
Using the flash to avoid the cocoon was crucial. If he was caught by that, the burst damage was simply too high. DOS and Exekick this time round, stepping all the way forward. DOS is low, below 200. Kazi is silenced, forced to flash, but the last auto attack will not be enough to pick up the kill. And Exekick now running for his life. Elyoya's got the flash available to him, will be spotted by the ward, and DOS and Exekick get away.
Yeah, 2 flashes and a cleanse. No way Elyoya can shut that one down. A bloodbath down in the bot side, and no one goes down. I do quickly want to note, though, that Niski was able to pick up the teleport that Certus used to get into top lane, so he doesn't have to use his burn it to come back to lane.
I mean, we're going to see this dive here, though. Really good stuff. Marcoon with the flash body slam sets up perfectly. Irrelevant dodging that CC was imperative, and as you say, Certus moving back up to the top side. This means now Elyoya very far behind. Look at the CS levels. Level 3 to level 4 on Marcoon. At least needs to get the ball rolling here.
Yeah, look at this. Everyone's coming to top lane. This teleport absolutely wacky from Niski. No flash on Irrelevant. Elyoya is here, and the ward's going to spot him a little bit too late.
Waiting for the CC, Cocoon, and Sleepy Trouble Bubble. Will they connect? That's at least the poison thrown out. Aljoya flashes for it, connects. Irrelevant is being chunked down, and there should be an easy kill secured by the Mad Lions. A heavy focus in the top lane, and Ender, I will remind you that while a lot of the games have been defined by the bottom lane, by how those duos play out, the very last game that SK played was focused around top lane, was focused around repeatedly ganking. We see Mad Lions do the same thing now.
That could definitely be a possibility. For Mad Lions at the same time, like, this is just MVP material Niski. Like, picks up a TP, comes up with this idea to TP into top and then back to mid after getting the kill. That is absolutely huge, but for now, SK have the chance to dive.
I think they need the kills to go into Niski, though. Niski's the only one that can really answer for a lot of the poke that's coming out from SK, and the fact that SK are focusing on bot side, getting these leads where those long-range damage dealers are, is going to prove very troublesome for Mad Lions if this continues.
There's no flash for Kazi. He's under some threat, tagged out by that piercing arrow, and that silence field does so much. It's so frustrating to play into. Marcoon's going to be able to pick up those Krugs and back away. Not looking for the dive. That wave clear is simply too great for the Mad Lions.
The science field is also super annoying for Sivir, trying to like time the spell shield as well. Once level 6 comes around, hold that thought.
It's a lot of damage, and as Irrelevant is just solo kill.
That was sick from Chasey. He ends up interrupting the jump away from Irrelevant with the CC, and then sets up for the all-out. That was so well played by Chasey.
Oh no, I don't know if he'd had these items before he died, but the Merc Treads rush on Irrelevant versus Elise, and knowing that Zoe's coming to the top side too, not helping him at all there, as Marcoon is much healthier than Aljoya, but in the middle of two players, it's really tough for him to fight it out. Looked like Certus was going to roam towards the top side though, so Aljoya backs up.
This is exactly what we wanted to see from the Mad Lions.
Oh, that's another solo kill!
Burnt. Niski picks up the solo. Didn't quite see exactly how that played out, but obviously full combo and managing to make it work. Advantage here, Mad Lions.
I mean, SK solo laners mod check. What is going on right here? Is Hilly under a little bit of trouble?
Halo Varos is going to force away the flash, and Dawson Exakick continuing to bounce back. Big advantages in terms of just the champion kits, using it to their full advantage.
And they need to, especially when both solo lanes for SK have already just gone by the wind. This was so well played by Niski. Has Unsealed Spellbook, takes the Ignite, catches Certus as he's trying to roam up to stop another potential play on the top side and help out his jungler, but nice guy Certus ends up getting punished for it.
That's actually so crazy, because you're exactly right. Marcoon's calling, I need help in order to get my Krugs, or I'm going to have nothing I can actually farm on the map. And sort of slight positioning mistake right there. Not ready for it. Oh, Niski, I mean, just continuing to land these sleeps up against Certus. And this is what I'm talking about, though. As Niski and Aljoya get ahead and get onto the map, if they can get vision like sort of shallow in SK's jungle, the second SK ever try to contest around an objective or play for a Scuttle Crab, like, they're walking into death.
Kazi may be under threat as he's going to dodge away from that body slam and just blown up. Will be easily taken out by the members of SK. Second kill secured, but Mad Lions want to answer. Dawson Exakick are very, very low, but Certus has been able to arrive. Niski's gonna land that sleepy, trouble, bubble, paddle storm! Gonna be enough for the kill as Exakick escapes with less than 10 HP. Aljoya is forced back, and SK escaped by the skin of their teeth.
Oh, that was insane. Niski is trying to do so many cool things on the Zoe. Had the Proto Belt picked up from the W, tried to get in range with the ult, and then extend it with that Proto Belt. Doesn't end up working. Just barely 2 players surviving on nothing.
The thing about this game and the tempo of it, we expected that from the Mad Lions. What I like to see from SK Gaming is they've been able to outplay some of those dives, some of those engages, and crucially for me, Marcoon is also setting up proactive plays. So when we talk about the compositions and we anticipate that we wanted Mad Lions to have that lead early on, SK are doing fairly well in the first 10 minutes as they pick up the Dragon as well.
They may go for more on the bot side though. Mad starting to move in. Marcoon here to spot it though.
Ooh, gonna be in a little bit of trouble. Hylissang level 5, not gonna be able to find the route. All of a sudden, Doss was in that middle lane with Exakick, and Niski now starting to back away. He's stuck around this lane for a significant amount of time.
I think Niski might have missed lethal right there. You see he has the flash picked up. up. He could have used that to extend the range, get the Q onto Certus. Also, the damage of the W may have been enough, but I think he might have called it off seeing Marcoon stepping out of the brush, because it's very likely he could have just been one-shot too by the Gragas.
Still though, Marcoon is doing a great job of trying to match a lot of these plays, and I think that's why we're seeing SK managing to keep somewhat on touching distance. It is a 1,000 gold lead for Mad Lions, but the fact he's been able to keep up with Oyoya is really good. Now have to see, as everyone from SK starts to move up towards this Rift Herald, whether we'll have a numbers advantage for them, but at the moment, you got the Jace moving to bot side, Mad Lions moving their entire squad.
Very nice map movement from Mad Lions too, because Carzzy, after dying to the bot lane gank, went mid to pick up the wave while the rest of Mad Lions were moving down to go for that fight. So now they have free Herald priority. Marcoon can't really do much of anything against it, so Irrelevant just going to base and run straight back to the top lane. But with only 3 plates on top lane, it could be trouble.
It's another neutral objective going the way of Mad Lions. The thing is, if you're a fan of SK Gaming, I don't think anyone's nervous. When you take a look at their last few games in week 5, their gold deficit on average is -1,000. The KD at 14 was significantly behind, and they spent more than 40% of their game time in a major
Wrong way, buddy.
deficit. SK Gaming have demonstrated and proven they can come from behind. I have no idea how and why that Herald was dropped instantaneously, but you mentioned the 3 plates in the top lane, Mad Lions making a play to secure it.
It's like a giant alarm though. DOS immediately moves up and goes, well, clearly they're making a play up here.
But it doesn't even matter, right? They get the plates. There are 2 players in the bot lane. Mad Lions just played the entire map, right? At the same time they took Herald, they were already trying to run down onto the bottom side of the map. You could see them with Hylissang. It was not actually sticking around on that objective because they knew SK weren't comfortable stepping in to the fog of war. With the Herald going down immediately, Elyoya also got his sweeper back online, so he ran all the way through SK's red side jungle to make sure he had a good pathway for a potential dive.
I mean, the amount of movement throughout the course of these first 12 minutes is impressive. Dagda, does this chaos end up benefiting Mad Lions? They've got the gold lead, they've got the objective lead. It feels to me like they are dictating the tempo of the game.
Yeah, I mean, it's so much better for Mad Lions. We already said they need to get off to a decent start, and one of the biggest gripes that I've had with Mad Lions is when they tend to when they tend to play their mid games, it can be a bit A-rammy, where they're not really playing side lanes, but this is a really good example of what Mad Lions are capable of, and Exakick will be forced to back away. A lot of this coming from Hilly, just being able to roam so effectively now that the laning phase has gone down.
And I mean, when you look at the solo laners for Mad Lions, Chase has already got himself a near 20 CS advantage, similar for Niski. It's 1,100 gold up, 600 gold up. I think Niski's Zoe is absolutely having an impact, continually applying pressure, continually looking to roam. And Oyoya is now once again looking to hunt Irrelevant. This tower is very low. DOS and Exakick are making their way up, so SK will have reinforcements.
Gotta call that one off. People are on the way, but they don't have vision of it immediately. Still, I think Mad Lions should be aware there's no one hitting wave in mid. Exakick and DOS could be on the move.
Again, though, we're seeing SK commit way too many resources than they need to this top side. They think the Mad Lions are going to make a play, but now you get push on bot, you get shoved in mid. You can even have Oyoya and Carzzy start to lean down towards this bot side to help out Niski and potentially put pressure onto Certus.
Oh man, dude's just zoned away from the tower while Hylissang's on the roam down. Hylissang leading the rest of the team here too, so Certus just gonna have to run away. He will be rooted. Oh no, does actually have the movement speed to escape from that tier 2 boots on him, gets him just out of range.
Acceleration Gate doing some work too, but more importantly, more plate gold secured. This is a 2,000 gold lead at 13 minutes. Blue buff was at least started, but because of the mid lane pressure, Mad Lions will concede back away and try to defend as best they can. And all of a sudden, SK again, they have to defend every single lane at every single minute of the game.
Yeah, one thing that does give Mad Lions an advantage here too in terms of their movement is Hylissang has been so proactive, moving towards side, protecting Niski, making sure nothing can happen there. And I think, A, that's Hylissang as a player, but also the Karma a little bit more self-sufficient than the Soraka, perhaps, right? You have the speed up to get on out of there. DOS can't really walk through the river by himself without a lot of support behind him.
And I love how Mad Lions are now playing for this dragon. They shove in mid, they're going to get their vision down, and they're well aware that Irrelevant has TP, so they can't just start it up and hope that they can win out the fight because Chasey won't be able to join. So getting advantages across their lanes, using the push they have, and now with Chasey able to roam down because he got that push on top, they can now start up the dragon as a team.
I mean, it's perfect getting the first 2 Drakes of the game here for Mad Lions, because let's not forget SK, one important caveat in a lot of their comebacks was that they were able to sneak away an early dragon or 2 in those games, delay the potential soul or elder point, by 5-10 minutes in those situations, and that was when they were playing really heavy scaling compositions. Mad Lions in this game, because they haven't let that slip, they've been completely in charge of objectives with the Rift Herald 2, and these turrets are just slowly progressing the game. So SK do feel like they have to group up, they have to try and force things, but that just makes them slip behind even more.
And it's also so hard to play this composition as SK if you don't have that control around objectives, because you want to poke, because you want to be trying to play around the vision you've already established, and Mad Lions are trying to run into you. When Mad Lions have control of the map like this, compositionally it becomes very difficult to play out your style.
The one thing that does lean in SK's favor right now, the fact they have secured that mid tower will open up a small number of avenues and opportunities into that Mad Lions jungle. The thing that they need to do is use that poke, ensure they can burst down the targets. Because as the game is playing right now, they are always defending. They are always trying to dodge those paddle stars. Niski also is going to have a gigantic impact when they start to set up those engages and those standoffs around either dragons or trying to hold off the towers.
Yeah, I mean, you just think about how these two comps work, like when it comes to finding picks. Like, Mad Lions have so much more range. Even if the game was on perfectly equal footing, Niski's bubbles always have more options to try and find picks, whereas SK, they're looking at a Varasult and maybe Marcoon coming in on a flank.
Look at this.
Look at that. That's what I'm talking about.
Connects. Esakit is not going to be able to get away for now. It's Kazi forced to pop. The explosive cast sends him to safety. Niski firing off from the
There we go.
Flash over the wall from Esakit. He's going to be using that cleanse as well. Niski stays alive, manages to get more damage down onto Certus, but it's just a trade of HP bars and summoner spells.
Niski playing on an absolute edge right there, over the wall, flashing away, getting the poke damage down. One big Q onto DOS just destroys the entire fight for SK.
Both of these teams are willing to throw everything into these skirmishes, and when you see the utility of the healing, that is making it so much more difficult to kill their opponents.
I think we're definitely seeing a bit of nerves from SK though, right? We've seen them overcommit to these topside plays. You get Marcoon, who just messes up that Gragas barrel as well. SK are making these little mistakes that are giving Mad Lions the opportunities into this game, and I think Mad Lions have been one of the best teams in the LEC this split at punishing those mistakes, at finding the advantages through that, and that's why Mad Lions have managed to get a 3,000 gold lead at this stage.
It's just been clinical from the Mad Lions. Now the second Herald spawns on the top side of the map, they're going to be playing there again. Mid lane turret very, very low, and I don't think SK are in a position where they even want to contest around this Herald. You can see them playing towards bot side, but there's not even camps down there for them to try and invade and steal away. Yeah, maybe you can play for a turret, but look at this. Irrelevant is completely isolated on the top side of the map. No one can save him. DOS doesn't even have ultimate.
3 members of the Mad Lions applying pressure. The rest of SK setting up on the bottom lane. Gonna push that one all the way forward. Irrelevant will get chunked out by that paddle stop. Just a couple of autos landing on the tower. So it's vision set up inside that southern quadrant of the jungle. The tower is picked up in the bottom lane, but it will be traded here by the Mad Lions.
Yeah, check it out too, because SK had recalls channeled on Marcoon and DOS. They canceled it. Look where they are. They are so far forward. They are going to be here in jungle for a minute at least, unless they go through with these bases. But again, that's 30 wasted seconds if they're not committing and trying to shut this one down. And it looks like they're gone.
And the problem was that Marcoon and DOS started those resets because they knew that the Rift Tower was in the back pocket of Ilyoya. So they will always loot out on a potential trade, potentially lose an inhibitor if they continue to push onto this tier 2. So really nice timing there for Mad Lions to not only get the objective, but pick up a tower and control of the map again off the back of this.
So gentlemen, it looks to me like SK are setting up to contest the next dragon. They push some vision deep into the jungle. Teleports available for both Certus and Irrelevant. We're a minute and 10 seconds away. There's no TP available for Niski, but Chasey's is up. So I want to see who's going to get priority in the lanes, who's going to be able to set up in the river. It is still only a 2,000 gold lead as we're approaching 20 minutes.
The main issue, like, look, everyone's got one item except for Chasey with 2. That's absolutely nuts. But Mad Lions, because they have Rift Herald, they can just drop this in mid lane, get free priority running down the lane, then control river. It doesn't matter their wards in their jungle because they're still going to have first prio in mid and first control of river.
Haven't dropped it just yet. That AoE from SK doing a lot of work. The barrel is going to pin Hylissang against the wall, but he's not taken out. Finally, the wish is used by DOS to get the retreat. SK lose the tower. Nobody is killed, but that damage and that range is keeping everyone at bay.
It's because you've got the artillery cannon Niski over the side. He's just constantly taking pop shots at SK, and the Mad Lions now get the tower. They will look for a quick reset onto Hilly and move down over into the river to get the control that Ender was talking about.
Yeah, nothing SK can do. They knew they probably needed to look for a fight before before Herald goes down, right? If you can kill a couple of players, then you can get to Drake. In that sense, it's a smart play, but the damage couldn't come through in time to find that pick. The theory is there. Marcoon, that ultimate does so much damage, but it just was not enough against everything Mad Lions had.
You can see how close it is for SK working though, right? Marcoon, a couple of these barrels have nearly taken members out alongside Exakick. If Mad Lions actually do stick around for too long underneath these towers, that's where the poke from SK can come through. But as long as they're playing this hit and run style, it becomes very, very difficult to do. It does mean though Mad Lions, they do have the dragons, but they really need to try and secure things like Baron to close out this.
Ooh, that's so much damage onto Exakick. Will use the cleanse to escape with his life. And you talk about that poke, you talk about the range from SK. Nobody from Mad Lions is standing grouped up or standing in a traditional sieging position. They are always split off on the side. Niski is always away from the squad. So it makes it so much more difficult for SK to actually find the necessary targets.
I think you have an idea, right? Like once you're put behind as SK, you know the enemy team is going to be grouping up and taking an objective because SK couldn't fight for the dragon. They're trying to spread out there, get experience in the jungle in all 3 different lanes. So in that sense, Exakick was able to get picked off. The problem is, I think that Niski, because he's had sort of free entrance into the enemy jungle to try and play with those really thick walls to get the big range on the bubbles, whether it's the mid lane siege or even the bot lane was able to hit Certus a couple of times. SK are just constantly under pressure because they have to clear waves, but they also have to maintain control over their own jungle. They can't do both at the same time because they are behind, and that puts them in a really tough position unless they're finding someone with the Chains of Corruption.
And that's why, again, you're kind of seeing this, hey, we'll group up, we'll push mid, and then we can start to lean in to get the vision, as Niski and Hilly are just demonstrating at the moment. Rift Herald, though, will get a charge into the tower. I don't think they're looking to take it, though. That might be a step too far.
Well, let's find out. That Sleepy Trouble bubble making SK step further and further back. Rift Herald will get the charge, drop the tower to 20%. And once again, Mad Lions are showing that they can keep the pressure up, force SK back, that range advantage, keeping them in control. Minion Wave making its way forward, another sleep will connect. Marcoon will not be able
There's
to
the jump!
Then Niski is dropped! He's taken out by Irrelevant, and all of a sudden, SK, they bought themselves some time.
Perfect. Critical mistake from Niski there, getting picked off, but SK also had about a 5-second window before the minion wave ran into the tower where they could try to look for a pick against Niski. Niski goes for the poke and gets absolutely slammed.
Again, it's Exakick stepping up. Great Chains of Corruption to lock down Niski on that play. And now SK can get these waves pushed out, start to establish vision around the Baron, and make sure that Mad Lions can't keep up this constant assault that they've been doing.
And of course, the game will slow down a little bit. It's so much more difficult and so much more risky to push those inner towers. So for Mad Lions, any small misstep, any small mistake can be punished, and SK have demonstrated time and time again that they are able to punish. They are able to bounce back from a deficit. With 3 minutes until the Dragon, 3 minutes until the Soul for Mad Lions, they cannot concede that one.
Yeah, that would be so brutal for them. Especially like looking at the inventory of Mad Lions, so you got a couple of stopwatches as well. So I do believe Niski had it for the last one. Wouldn't have mattered, would have gotten destroyed instantly coming out of that regardless. But it makes that pick potential, right? Where you're unloading all of your big poke cooldowns and Marcoon's ult at the same time. One stopwatch could eat that up, and then your fight is gone. Again, I can't stress enough that if one big Q lands against DOS, that's like so much healing that SK would also be losing out on, so his positioning has to be perfect too.
Just able to step away.
Doesn't connect there, Dagda.
Yeah, I'm going to hold on for a sec because it looks like Mad Lions are trying to get in here, but Marcoon should be able to step away. I think the big thing about the stopwatches as well is Mad Lions, very short range, very little engage, have to put themselves in awkward positions to make these plays work. So it feels like when you've got the long range Cocoon, the long range Trouble Bubble from Niski as well, they're the 2 big setups you're actually looking for here. And I think that's why you're seeing these early Zhonya's come through, because you need to have that opportunity to keep yourself safe so you can set up these plays.
And while Mad Lions are taking that bottom inner turret, Irrelevant is pushing the top outer. Something that Dagda, you and I were looking for over the last couple games was SK setting up those cross maps. A lot of damage onto DOS, pulled backwards, blast down. It's Hilly that secures the kill. Irrelevant is starting to channel that recall, but with the tower down, with the kill secured, Mad Lions peel towards Baron.
Run immediately over towards Baron right here, because what Mad Lions are going to look for first and foremost is to turn up against SK, right? No Soraka on the opposite side. They can start up this Baron and instantly find a good bubble through the the thickness of the wall here. If that's even what they want to do, I really think this is an opportunity to try and get a flash or something before the dragon fight.
Yeah, I think Soul is so important to them. They're just going to take the reset. Instead of trying to risk it, get their vision, make sure SK can play to their compositional strengths, and make sure they can actually get this Soul secured before they worry about the Baron.
And of course, if they put themselves in that Baron pit, the Jace damage, the Varus damage, so much easier to land, so much riskier, I think, for the Mad Lions composition. DOS also was only a 10-second death timer. The Wish could have been used if they started a fight, but instead, it's the River, it's SK setting up 30 seconds until the Dragon.
I think this is where it gets dangerous, though. The turn from Mad Lions is insane. The TP's coming through.
Well, at what can Chasey do? 5 members of SK inside the River. That is huge damage from the Zoe, and SK are being obliterated and melted and decimated. Mad Lions on the hunt as Certus is running for his life. 3 kills secured already.
The perfect flank from Chasey coming flying in, playing off of the bubbles. Mad Lions eviscerate SK. Niski's not done yet. Hillisang on the charge. We might see him.
All of a sudden, Irrelevant gets at least 1 back, but it does look like Mad Lions will secure the Soul. They will obliterate SK in the team fight, and all of a sudden, Mad Lions continue to apply the pressure.
I mean, look, it's a nice consolation prize, but realistically, that's not going to do much. Mad Lions with the Soul, they still have control on the map because everyone in SK had to go back to the base. So look at the vision, it's everywhere there, and Mad Lions continuing to look for these picks as soon as they can.
I mean, such a beautiful teleport flank. SK pushed so hard to control that mid lane, to try to set up for the Dragon, and ultimately, they just grouped up for the burst damage to land.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great bubble here to start things off from Niski. Also, Silence Field used super early, so there's nothing there. Karzi also spell shields the Chains of Corruption, and SK are funneled into Chasey. Like, the flank is right there, and when none of your spells work for SK, there's just nowhere to run.
And Niski's been doing such a great job of finding key spells onto Exekick. Every time he steps up with an arrow to try and poke, there's a paddle star that's coming through, there's a bubble that's hitting, and it makes it so difficult for SK to try and do anything in these fights. And now, yes, you've got SK who've established vision back on their side of the jungle and the top side, but you just push mid as Mad Lions. You then get to walk straight through that top side jungle and do whatever the hell you want.
And of course, when there is no setup time, no range, and no time for SK to land that poke, that silver value in a close-up, clumped-up 5v5 is gigantic. Mad Lions have got themselves the Soul, a 5,000 gold lead, and now they're setting up some vision in and around Baron, potentially pulling SK towards them. Like you said, Ender, using that darkness, using the Sleepy Trouble Bubble and Cocoon to find the pick, and that can unlock the objective.
I was trying to do some quick maths, and I'm pretty sure Mad Lions spent 525 gold on pink wards on their last base. They came out, 3 players had 2, there was another one as well, so all of this SK vision, yeah, they've grouped up, they're getting it now, but that is going to disappear very, very quickly. They have to be able to hold their ground on this, or it's just going to be gone the second the sweepers come back online and these pinks go down.
It's so sick to see Niski popping off like this, especially as we talked about it in the opening of the show, that he wanted to show that he was still a carry. Everyone talks about how he's a facilitator, but now it's been twice we've seen this Zoe. He's looked absolutely stellar on it, and again he's shown up to be a mainstay carry for Mad Lions.
Of course, Mad Lions are now trying to hold off SK. 2 members, Hilly as well as Niski, pushing out SK from the river. Chasey goes all the way forward, now being backed up by the rest of the Pride. They've got control of the mid lane. They've got control of the jungle. And it's SK trying to find an answer, but they are so far behind. It is incredibly difficult to step into the darkness to get close enough to even challenge Mads.
Also, you have no towers outside your base for SK, and enemy team has multiple speed ups. The Sivir and the Karma can chase you down, so it's very hard for SK to continue playing forward. Now, luckily for them, I don't think Mad Lions are going to overcommit towards this Baron. They could start it up and again look to turn, but because SK are on red side, stealing away the Baron over the wall is always going to be something weighing on Mad Lions' mind. That's not really as viable an option for SK playing around the Drake. So 3 minutes till the Elder, that is going to be lights out.
And that's the thing with the poke, with the CC that you offer.
Here we go.
For
Is the engage coming out? Silence Field will at least prevent the...
Look at Karzi!
From Chasey, but Karzi's running into 5 members. He's blown up. Bullet obliterated by Irrelevant, stepping one step too far. The wish from DOS doing so much, but Niski will not be able to find the Battle Star, and SK still on the retreat, still falling back.
And that's where I was about to say, I don't think Mad Lions need to actually get into the face of SK. Long range from Niski, the CC from the Cocoon, look to play for picks, look to play for SK as they step out of their base, but take a step too far, you get a kill onto Karzi, you buy space for SK, and they can now wait to get some of this gold into their back pockets.
Are they called the Mad Lions or the Patient Lions, though? Because these cats are looking feral, looking for some frags every which way they can. Niski had a slight misstep earlier, but this just goes to show what SK can always do to you. The threat is always there.
Oh, so much damage. The thing is, it has been relatively consistent from the Mad Lions. They have looked for the picks. They have used vision to their advantage. They honestly are taking full advantage of Niski Zoe because he has almost single-handedly controlled the majority of this rift. DOS is continuing to run away for his life. Teleport's being challenged.
The silence!
Equinox is dropped! The silence was huge! And now Chasey caught in between three. Got that ghost available to him. Hillisek stepping forward. Turns his focus onto Exekick. Doesn't have the damage just yet. Pulls him back with the all-out. And Hilly gets the kill in a 2v4. All of a sudden, Cards and Elyoya, they blow up Marcoon. Turn their attention to Irrelevant. Hilly flashes over the wall. Finds the route. Here comes the Mad Lions. Trying to find another kill. And SK Gaming can do naught to stop them.
Another Cocoon on the other side. Surge is trying to run, scramble his way back towards the base, has to turn it straight around. Mad Lions, what started out as Niski getting picked, obliterate SK Gaming.
Chasey popping off, getting onto Exekick, making sure there was no hope for SK in that fight. And once more, Mad Lions are standing tall, Baron in their eyes at 50 seconds till the Elder. How the hell do you come back into this one?
I don't know. For the Mad Lions, they have found every single objective throughout the course of their 30 minutes. That Baron will be secured. And this all started with Niski potentially overstepping. You criticize him for this move.
Yeah, I mean, he's looking for the one shot. Gotta respect that. But DOS flashing into the silence field was really nice to guarantee the kill coming in. And then you think, oh, Chasey TP'd in. He's absolutely dead. But all of Mad Lions are on the way. I don't know how, but everyone always forgets about Chasey, and Chasey always delivers.
I think Exekick, though, bit of a misstep. He thought he was safe to walk that direction because Gragas had been hiding down at the bottom. Marcoon was trying to zone away Karzi in that, but because you now don't have Exekick, Certus is the only real one left with damage. Irrelevant because he was set behind. Basically just a pretty looking shot.
Well, we're going to find out. The entire kit is thrown out. Hourglass used their buy. Elyoya by some time. All of a sudden, the damage coming back forward as Karzi as well as Chasey secure yet another. Certus is in the ride and taken down. Double kill for Cassante. All of a sudden, Mad Lions have got 40-second death timers and a 5v3.
I hate it when my entire champion is countered by one old pocket watch. Absolutely ruined. DOS is put to sleep underneath the tower. Relevant is going to be able to zone it away, and DOS barely survives.
There's nothing that SK can do. All of a sudden, Mad Lions are setting their sights on the Nexus turrets. Irrelevance, Mega Gnar, not going to be able to find a target just yet. He's pushed backwards as Chasey and Hilly continue to spam. Nexus turret number 2 is being burned down. Chain of Corruptions by just a couple seconds as Mad Lions may want to pad the stats, find some more kills, taking out Irrelevant as Chasey now turns back to the Nexus. Gen 1 goes to the Mad Lions.
A fantastic performance from the Mad Lions coming out of this. Immediately putting pressure onto the top side, getting Chasey ahead, getting control of the objectives, and making sure SK never got to play towards the strengths of their comp.
The more impressive thing for me is the consistency with which Mad Lions were on that front foot, were playing forward. They didn't give SK a moment to breathe, a chance to come back, because SK have demonstrated they can do that.
They never deviated, right? This is a comp led by mid and jungle, and from Elyoya's early pathing to continually playing with Niski, getting him into the enemy jungle when they were looking for the sieges. The objective control was on point, and it was all because SK Gaming could never leave their side of the map.
And I think the thing was they didn't fall into the traps we've seen other teams like Vitality fall into against SK, giving up side lane control, giving the opportunity for Relevant to start split push, and slowly but surely SK find these opportunities to get back into the game. They were never ever taking their foot off the gas pedal, and Mad Lions did a beautiful job of closing that one out.
Yeah, Mad Lions never gave up a single Drake in the early game to delay by 5 minutes. That was a very early soul for them and just helped the snowball.
I think crucially as well, in terms of the draft, preventing and removing any of those frontline, heavy engaged tank-style champions having a gigantic impact on this. SK Gaming compositionally needed time, they needed to land the poke, they needed vision, but they never get a chance to set that
It
up.
was such a wacky draft, going heavy for the top lane, Sejuani making it through entirely, going for the AP Gragas. The one-shots never came in, because again, stopwatch is turbo cringe.
I think it was a bit of a brave move from SK, though. This is a composition we really haven't seen them try it before. They've always fallen back on, we've got Cassiopeia in the mid lane, we've got scaling, we can play for late game fights, we've got a Jax, but this was a very different one. And when they've fallen behind consistently at this stage, I think you change it over.
Well, we're going to have to find out. SK Gaming will have side selection. We'll figure out what their answer is. For now, we're going to head to Vedius at the Telestrator.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Now, we saw some pretty crazy stuff in the early game, and I wanted to break down some of the solo kills. But in order to get to the solo kills, we've got to go even earlier and look at the setup. Now, I'm going to be joined with my observers, and we're going to go through some of this cool early game stuff that the Mad Lions did, in particular around the top side of the map, which then led to the solo kill that happened in mid lane as well. So if we could bring up the game, we're going to be very early on, and we're going to actually look at how this dive is set up. So you guys can just roll this one out, because this isn't too complicated. The idea is that Chasey aggressively pushed in the waves early on to set up a wave that they can look to dive on. This is read pretty well by SK as they try to match. As you can see, Markoon comes in from behind the lane to try and mitigate what is happening. And keep your eyes on what Markoon does here. He keeps Elyoya CC'd long enough with the flash E so that they have enough damage to secure him before the repel can come through. But the crucial thing here is that Irrelevant lost his flash. Now, we're going to speed forward. We're going to double time about a minute, about 2 minutes ahead, as our observers are going to quickly zoom through, because what we're going to see very soon is Elyoya immediately path actually back up towards the top side of the map. So keep double timing, observers, and we're going to pause it very quickly here because I want to draw attention to some of the cool stuff that actually happened. Back a little bit, observers, back a little bit, back up, back up, back up, back up. We're going to jump in ahead of the game here a little bit. Okay, so if we can pause it right here, thank you very much, observers. What happened was we actually had Nisqy TP to the tower and then move into lane at the same time as Elyoya pathed from bot side all the way up to top lane to threaten a dive once again onto Irrelevant. Now, why is this important? The whole game plan here is to actually just try and get these early advantages and to shut down Irrelevant as much as possible. So thank you, observers. Let's play this one out and actually see the dive happen, because Irrelevant, there's very little that he can do here. He has no flash. It's a very easy early game play. And Elyoya, only level 3 still for the time being. Nisqy committing his TP up towards the top side, guarantees them a kill and sets up Chasey for success. Now, these two early investment plays mean that at this point in time, Irrelevant's going to be behind in experience and behind in gold. And then you'll see as well the TP back into mid so that Nisqy can catch the mid wave too. So everything is going extremely well in terms of the early game. So now let's actually fast forward up towards the point with which Chasey is able to find that solo kill. He has the level advantage. He's going to look to try and get these short skirmishes off and kind of trade back and forth with Irrelevant where he can. Again, look at the wave positioning here. He's forcing Irrelevant to stay a little overextended in the lane, and then he stacks up the 3 Qs, is able to get the quick stun into knock-up, into, I expect, the ultimate, into the quick kill here with the additional Q. It was just beautifully played by Chasey. And then how does this set up for the play in mid lane? Well, Certus, he actually tries to roam up towards the top side. I think we can zoom forward a little bit here, observers, because he's trying to help his teammate. He recognized that the gank threat is from Elyoya. He's moving up towards the top side of the map, and Certus just wants to actually go and help his team. And then Nisqy is able to find a beautiful punish here by leveraging the fact that he can land the E into the ignite, into the Q, and it's just a beautiful play by Nisqy. Just great early advantages gained that all stemmed from this heavy investment in towards the top side of the map that allowed the Mad Lions to snowball what was a beautiful early game. Now, to break down the rest of this game, I'm going to send it over to the analyst desk.
Thank you so much, Betty. Goldberg, at some point I was looking over to you. I think it was kind of the earlier parts of those replays, and you were like this, like, oh my god. So what was it about?
Yeah, so basically in the first play that Certus covered the dive, he decided to TP up while Nisqy was still around in the mid lane and walked back. Now, what we didn't see on the monitor there was the fact that Nisqy had actually walked back into lane, picked up Certus TP on the reset, used Certus TP to completely cheat the tempo, and then he could use his own TP to get back so he didn't lose anything. I've never seen that sequence of play before in pro play the way it just happened.
Nice. And I'm happy that we're highlighting Chasey as well, because he's someone that we haven't talked about that much, actually. And I think maybe it's because he's always doing his job to a T without a lot of help from Elyoya. So I was definitely surprised that there was so much attention going towards the top lane from the Mad Lions in this first game.
Yeah, but at the same time, it makes so much sense when you have Elise, because Elise is such a strong early game ganking diving champion, and top lane is just the easiest targets. Like, what is Irrelevant going to do when Elise and Zoe constantly appears in this lane, right? So I think how they played this was really beautiful. Elioya was sitting a lot around mid lane. Niski obviously got the solo kill, which helped unlock him, and then they just keep going top lane. There's nothing Irrelevant can do. Chasey turns into a monster, and there's just no way back.
I honestly thought it was a little bit, because we saw the same thing against Astralis, where Hylissang started roaming top instead of going into the mid lane. And in my head, I'm like, yeah, but it's a fluke. There's no way they're going to continue playing for the top side like this, because it was the first time we saw them do it to that kind of capacity. But they're following up on it, and Mad Lions ever evolving as a team this year.
And to be fair, they didn't really have to play towards the mid lane because Niski was doing fine on his own. In fact, he was everywhere by himself. And I feel like when that happens and you're on the side of SK and you weren't able to contend Hylissang, something that was a key to winning this game, right? You weren't able to contain Niski, and it's going so well top lane. I mean, where do you start, Broxa?
Yeah, like it's a very, very difficult game to play for SK. Like, we already know that the early game generally isn't their strongest. For the most part, they're really good at just sitting back, stalling, just, you know, setting up defensive vision and eventually finding openings. But at this point, because Mad Lions played so cleanly, because they got so far ahead, like, they just had no chance of coming back. It was straight up impossible.
Yeah, legit. The way the early souls were stacked as well. What was really impressive to me about Niski in this game was just like how much of it he did by himself with the resources he had on the champions. That was almost a perfect game in terms of how everything was set up, both from him and Chase as well, especially in the breakdown that Vedi had as well, cancelling out Nah Jump. I think not only are they performing on the macro level, but individually, they're just so good today. Like, honestly, wow.
In this first game, they were great, but let's hope that SK can kind of find their footing so it's not just a swoop. Let's bring out the team compositions and let's take a look at where things could change out. Now, for SK, we've said many times, they don't have a lot in their toolbox when it comes to early game prowess, but here the problem was that, I guess, for Mad Lions, they were good early and they were always going to be good late anyway, right? So where does the adaptation start?
Well, the big surprise for me in drafts was that SK opted into Gragas instead of taking a Sejuani. Sejuani we often see being first picked, very, very strong pick, good answer into Elise. But Makoon, he felt like spicing it up a little, I guess, and that's the upside of a best of 5. You can take a risk, and even if it goes wrong, you can just go back to what you know works. And I think just having a more traditional jungler that not only can match Elise early game, but also do a lot in team fights would help create a lot of stability. And that combined with them, you know, locking in an early Jace, early Varus, like, their comp is just really one-dimensional and has to snowball.
SK Blue, by the way.
Yeah, I think from the draft that makes a lot of sense. But I also think gameplay-wise as well, going into the next game, you had some successful ganks toward Kasi, which elevated your bot side, but the rest of the map was burning too hard for that little lead to matter. So either you double down on that in the bot lane and you kind of leave top lane even more lonely because you know they're going to play on it to get more something tanky top side, as we've already seen with Science as well. Irrelevant has been very good on that. And play towards your own strengths as well, because Mad Lions right now, you need to get a leader against them somewhere, and I think the easiest for SK is still that bot lane.
It almost worked also. We had a situation in which Carzzy had 1 health in one of those skirmishes. Like, who knows what could have been. But as you say, it was all a bit on fire, unfortunately, for the side of SK Gaming. Let's see if they can bring it back in game 2 right after this.
Oh yeah, we are BDS. I'm what? I'm BDS? BDS. We are BDS? No, business. Business? Yeah.
What business? I think he said you are virgin, Carzzy.
I'm virgin?
I'm the spell shield as well. Once level 6 comes around, hold that thought.
That's a lot of damage, and as Irrelevant is just solo kills.
Okay, look here. Yeah. Look.
Just stopwatch.
Nice one.
Nice.
This is Mad Lions may want to pad the stats, find some more kills, taking out Irrelevant as Chasey now turns back to the Nexus. Game 1 goes to the Mad Lions. Welcome back to the caster desk for Mad Lions versus SK Gaming on the final weekend of the winter split. Game number 1 wins the Mad Lions in a very dominant fashion. It was a little rough around the edges, it was a little chaotic, but ultimately, Mad Lions put their pedal to the metal and they did not let off. SK needs to find an answer. They have picked blue side for game 2, so I want to see what is their approach to draft and how do they change their game plan once they are on the Rift?
Well, I think first and foremost, just being blue side should in theory solve a lot of their problems. Again, in the last game, it was a lot of these top lane bans at the start, the Jax, the Sion. I think that's less viable for Mad Lions on red side. At the same time, they might just leave open a bunch of the OPs because they think banning away these top laners puts Irrelevant in a really bad spot. But on top of that too, all of a sudden your blue side, you threaten the Elise first pick. You maybe don't have to ban the Ashe too, because that's something that you can put in your wheelhouse as well.
I definitely want to see them change it up, because the big one for me is you're going for a poke comp that you want to try and control the game early, and if you fall behind, it's not going to work out. That has not been SK's strong point at all in groups, and now coming into playoffs, we're still seeing it against Mad Lions here. I want to see them go for scaling, opt into something where they can fight back, even if they do fall behind at the early stages.
Find out what SK Gaming decide as we load into picks and bans. On the blue side for SK Gaming, what we have seen is a little bit more focus and pressure and threat in the top lane in the last few games. And it was Alyoya moving towards Chase, putting so much pressure on Irrelevant, taking his tower as well, keeping Irrelevant out of the game, and immediately Varus is going to be the first ban here from SK.
Yeah, I think Mad Lions sort of get to decide now, what is this draft going to look like? Is it junglers? Is it top laners? And like I was thinking, moving over towards the red side, they're going to have to remove a few junglers. Now, I expect to see the Elise taken off the board. I think that Marcoon has looked at his strongest so far this split when he's playing a proactive jungler, right? Like, he was one of the first players to start busting out that Elise. His early tower dives towards the bot lane were so strong for SK back in the early weeks. So I don't want to see him on something like the Grog August versus Elise again, he needs a lot more early game playmaking priority.
But the big thing, though, is if Mad Lions decide to leave open something like the Elise and say, hey, Marcoon, you can have that early productivity, maybe they just go for something like a Lucian Nami for Karzi and Hilly in the bot side, and they actually just try to play through the strength there instead. It's something that was banned in the last round, could actually see it slip through here.
Wait a second, SK are just banning all the champions they picked last game.
It's an interesting approach here. When you look at that Jax ban, there's 0 games played for Chasey throughout winter. There's going to be the Elise finally removed from the pool on blue side as well. That's not something that we were anticipating, and that is a little bit concerning when you consider the strength of the champion in the current meta.
Yeah, I feel like it's basically a call out saying, hey, Sejuani is going to be the last big jungler here. Are you going to ban it? So with the Ashe ban, you're going to get the Sejuani coming through. I imagine you have a trade of the Lucian Nami coming through for Mad Lions, but it definitely feels like getting that Sejuani is the priority here from Marcoon.
Yeah, I think the Ashe ban is almost forced there from the Elise, because that's what I think SK were trying to eyeball right there. Give them a little bit more reliable engage options. Because again, last game, it was primarily just the Varus ultimate. Now they have the Sejuani immediately, giving them way more options to go forward.
This will be the 5th time that Marcoon has played that Sejuani. All 4 previous games were victories, and the Lucian Nami exactly as expected.
I'm curious if we get the Draven again for Extra Kick, and they're already covered. I feel like this has been such a good answer to the Lucian Nami, being able to play this hyper-aggressive lane. You've already got your lead coming through from from having the Sejuani there as well, but actually going to turn over last second. We're just going to get the Zeri Lulu instead.
Yeah, the scaling options for SK have been very popular for them recently, just sort of snowballing past your opponents. No big surprise, Elyoya moves over to the Vi here as well, with the big 3 junglers taken off the board. I think that gives him so many options, just hard camp a lot of lanes, especially once the ultimate does come online. And I think that playing around mid lane as well, like some of the champions that Niski likes to play, a lot of single target burst if they want to sort of set up and look to blow up Certus.
And that's where I think for SK, it's kind of hard to try and pigeonhole Niski right now. His champion pool is so large. I think you do prioritize topside. Get rid of things like the Gnar, get rid of some of these easy blind pick champions, and then basically put the pressure on towards Mad Lions going, hey, do you want to counter pick your mid, or do you want to counter pick your top side on red side?
I think you almost expect like Cassante blind to come in here for Chasey. That could be a good option. A Gnar as well, I would say too, just to make sure Niski does have counter pick on the bot side of the map, because mid lane was a problem for SK in game number 1. Niski's Zoe was all over Certus. The solo kill in mid lane, dominating him once they swapped down towards the bottom side as well. So the fact that they are red side and you guarantee him a winning matchup when he's already winning this matchup is so brutal for SK.
Yeah, I feel like it's just going to be the Gnar coming through here for Chasey, and then again, as you say, set up easy for Niski to have that counter pick. There are options here for Certus still in that mid lane. We can try and fall back towards things like the Victors or the Cassiopes or these kind of things that he's been happy to play, and especially when you got a very short range composition like Mad Lions that wants to dive forward, opens up opportunities for things like the Cassiope.
Yeah, I'm thinking like Sylas too as a potential option here. Big ultimates from both junglers you can try to steal away and look for picks with in the mid game. Could be a decent option if the matchup is suitable, but the Cassante does come through for Chasey, so maybe just Cassante Gnar once again if Relevant wants to walk into it. At least he's not at as big of risk at getting dove as he was versus the Elise.
I mean, Chasey has played more Cassante than any other champion this split. This will be the 7th game played. Of his 6 previous, he picked up 4 wins, and I think when you look back on that previous game performance, the flanks, the ability to pick up those solo kills, Chasey had a significant impact. Irrelevant has locked in that Gnar and Certus. What will this final lock-in be? We've already got the makings of a strong team fight. We've got a good front line. We've got initiation tools, and Certus will lock in the Akali. 2 games played already this winter. However, both of them were victories. He's had powerful performances. And Niski, what did you run into it here, Ender?
Yeah, that's what I want to know, because like the Akali pick is definitely spicy. I was thinking the Sylas could be a solid answer here. I was thinking Certus might just blind pick the Sylas, to be completely honest. But you've got such great ultimates on the other side. You can potentially try to steal away, but it's the Kassadin that Mad Lions banned in game number 1. Niski ticking up the clock to 16.
I mean, the biggest issue, I like the Kassadin as an answer into the Akali, but I do get a bit nervous where it's like, okay, every other part of our composition really wants to try and play through a strong mid game, and you're not really getting your opportunity to play towards that because you are waiting for this Kassadin to come online. You're also going to give yourself a little bit of vulnerability when it comes towards early skirmishes. So again, it does feel like a huge amount relies on Mad Lions being able to stabilize the bot lane, play through Karzi and Hilly for the early stages, and buy time for Niski to get to that later point.
Mad Lions have demonstrated a strong ability to do everything you just said, Dagda, so the pressure is going to be here on SK Gaming. In terms of adaptations in Game 2, do you like what you've seen here from SK?
Yeah, SK looking much better, I think. Just jungle champion for Marcoon looks really solid. They've got the scaling options. Mid lane is still a bit of a question mark to me, but this is a much more doable situation for Certus to get out around the map, play alongside Irrelevant, and try to snowball out towards your bottom lane.
It just looks like comfort. It just looks exactly what they've been able to perform on during the regular split, and it's been something that we haven't really got to see a huge amount of in the early stages go well, but it's something that they've definitely been able to perform on later on as those games go deeper in. So I'm expecting to see this once more. Probably a little bit of struggle for SK in the early stages, but if they can get this Zeri Lulu going, that's where XK can step up again.
Where does Marcoon focus his time? Where does Marcoon take his undefeated Sejuani? Where does Marcoon try to lead SK once more? He's shown an ability to impact on this specific champion time and time again. Let's hit the rift for Mad vs SK. Let's take a quick look at this bottom lane. No 5v5 shenanigans this time around. There was at least a small attempt in game number 1. And for now, a fairly defensive start. So I'll keep my eyes once again on this jungle pathing from Marcoon and Alioya. Marcoon this time around needs to have a more meaningful impact, I feel. The game 1 Elise from Alioya was absolutely everywhere. But I think a little bit more surprising for me was just how active every single lane was. We had solo kills, we had duo kills. Everybody was skirmishing pretty much throughout the entirety of the laning phase.
And I feel like we're going to get a similar story here for Mad Lions, specifically trying to play around Karzi and Hylissang. I feel like trying to get this bot lane unlocked so you can try and play for Rift Herald, to try and find opportunities to actually stall out the game, you know, maybe contest an early dragon, so that then Niski actually gets time to scale into the later portion game is going to be so crucial for them.
Oh, XK and DOS are trying to maybe find a timing where they could catch Karzi and Hylissang, noting they were a little bit split apart when they went for that early ward, spotting out Marcoon. I think both junglers should be spotted here, although Alioya, knowing his red buff potentially warded, moving down towards his bottom side of the map. So he's not giving away he's on the red buff, but that sort of gives away that he's moving towards the bot side of the map.
Maybe some information, and the question is, what does he do next? What does he do after he's picked up a few of those camps? Immediately, all the lanes are continuing to play aggressive. We saw Karzi and Hilly trading with Exekick and DOS in the river, and we're going to be pushing forward, using the ranged abilities of these Enchanter supports to try and gain some level of control. Karzi and Hilly stepping forward, but respecting the little lance, respecting the Lulu for now.
There's big focus on SK's bot lane to get priority here. Playing into bot lane very early on, they hit level 2 first, have the shove here as well, but this puts them in a slightly compromised position because Marcoon, finishing his third camp, wants to move towards the top side to clear that away, whereas Alioya has the option to look for a bot side gank.
Great observers there, or great highlight from the observers, as Marcoon was able to avoid that ward just in front of his chicken camp. Gets over the wall. DOS forced to dash away. Will be able to stay alive for now, but so much burst damage from that Lucian Nami combo.
I mean, Marcoon going to try and make his way up towards this top side with Chasey overextended, but I feel like Alioya should be able to match him bot, but he's going to roam up towards this top side for his red buff as well.
Oh, damage coming down. Going to get that hyper proc as well as the boomerang. The Arctic Assault from Marcoon. Chasey goes forward, has thrown down the ghost for now. Alioya not even making his way up top, conceding this for the time being. The root comes in from Marcoon, Irrelevant chasing in that mini-gnaw. Boomerang goes out, and it's first blood to SK.
Yeah, and because Alioya already started moving towards the top side of the map, no potential to threaten down towards the bottom side. A really nice move from Marcoon. Again, on a proactive early game, jungler finds the angle after 3 camps to move straight into the top lane. And if we could actually hover over, because they're going to fight over the crab right now. I think Irrelevant was trying to set up a freeze, but that means he doesn't have prio to move into river.
Look at the river. Chasey's going to be first reply from top, but it's Certus from mid that is throwing some level of backup. While that's happening, the engage in the bottom lane. Exekick has got that barrier and may need it if the fight continues. Hylissang chunked down low. Karzi stepping forward, trying to use that passive. Burst fire after burst fire from Exekick. Holding on to those sums. DOS is forced to flash to safety, and now Exekick steps forward. Gets the Ultra Shock, and that's going to be a small small advantage here to Mad Lions.
That was such a weird 2v2 because Mad Lions are obviously winning in a sense, but the only target they could really hit after the flash was XKick, who still has the barrier and the flash, and he could have turned that around with a very low man on card.
I think it's actually a bit of a follow-on from DOS messing up early and taking the horrible trade. The wave was in a terrible position, and they've been trying so hard to get that push in, and trying to get that means that Karzi and Hilly are able to get another summoner spell off of DOS, and it feels like an easy setup now for Elyoya if he can make his way down towards this bottom side. Exakick sticks around though, will get the wave crash, which is crucial for them there.
A lot of damage onto Hilly. Won't be able to find that laser burst, and as Exkick pushes this wave in, small CS advantage. Some of these minions will be denied to Karzi, but he hasn't backed just yet. So both of these bottom lanes on slightly different timers. Karzi has now returned to lane, and DOS stepping into Mad Lion's jungle.
Yeah, this is kind of tough right now because I think Marcoon is in a really awkward position. He was pathing towards bot because that's where his camps are coming back up, and also Exkick really wanted to push the wave, but at the same time, Irrelevant's trying to freeze on the top side of the map. Elyoya has free reign to walk into the top side jungle, so he's going to be able to get a lot of camps, and it's putting us in a position where Marcoon very behind in terms of EXP. This is very Malrong-esque of him now ticking up to 4, where he almost has to look for ganks. I'm a little bit surprised to see Elyoya not stick around to go for the Gromp, but with the top lane starting to push back a little bit, he doesn't commit.
I mean, you mentioned these stats there from Marcoon, and in terms of junglers, and at least statistically speaking, he's not one of the impressive junglers. He's near the bottom of the table for goal difference, K+A, kill participation. But one of the things that I do find very interesting about Marcoon is he has found an ability to impact the game and to get his team ahead. Specifically on the Sejuani, he's already found first blood in this game, and it's going to allow Irrelevant to continue applying pressure here onto Chasey. 20 CS lead already, and keep in mind, this is because of the fact that Marcoon was able to gank and help Irrelevant early on.
But that's the thing, we've kind of seen the two different styles coming through as Mad Lions have had Niski and Elyoya working together, and they want to try and make a play on boss.
Right, no flash available for DOS. Heal just came back up. Maybe he needs to need that right now. Exakick facing off against 4 members of the Mad Lions. The tower shot's doing a lot of work on Elyoya's HP. What? Exakick flashes forward, gets himself at least 1 back. The Mad Lions kill both SK's bottom laners.
A double kill for Karzi. Now, Certus is here. Marcoon also very close, but I don't know if they quite have the ability to close the gap.
Ooh.
Good flash by Karzi. Dodges away from the Shuriken, and that should be the end of things for SK.
Well, almost SK. Can they find a little bit more? The recall's a little bit greedy here, as all of a sudden Niski and Karzi cancel it. They burst down Marcoon, dash all the way forward. Marcoon's running for his life. He stays alive below 200. And Mad Lions able to fend off SK.
Certus is way less of a threat without that ultimate available, so Mad Lions stick around. They know that they have Elyoya waiting in the wings as well, so just waiting to see if SK overstep. Xkick did a nice job to get one back, but it's still Mad Lions who get away with this.
Yeah, Mad Lions are just playing really well, and I think this comes down to Elyoya playing around the wave states, right? Again, he was topside when Irrelevant was trying to freeze. It lets him walk into the enemy jungle. Then Marcoon runs up to try and cover. Mad Lions have pushing bot side, so he and Niski roam down to attempt the dive up against the SK duo. They are always looking to punish on those crashing waves. I think Marcoon's been slightly mismatched with where he's going at those times.
Of course, for Mad Lions, crucially, they've been able to contain this Zeri Lulu lane. It's a 2-0 Lucian, and this is taking us back to the dive.
And this is a great timing window for Niski. Earlier TP means that he gets into wave to push mid, then gets to move into bot side, is here for the dive. Great setup. Little bit unfortunate here where Elyoya does an extra auto attack onto Exakick, which then means that he ends up tanking up the wave, which actually allows Exakick then to go for this play underneath the tower. So a little bit unfortunate, but still great job there to get 2 kills early onto this Lucian.
Yeah, at the end of the day, you get 2 kills on the Lucian, you're able to push in that wave, deny the minions away, so bot lane even in terms of those minions. But we'll have to keep watching this, because I think Marcoon, especially now that he's ticked over to level 6, is going to have to be on the money when it comes to reading where Elyoya is trying to dive around the map. Elyoya, also level 6, you know he wants to use that the second he can.
Look at this, both teams at least showing face around the Rift Herald. 2-on-1 onto Chase. He's being focused out here. He's going to use all out to get inside the pit. Not going to be able to get over the wall. Locked in place, and the kill is secured by Certus. SK Gaming able to punish Chasey, who was a little bit out of position, I feel.
Mad Lions were trying to use the fact that Niski had pushed in mid and Chasey had shoved in top to maybe group up around this, but without Elyoya there, they're just outnumbered. SK pick up the kill, they get a crucial kill onto Certus as well, and yes, Elyoya will be able to trade for Dragon, but if SK can actually crack open these towers, get some much needed gold into the hands of Exakick and Certus, it's well worth it for them.
Yeah, I mean, top lane is just a wasteland right now. Irrelevant's getting multiple plates. There's always going to be that Rift Herald as well if they want to look to try and set up a dive. Now, it is going to be traded down on the bottom side of the map. You can see how the gold is kind of equalizing. 1.3 in favor of Gnar top side, 500 for Carzzy down on the bot half there, as well as Hilly gets one extra auto in. Proc the Spell Thieves get a little bit of extra money on that support item.
And the thing for me is for SK Gaming to have a gold lead, to have an advantage in kills, also to be able to pick up some of those neutral objectives by 10 minutes. This was an area of the game that they've been struggling with. So to bounce back, this is a great start.
And they want to try and extend that as well. Look at where Marcoon is again, hovering down here with the Rift Herald. You've already got 2 plates taken on this tower. They're trying to abuse the fact that you just had this reset from Carzzy and Hilly to crash this wave and look to finish off this tower on bot side. Certus, though, with reset on mid, does mean Nisqy could roam down to the bot side and actually match a lot of this pressure.
Yeah, there's a really big window for Mad Lions to do anything they want with the bases that are coming from SK, the support as well. So you can see Elyoya level 6, Hilly level 6. Let's walk into the enemy jungle, see if we can find a pick. There is a Zeri right next to us, and Exakick's walking straight towards it. I don't think they have the damage dealers quite in range to commit into a fight with all the Fog of War and Marcoon potentially in the area.
Not enough information there, but Mad Lions are on the hunt. Nisqy's already in the river, making his way towards this bottom lane. So the potential for another dive on the cards, and they're going to continue making that move.
Mad Lions want to abuse the item mismatch in bot lane, right? Carzzy has Gale Force already finished. Exakick, not quite as close. Made the pit stop 1100 on the Berserker Greaves, so it's a little bit lagging behind with those 2 kills that went to Carzzy. So any fights that break out around the Lucian, Mad Lions are winning.
Nisqy's been doing such a great job of managing his waves as well to make sure he's constantly finding windows to crash his wave mid, to sync up with Carzzy and Hilly crashing their own wave on bot side. He's able to always offer an extra man for Mad Lions on the bot side plays, which is why they have crazy vision on this bottom side that's spotting out every move SK are trying to make.
SK right now trying to clear that out. Still holding on to that bottom tower. 2 tower plates secured apiece for this bottom lane. Irrelevant, we caught a glimpse of him continuing to apply pressure onto Chasey up top. And Nisqy's even going to be able to get some damage there. Certus unable to get over the wall.
Yeah.
Irrelevant continuing. He's nearly 2,000 gold ahead of Chasey's Cassante.
But that Shuriken Flip missing is actually a really big deal because I don't think Nisqy could have stayed for the 3-4 auto attacks that were required to take the turret plate. So big amount of money, equalizing the mid lane matchup just because of one flubbed jump. That's not a great look.
And this now leaves an opportunity for, again, Elyoya to push up towards this top side. He's just trying to match Marcoon across the map because you know Marcoon is having that ticking timer on the Rift Herald. Looks like he's just going to plonk it down in mid lane off this wave push. Will be nice gold for Certus, who can try and deal with carries in the back line eventually, or maybe even Nisqy at the moment.
Look at this, Dagda, as well as Exakick and DOS, they've made their way up. Elyoya waiting inside that chicken camp. Not going to hop over the wall. The challenge or the problem is that Mad Lions duo is going to apply damage on that bottom tower.
Which is why I was so surprised to see Exakick and DOS roam up. I was like, okay, you're giving it to Certus, let him have it, but you're basically giving Carzzy free 75 time underneath the tower.
Well, now all of a sudden, the all out goes on to Irrelevant. Flash still available for him, going towards Mad Lion's side, but the cease and desist comes out, and Chasey gets himself a kill in reply. Elyoya able to set that one up for Mad Lions.
Mad Lions does a great job tracking around vision, and it all starts, believe it or not, with Hylissang on the bottom side. There were 2 control wards that SK placed inside their jungle. One was right outside of the Dragon Pit on the left side of the wall. Hylissang ran over there and cleared that control ward while SK were showing 4 players in mid. Then all 4 of those players run down to try and pick off Hylissang, who knows exactly how much time he has. That leaves top lane wide open for Elyoya to find the timing and find the kill.
And this is just really well played coming through from Mad Lions here. Again, Chasey has been doing such a good job of interrupting all these jumps from Irrelevant. We saw it in the last game, now we're seeing it once more. With Elyoya here, it's an easy setup. Just picking off Irrelevant, no hope from there.
Brutal scenes on the top side, because it was and still is going so well for Irrelevant, up 1.3 at the moment. But a Drake does spawn in 50 seconds, and this is where things get interesting. Exakick is basing now. Does he have enough for his first item? That could be a really big factor in this game. He's hiding out in base, so I hope he has enough as Elyoya steals away the camp. And he does. There it comes through.
I don't think SK are going to fight for this. Look at where DOS is placing all their vision. It feels to me like they're basically going to shove in mid and try and make a play topside onto Chasey. Although, Certus might be in trouble here.
Well, Mad Lions stepping forward. Marcoon's got the prison available to him. DOS can respond as Exakick joins him in the middle lane. Mad Lions to be able to at least push that vision forward. No teleport for Chasey, who's currently fending off Irrelevant in the top lane. And the Dragon will be spawning in just a few seconds.
I mean, the fact Elyoya is just living inside Marcoon's jungle says so much about how Mad Lions are playing for this bottom side of the map. Elyoya leading the league in terms of forward percentage of junglers. Marcoon, 10th place. Completely different when it comes to these two guys. And now you have to walk in through all of these control wards. Mad Lions constantly looking for a pick. It's a little bit of poke damage as the X-Kick has to dash out.
And Mad Lions are doing such a good job of drawing SK around the map. Ideally, they would be trying to look for a dive off of Irrelevant, having the wave pushing top, but because Mad Lions are slowly but surely pushing in, getting vision, putting pressure onto Certus, it was very hard for SK to really do anything. Now, pushing mid, though, does give them an opportunity.
Yeah, they group 4v3 in mid lane, so they have Prio. Actually, the wave coming through. Gonna be a good field goal on that, but as Niski continues to push in the bottom side of the map, right now, Mad Lions do not have control of Riven. That is a problem for them, but Chasey has the option to move down if he wants.
But Mad have missed their timing window. Relevant gets top lane turret, he's gonna be able to shove in, he gets to roam down first, and I feel like Mad Lions had the opportunity to actually start up this Dragon, use the amount of vision that they had set up, but they went for red buff instead, and now SK are in a position to really fight for this.
And of course, with no tidal wave available, it kind of emboldened SK just a little bit. They stepped into the river, but it is Mad Lions that have started off this Dragon. SK stepping forward. Certus can flank from the south, and the Dragon is now secured. Chasey's making his way towards a potential fight. No teleport, and Irrelevant is already here. The prison comes up, and Kazi instantly cleanses and flashes away. Certus dives all the way forward, and here comes X-Kick. He's being culled down, but the
He's alive!
keeps him alive. Gigantic shields and heals. All of a sudden, it's Mad Lions running back.
SK roll in, get one kill. They should be able to find the turret as well. Although Mad Lions, look how Chasey is moving right now. He might try to look for a pick. Right now, SK, they're trying to base, but Irrelevant is very far forward.
This is going to be trouble. Marcoon's able to complete it. Slightly greedy, and Irrelevant will be able to Mega Gnar out. Some
They all
support
just dipped on him.
Mad Lions stepping forward. Irrelevant will hop over Doss's head, who's still got that flash available to him. Here comes Elyoya. No ultimate available, no minion wave to work with for a few seconds longer. And SK escaped. That was a little bit risky, but Mad Lions should secure the tower.
Doss being a homie there, letting Irrelevant jump on his head to make the great escape, managing to step away, so great job from SK, and even X-Kick there, you kind of said it. The heal, the shield, the picks, the wall growth, that he wipes the sweat from his head and says, oh yeah, that was an easy one.
Easy peasy, get out of there, no problem, but I'm still not convinced that was a winning play for SK, and I think that's a lot of damage. A big part of that was Certus wanted to run bot side, didn't want to give up the waves that Niski had been shoving in for so long. And because of that, Mad Lions were able to group up, sneak away the Baron. Yes, they lose one player, but at the end of the day, they didn't lose the tower, they got one themselves, and now they're first over here onto the Herald. SK are not grouped up, but it teleports up in 5 for Irrelevant.
Do they want to fight it? It might be too late. The Rift Herald is already secured. Elyoya picks that one up. Irrelevant continues to push in that bottom lane, maintaining that 2,000 gold lead, 30 CS advantage over Chasey for the moment. And SK have maintained some level of a lead. They've got that 2,000 gold advantage. They managed to apply pressure, but unfortunately they are still down 2 dragons, and this was the engage that was started off by SK.
Great job from Karzi here. Tanks the ultimate from Marcoon, knowing it has the cleanse, immediately gets that one out. Flash Gale Force to try and get a bit of distance, but X-Kick goes in here, manages to get the ultimate, finish off the kill, and look how much just comes down in his spot. He manages to dodge out the bubble, but shield, barrier, heal, ward growth, everything used to make sure that the AD carry stays standing and gets a little something back for SK.
It's just one thing that I've been paying really close attention to this series is how both these teams are playing off of their waves. And I think SK, they do win out in the fight, but there were options, right? Like if Irrelevant had taken one less wave in top lane, he's down bot side 20 seconds faster. They're in the river. Certus gives up the wave down bot side. They can again try to contest it as here we go.
Well, that's X-Kick caught out with the cease and desist. He's able to use the wall for safety, and Marcoon's bought enough time for Irrelevant's teleport. It's Kazi that's taken out. Mad Lions have bitten off more than they can chew, and it's 2 kills to SK.
Who needs the waves when you got a double TP?
Oh my god!
Get into the mid lane. It doesn't matter if you're a little bit late. And now SK, they do get a lot back, but the big problem now is they have to gain more. 2 TPs down for things like Baron and third Dragon up. They have to net a huge win out of this.
All good. They get 2 kills. They're going to get 2 towers as well. Elyoya goes way too deep. That was absolutely wild. Also, for all you aspiring Vi players out there, Zeri's really slippery. It's really hard. Like, the follow-up isn't there in time to get the immediate burst. So if she gets next to a wall, she is just absolutely out of there. Marcoon also with a great interrupt onto Carzzy means there's no culling or anything to try and chain the damage down. And frankly, nowhere for Carzzy to run.
And SK Gaming were so ready for that. The teleport's coming in instantaneously. Marcoon managing to connect with that Glacial Prison, preventing any of the culling damage from being thrown out, and that extends the gold lead. SK Gaming, 2 towers to 1, 3K up. And just before we get set up for another fight, I want to just highlight some of the experience differences between these respective teams. If you look at the table on the left-hand side of your screen, this is the total number of LEC games that have been played between the respective players. Hylissang, by far, the most experienced player here on the roster. And I think for this young, for this new, for this developing SK squad, they're in a great position. And in my opinion, the ability to improve upon that early game that looked so weak in the last couple of games is fantastic.
They might struggle here in the mid game though. Double TP now gone. Chasey gets the push in, or sorry, Nisqy gets the push in on top side, and immediately Mad Lions are going to trade this. They can go for 2 towers, and it's Mad Lions saying, hey, look, we don't care if you get a dragon. We know we have the TP advantages and we can play for this.
But look at this response from SK, shoving out mid. Carzzy was supposed to be there to be able to pick that one up, but can't really do anything. So yeah, sure, 2 towers going to be played for on the top side. Maybe a third could be strong enough for Mad Lions with the extra charge of the Rift Herald going through. Hit that tower, make sure it can get one more big attack, and that could be really big. 143 HP, but does look like the Akali's in time to shut that one down.
And very important, Nisqy level 13 for the time being. 0-0-2. Nat Cassidy getting closer and closer to that level 16 power spike. And I think for SK, going to be very happy. They've got those additional towers in the inner set, on the inner mid lane. They've managed to pick up their first dragon as well, delaying that soul, delaying that Elder Dragon. And it is still SK currently playing on the front foot.
And don't forget as well, just on the levels for Nisqy, he still has to finish this Rod of Ages, so we'll still get that extra level coming through when he gets the 10 stack. So Nisqy well on his way to being a massive threat, and already when you can see Carzzy as well, 2 kills, Gale Force, working on that last Whisper as well. He's in a fantastic spot to actually try and be a big threat. So I wouldn't be surprised to see the crew lock up in mid with Elyoya, Carzzy and Hilly, see if they can find these quick picks, play around the Lucian, and just buy time and space again for Nisqy to continue to scale.
I'm just not sure how easily Mad Lions are going to be able to fight for Vision. Right now they take control of bot side river, SK take top, but with SK having first hit on this mid wave, they should be able to walk in to that red buff jungle of Mad Lions, maybe put down some wards. There are 2 in the inventory of DOS if you want to use those. Also have the vision in mid to make sure Mad Lions can't just run straight down that lane into the river as an option. But for Mad Lions, as long as Chasey is in a side lane, it's pretty hard for them to sort of step forward right into the darkness of SK's jungle, because I mean, who's going to tank Elyoya? Maybe you have the scouting of a piercing light from Carzzy, but not much more than that.
And of course, the teleports that were used just a couple minutes ago, now available. 10 seconds for both Irrelevant and Certus. Nisqy as well will get his back. And both teams setting up in this North River. Irrelevant can jump into the fight if necessary, but Mad Lions challenging the vision and starting to back out.
Exactly. This is good fundamental, right? Chasey pushes out the bot side wave, moves up with his team, and that unlocks the ability for Mad Lions to step into the Baron.
But I do agree with your point, Ender. It feels like it should be Chasey pushing top, Nisqy pushing bot. Yep. You've got the Caston, who has the TP as well. He'll be totally fine, but it allows you to work with Chasey. And this is something that we kind of seen from Mad Lions a lot, where they underutilize Chasey when it comes to the mid game. And I think this is really important now, where they do set themselves up for success and have that tanky front line so they can test SK as they move through the jungle.
One thing we haven't seen yet is the 1v1 between Caston and Gnar in a side lane, but look how Irrelevant is itemizing, right? Plated steel caps, going for the Randuins now. It's all this armor, and Nisqy, as he continues to get levels, continues to get items, bot lane's going to look better and better and better, but now, with 2 teleports up on both solo laners, Mad Lions are trying to collapse 2v1 against Irrelevant.
Irrelevant has got that Mega Gnar available. He's going to initiate now onto Nisqy, find the stun teleport coming out from Certus. Is Irrelevant going to be alive?
Too late.
Completes, flashes into the tri-bush, and Chasey's trying to hunt down, not going to find the damage from the Q, and Nisqy is all of a sudden being focused. What? He may be taken out from Certus, who's forced to flash over the wall, and it's SK that win it out.
What a play! Certus teleports in, Irrelevant kiting for his life somehow stays alive, dodging everything Chasey throws against him on just 1 HP. The entire game unlocked now for SK as they sprint to the Baron.
Irrelevant still has the TP. He's going to reset and make sure that he can get here. Oh, Yoya, you have to make the miracle steal, but SK, they don't want to let him in.
They've peeled, they've stunned him, they've locked him down. The chase is on, and Exekick will kill Yoya. Tidal Wave is used defensively for the Mad Lions. They forced Mad's hand, and SK are back inside the pits.
In game 1, the solo laners for Mad Lions absolutely carry, but in game 2, Certus and Irrelevant destroy them in the 2-on-2.
5 versus 3. Not a lot to work with. Another teleport coming in as Niski has respawned inside the pit. Irrelevant hops over the wall, uses that gnaw once more, and jumps forward. Baron is secured by SK at the cost of Irrelevant's life, and Mad are on the hunt, forcing the flash from Dasu. Will use that blast cone to safety for now. Riftwalk after Riftwalk, and Niski now has to deal with 4 members of SK. How aggressive is he feeling? The Baron secured, 5,000 gold the lead, and it's SK in control.
Perfect timing on the Baron as well, because they get to reset, come back out on the map, and 55 seconds until the Dragon is up as well. You can use that Baron to make sure you can get control over the area, and suddenly, again, we're seeing SK taking over in the mid game.
What a play from SK, because if Irrelevant doesn't dodge those abilities at the very end, right? The flash over the wall, kiting it out. Then Certus also just dies, but the burst damage against gets a Niski. I was wondering how the 1v1 would go. Well, with the Mega Narc to start, absolutely in favor of Irrelevant. But look at that, flashing into the control wards. There's no vision to try and get an attack, then dodging away from that ability as well. Kiting away with the hop, and then procs Hyper to finish off the kill. It is perfection with Certus following through.
The failed flash from Niski was really unfortunate as well. Doesn't get over the wall, doesn't get to create that distance. And then great follow-up here from SK. Immediately jump onto Yoya. Don't give Mad Lions the opportunity to look for the steal. And as we talked about, as you can see in the picture-in-picture, they're immediately going to move down to bot side. They want to put pressure around this Dragon area and see if they can use the Baron to get turrets and keep pressure.
Exceptional play from the individual members, allowing the team objective to be secured. SK now on the siege. 5 members in this bottom lane. They are standing toe-to-toe with all 5 members of the Mad Lions, who are clearing out the minion wave relatively well. They can push that vision just a little bit further, and Dragon is also available. So an objective to fall back to if SK feel they have enough time. But it's all of a sudden Exekick that gets jumped on, gets cold below half health. The Prison not doing a whole lot to prevent Mad Lions, but the re-engage, it's all of a sudden cold.
Certus!
Got up 1 onto DOS. Certus is on the back line. He's got a kill already inside the field, and now finds a second. Niski not going to be able to kill out Exekick, and Chasey running for his life. Certus re-engages and finds yet another. A triple kill for Certus Akali.
Certus is just 1v9 in the backline. What a glow up here from the SK mid lane, eviscerating the squishies on the side of Mad Lions and turning around what looked like was going to be a lost fight for them.
Niski had his moment in the spotlight game 1, and now it's Certus saying, I've come to play as well. SK refuse to go easy off into the night, and now with Dragon still available, they just get to fall back towards that. Yoya is a bit up and available, but very low. He can't really move in.
Certus locked in that Akali blind. Certus, I was anticipating to be the player that could have been punished, that could have been a problem, looking at how Niski has played all season long. And Certus right now is silencing everybody. 5-0-4 has had phenomenal impact. But I think more important or more impressive for me is how unified and how cohesive this entire SK squad look.
Yeah, I mean, Mad Lions think they have a window here. They just saw the Gnar in mid lane, so look for this big burst onto X-Kick. We can force a fight, and it looks all right, but watch Certus, how he past the front line straight into the enemy back lines. Now it's like, wait, all I have is a Nami to try and peel me. Nothing Karzi can do against that. All of the CC of Chasey is in the front, so there's nothing to stop Certus dancing around in the fog. Perfect reset there as well, and can turn it back around for a kill, while Exekick is dodging away from so much too, dancing on the walls. It was a really nice team fight from SK, kiting back with their own backline, while Certus went ballistic against Mads.
And it's great to see Certus stepping up again. Deathless in the series against Heretics, deathless in the series against Vitality. This guy has been a crucial part of SK, silenced in game 1, but now stepping up hugely once more. Going to start pushing in onto this top side for SK. Niski answering in the bot side though.
Of course, SK Gaming have run out their timer on the Baron. They've got themselves 2 dragons to their name. And I think one thing that I haven't necessarily paid a huge amount of attention to, but almost every single one of these big team fights for the last 10 or so minutes, there have been the crucial flashes available. There have been the summoners up. And the Mad Lions have not been able to find opportunities or find windows to punish. For example, that double TP that SK committed to mid. The next few minutes, they played passive, they played controlled. They didn't allow an opportunity for Mad Lions to come back into the game. And that's what's given SK all the tools in these fights.
And that's where I was kind of talking about, for Carzzy and Hilly, you've got a mid-game composition. You know, Yoya being mid-game, and suddenly you slap a cast into the middle of there. Yes, you will have Nisqy come online now at level 16, try to be the big late-game scaler, but it feels like you have a bit of a mismatch here. And with the cast now, he has to be the one to carry. All eyes on Nisqy.
Irrelevant and the rest of SK fully aware. Teleport being thrown down in the midst of Mad Lions, but Irrelevant is already killed. Mad managed to focus him before the rest of SK could arrive.
Certus, what was that?
Certus obliterating Mad. How?
Just absolutely insane. Mad Lions find the pick, but no Vial, no lockdown. Certus again playing for his cooldowns inside of his Shroud and getting out of there on the ult to make it a double.
I said keep eyes on Nisqy. You got to do nothing against Certus there. Immediately now, with only 25 seconds until the Baron, it feels like Mad Lions are inching ever closer to just being shut out of this game. Beautiful stuff from SK. The TP the backline. Irrelevant takes the brunt of the damage, but then Certus arrives in.
Again, look what he does here. Realizing Hylissang's the target. Ult 1, burst damage, returns to Nisqy to get a little closer to Hilly as well, and now sees his moment, decides, nope, not going to stick around in the face of 2 pretty tanky members. Just going to yeet himself on out of there, find the double, and continue to roll over Mad.
Cool, calm, and collected, completely
back for more.
And Irrelevant will now teleport into Mad Lions jungle. If you look at the minimap, mid lane is being pushed forward with the SK minions, whereas Baron is alive. It's a minute and a half until the next dragon. And it's SK all of a sudden pushing Mad, threatening them, looking for an opportunity to engage.
Every single fight has started with Mad Lions trying to force something. Yoya, whether it's trying to pick up X-Kick, he's done it before, but you have to have your lockdown for the Akali. Now she's got stopwatch, so Vi cannot shut her down. That's their most reliable CC tool, and Certus has all the tools at his disposal to pop off again.
X-Kick needs a few more seconds before his flash is available to him. Mad Lions unable to find the initiation, find the engage. Nisqy's charging up that Rift Walk. Nexikick healing up a little on that Brambleback. He's picked up the red buff and will be rejoining the rest of SK. It feels like Carzzy is fishing and hunting, using that rapid fire for poke.
Mad Lions are trying to buy time for when Dragon spawns. Try and play both sides of the map, but SK won't give it to them.
Watch Nisqy! Has to Rift Walk away to safety, trying to find that damage. X-Kick's got the barrier, got the flash. The prison has locked down Yoya. He's forced to use the stopwatch by some time. The re-engage comes out as the Wild Growth keeps Marcoon alive, but it's X-Kick on a rampage. He's found 1. Chasey falls to Irrelevant. The hop, the skip, the gnaw forces out the flashes. And all of a sudden, SK Gaming in a 5v3. They're going to continue to fight. They find another kill, and Mad Lions are destroyed in the mid lane.
X-Kick just became a frontliner in that fight. SK, forget the dragon, forget everything. They're charging. They want to end this right now.
They're tanking the towers. They want to keep this minion wave alive. SK see blood in the water, and they want to make sure they're putting Mad Lions in their place.
Looking to even out the series, bounce back from that game 1, and Certus on the Akali, hunting for another kill. 7-0-6, make that 8-0-6. And Nexus turret has fallen, and so has Nisqy. The ace inside the base, and SK will destroy Mad Lions, and even the series 1-1.
A perfect turnaround after that game 1 loss, because game 1 they felt like they could do nothing, but it started in the draft that Marcoon, early presence on the Rift, able to get some ganks, get some kills, and then when it came to the solo lanes from SK, the teleport into bot lane to match the 2 versus 2, Certus and Irrelevant went nuts.
We said we wanted to see comfort for SK, and that's exactly what we got. Certus confident to pick the Akali blind. You've got the Gnar there for Irrelevant to that top side. His most played champion, not only this year, but last year as well. And the bot lane once more stepping up huge. This is the SK we got to see in groups.
Every single member of SK delivering when they needed to in the team fights, in the engages and the skirmishes. For me, I think the speed at which those teleports have come in throughout both of the games is a big indicator to me just how well this team is playing. And for Mad Lions now, they are the ones in the back foot. They have to figure out what their answer is, because in these straight up head-to-head fights on even footing, SK can not only match, but so far outshine a little bit.
Absolutely. I mean, coming into this series, mid lane was the focus. I think everyone was expecting Mad Lions to be very lopsided, right? Niski, MVP-worthy performance already this year. Certus showed up, popped off in this game too, but one game does not make a series. He is going to have to come back once and another time to see this through.
What is the answer? It has been 544 days since Mad Lions have won a best of 5 in Europe. Will they be able to bounce back? We're going to head to the analyst desk to find out what they thought of that game.
That's a long time, and I like the fact that Ender asked the question, but the thing is, in 50% of the games today, he's popped off, and Niski's popped off in the other 50. I mean, he also actually kind of popped off in this one. So I feel like we should celebrate the fact that they came back in this series and won game 2, and Goldberg, and how, right? It's very, very convincing from the finish, even though Matt tried to throw everything in the kitchen sink.
Right, yeah, I still think like at early game it was a bit tricky, but you can clearly see they came in with a different plan as well, and that starts in the draft. This draft really just speaks of comfort for SK. It's really what we've come to expect from them, specifically in the group stage. The Seri that we've so often seen, the Lulu as well from DOS, and that gives them so much power as well.
Yeah, I think what they did was really impressive in terms of adaptation. All of a sudden, we go from Gragas, Jace, Poke, Varus to a standard SK team comp. And this is the beauty of best of 5, that you can take that risk, and then if it goes wrong, well, you just go back to what you know works, and all of a sudden, you know, things change. Back at 1-1, SK making it even.
Yeah, things changed. What were the most important things in the draft that changed?
Well, I definitely think the fact that they had way more reliable team fighting tools as well. Like, you know, getting that Sejuani on B1, way more comfort as well. And I think that's why they decided to take away the Elise. They didn't want to rely on the early game as well. They identified the fact that they need more reliable engage in the mid to late game. If you picked Elise there, yeah, sure, you could go ahead for the early game, but it still make the mid to late game harder for you. So I think they just said, you know what, get rid of the Elise, get the Sejuani. There we have it.
When it comes to the in-game play, then, your draft can be as good as it is, right? But it also translated into games. So what do you think were the major adaptations SK made in playing the early game? Because for once, Broxah, they did not fall behind.
Well, it started pretty early with Marcoon finding an early gang top, like he was level 3 Sejuani, moved all the way around top lane, found an easy kill, setting Irrelevant up for success, and then Mad Lions responds bot lane, immediately SK are ready to respond. And I think most of the plays that Mad Lions went for, now SK was actually there, on point. And like that's how they got the Baron as well. Bot lane, they made a play on Irrelevant, Certus is there. Irrelevant played like a god in that scenario, so that helped. But just overall, they were always ready with the counter plays.
And just in general, like, it's the fact that, you know what, they didn't fall completely behind in the early game. Like, there was actually someone who got a gold lead this time around. And I think where they truly shined again is where we came to really see the strength of SK, which is the team fighting, right? They had a composition this time around that was built around it, and we finally got to see that they held on long enough for them to finally get this going for themselves as well.
Yeah, you don't want to talk about your team fight?
I would love to be able to talk about the team fight as well, but I was just waiting for it here to appear if it's actually ready at the same time.
That's a good point. Overall, though, we're going to get into it in just a second because you've got your tools ready. You're going to show us something we did not see on first glance. If production could get GB's replay up on screen, that would be amazing. But it was good. What are the cliff notes? What are we looking at here?
Yeah, so essentially, this is still a point in time, right, where Mad Lions actually have an opportunity to commit plays. They are quite even still in the game here. And what I really love is the fact that SK acknowledges what they want to do, and they acknowledge how they shut this team fight down immediately as soon as they see it happen, right? So you're going to see them, they want to get aggressive on Exakick immediately. But what you need to pay attention to here is that now Elioy is very far from the rest of the team. Marcoon is going to be ready to shut down Kasi immediately, and with the disengage you get from from the Lulu and from the Seri, it's just going to be really difficult for them to play this game on Mad Lion's side. So as we queued out, you can see it instantly. The Sejuani ultimate comes down on Kasi. You can already see the TP channeling as soon as the fight begins. 2 instantly as well from this side of SK. They've been ready for this fight immediately, and they're way more grouped. You can see Chasey's over on this side trying to see if he can get down Dust, but it's so hard for them to continue out with the fight.
And Broxah, we know that Mad Lions are extremely comfortable taking fights, starting fights. They love to brawl, and I think when you look at it in that light, it's really good to see how ready SK was, even kind of before the play, knowing what they had to do to keep it going.
Yeah, and this is the SK we know. Like, when they play at their best, sure, early game can be a little sloppy at times. This time, it actually wasn't, which made it even greater, right? But they're just always on point when, you know, mid-game starts. They know what to do with these compositions. They're so practiced, their team synergy is there, communication clearly is there, and it's just all about getting to that point, getting the scaling comps going. And once that works, once the early game is fine, easy peasy.
When it flows, it flows.
Yeah, I think it was a very interesting adaptation as well from Mad Lions just in general in this one. You know, they completely shifted up their style. Earlier, they were going for that, right, let's play fully for top side. This time around, they tried the bot side. And it's really not the first time we've seen teams struggles to get a lead with the Lucian Nami and make it reliable. So I actually really think that the Lucian Nami, the more and more I see it, the more bait as well I think it is. But I also think it didn't help with the way that, you know, SK really just out-team for their opposition in the mid-game.
Yeah, and we're so much on comfort, right? We started off the segment talking about Certus, and I think maybe we can end before we kick it over to Vedius, because we had some question marks just because of how well Nisqy has been playing. The stats weren't in Certus's favor in Ready Check, but we know he's been so instrumental as well. And I specifically remember when he's been on his Akali, he's been able to turn around games.
Yeah, this guy has definitely been going under the radar. When we talk about SK, it's usually talk about Exakick, but they have 2 carries that are just incredible. And the fact that he can whip out this Akali in a pretty tough matchup versus Kassadin as well, and just completely dominate all these skirmishes, not dying a single time, is really, really incredible. And it's not only his Akali, he's shown a lot of flexibility. He can play so many champions and styles, and that makes him a really dangerous player.
Player to look out for. This mid lane matchup is shaping up to be one hell of one at that. And Vedius is standing by to break down another good team fight by SK.
Thank you very much, Shox. Yes, my name is Vedius, and you need to be ready because it's Vedi and it's Telly. We're going to talk a little bit about how the game ended for SK and exactly what went well, because they were already talking about Certus, and he was instrumental in setting them up for success. So, if we can start rolling out this clip, and I will give you some information as to when I would like the pause to come through. Irrelevant, he's going to get collapsed on, and pause it very quickly right here, because that right there was a beautiful use of CC. You'll notice that he, at this point for a Cassante, you are interruptible, but the CC will still follow up afterwards. So everyone is stunned. Absolutely everyone right now is just awkwardly looking at each other, unable to do anything. But it buys time, and that's the most crucial thing, ready for Certus to be able to join in the fight. He's going to push out top lane real quick and then join in. So let's roll out the clip and watch as the Akali joins into the exchange. Nisqy's already taken a decent amount of damage. The shield will come through, but Irrelevant played it beautifully, landing 2 stuns back-to-back onto Chasey, kiting him back into the Mega Gnar, and then leveraging his range and movement speed to create space and secure a kill so that he still lives. Immediately, SK used this numbers advantage to force the Baron, but they don't flip the 50-50. Everyone knows that in this situation, the stealer is always advantage, but Elyoya, he loses vision, he wants to try and gain it back, and then Marcoon cleanly over the wall is able to pick up that pick onto Elyoya, and SK very quickly convert this into the Baron themselves. That quick decision-making, that single play execution into what was a beautiful Baron take was incredibly keen from SK, and at this point you're like, okay, SK is still looking a little bit shaky. Kazi and Chasey could potentially do something to upset the apple cart, but Irrelevant does what he needs to. He dives from the Baron pit into the middle of the team, and he effectively acts as this wall that stops Mad from getting into the pit and stealing away the Baron. SK came back with a beautiful game 2, and it means we're guaranteed at least 2 more. For more action, we'll be right back after this break, so make sure you don't go anywhere.
Buffalo, I follow you, deep sea, baby. I follow you. I follow.
Sudden, the all out goes on to Irrelevant. Flash still available for him, going towards Mad Lion's side, but the cease and desist comes out.
Guys, where is Lucian? I think they look for me on mid. Yeah, they're looking on mid. I have TP, I have Mega, I'm TPing as well. I'm TPing as well. Go Lucian. All on Lucian. Go by now, go by. I can stun.
Okay.
Mad managed to focus him before the rest of SK could arrive.
Certus,
However,
what
we'll
was that?
find two. Certus obliterating Mad. How?
Just absolutely insane.
Moving. When did we stop doing it? When did we settle for technology that keeps us still?
So move me, baby, like you've nothing left to prove.
The Kia electric range. Technology that moves you. Kia. Movement that inspires.
Where legends have walked, and even bigger legends will continue to make their name.
I've been trying to keep myself busy. Whoa, I've been trying to numb all the pain. Whoa, I have seen the writings on the wall, telling me this time you're really gone. Oh, why, baby, why you working? I forget you. Oh, why, baby, why you working? I forget you. Can't forget you. You're all I'm thinking of. It's such a lonely love. Oh, why, baby, why you working? I forget you. Can't forget you. Oh, why, baby, why you working? I forget you. Oh, why, baby, why
Welcome back to the analyst desk for the Game 3 pick and bans, which will be done here live from the analyst desk. Gentlemen, I figured that because I am the chair now that I would do things a little bit differently.
Right.
And I love cue cards. So if we could get a quick zoom in, I've decided to draw visually the priorities of Game 3 that I think we need to talk about, okay? So let's focus in on this one first.
That's Elise.
That is Elise,
Yes.
okay? Can you tell me what this one is?
No, the cloud I don't get.
The
What is
cloud?
that?
Broxer, that's not a cloud. It is Maokai. Thank you, Broxer. What else have we got on here? Tell me.
Well, that's a Sejuani.
That is a Sejuani. Last one.
That's Nami.
Lucian Nami together.
Oh my God.
My analysts are brilliant. So let's talk about this jungle role. Let's talk about Elise, Maokai, Sejuani. Where do we think on the priority list they're going to fall in Game 3?
Well, I think there's going to be some bans on either of them. Blue side should be at an advantage because I doubt all three of them are going to be banned.
Right.
I think normally I would say Maokai 1, Elise 2, Sejuani 3, but we'll see how it goes.
Okay, and then the reason why I brought up the Lucian Nami was mainly because we have been seeing it a lot throughout the split, but I feel like that it's just not the same bot lane that we're used to seeing in terms of the domination and power. We saw Sivir in Game 1. We're seeing the Zeri Lulu come out again. Do we still think it's going to be a priority for Mad Lions, or do we think they're going to shift away from it?
I don't think any team should pick Lucian Nami at this point. It just doesn't seem very convincing. It seems like you can get away with just going hyper-scaling and still actually contesting them early game, so what's the point?
What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I completely agree. I think you mentioned your Sivir. You saw Seri just now in this game, right? Which one won both games? Sivir Game 1, Seri Game 2, and I'm not saying that's the only reason, but it sure as hell makes it easier to play when you have those options available to you.
Yeah, very much agree. So we will be seeing Jack, Sejuani, Maokai. So one of my cute little drawings so far being banned away. Let's see if the Lucian Nami will look to be prioritized as the Ashe. Kind of that ban that has to come through on red side. We've been seeing it now pretty consistently throughout the series. But here's the adaptation. Zeri being taken away from Exakik. You can see the smiles and laughs on his face. This was something during the regular season that they obviously had a lot of success with. It was often used for them as an answer into the Lucian Nami. And now the priority comes through for Mad, and it looks like that they are actually going to stick with it. I've already heard your thoughts on it. What do you think then SK could use as an alternative if they don't have the Zeri Lulu?
See, I'm actually of the opinion that Exakik, when he's playing the Zeri, that's kind of Exakik in chains, and at least in the early game, because they're not able to actually play that 2v2 that I'm so used to seeing them go for. They're actually not even going to go for that Lucian either, but I actually think that Exakik being in an element where he's allowed to play the laning phase, like if you put him on the side of a Draven into it, that's perfectly fine. Now, since Lucian hasn't been picked, I could easily see them try and pick the Sivir instead, go for that. Varus is also an option that's available.
Fair. The Lucian being hovered right now by SK. Something that we haven't been seeing a lot of here in playoffs. The Lucian actually going to be locked in by SK. Perhaps a little bit of a challenge being thrown out towards Kazi and Hilly, questioning if they actually have a bot lane answer. You already talked about the potential Sivir. Any other options you're thinking, Broxer, that maybe they could go for?
Well, they already showed us that.
Oh, they've already before you even get to speak.
Honestly, I think this is the perfect response to Lucian Nami, because traditionally Lucian Nami wants to take over early game. Draven is one of the few champions who can contest them, who can make it difficult. Like he just snowballs so hard. And with Hyli Sang unlocked on Nautilus, not only can they win the bot lane 2v2, but if they do, Hyli is going to be roaming all over the map and just destroying her own.
Completely agree. And you're kind of forced to pick your jungler here on 3 as well, just due to the fact of how many of them has already been removed, right? You go into the second ban phase with no jungler picked on SK Gaming side. Marcoon's just going to have an even harder time. And now with a Wukong as well, which is the champion that comes online when he hits that 6 or when he picks up that Divine Sundra, it's going to halter the early game a little bit from SK, and maybe at least in terms of how they would have liked it to be played had he, for example, been on a Sejuani.
Sure. Now, when I look at bans, I always like to think of, well, what does this mean? What does this imply to me? And I see a Talia, and this immediately suggests to me that SK is looking at something like an Azir. What about you two? What are you thinking when you see these bans?
Yeah, I agree. I think Azir should be the highest priority mid laner open right now. SK most likely will set up for it with some bans and force Mad Lions into a situation where they, they just have to ban it away. And that's what should be happening right now. If Azir does get banned, what is SK gonna do? Like, maybe they figured they set up a good blind pick mid with these two Talia Victor bans. Maybe they wanna pick a safe top laner. It could be something like a Nah for Irrelevant, something he's been really good with. Cassandra is open, that's also an option. Maybe Renekton. But now we should see Azir coming in, and then it's just No, actually not. It's open.
See, this was actually something I was curious about as well, because we've seen Irrelevant be so focused on Sion when his teams nearly read it the most. I think with Azir being available, you can take that now, and then you don't have to worry about a potential counter pick on Mad Lion's side if you were to blind pick the Gnar. Despite how effective it's been on Irrelevant so far, I think Azir is such a power pick, provides you so much late game engage as well, and just scaling in general.
Well, we all talked about it, we all expected it, and SK will go along with it. The Azir will be locked in for SK, giving them a little bit more range. We now look at Mad Lions in terms of their answer. They obviously have a hyper-aggressive bot side of the map. Something that really enables this is push. Maybe a Zoe here for Nisqy to be able to get that push to then potentially roam and threaten bot.
Yeah, it could be something like a Zoe, Silas, or something. Nisqy has lied a lot as well if they want to play aggressive and try to contest the mid lane. Could even be something like a Jace, theoretically speaking, but probably...
I also think of something like a... Oh, okay.
There we go.
I mean, maybe it was the... Talk me through this Jace, because this Jace doesn't make sense to me.
I think right now, for Mad Lions, it's all about the bot lane. It's all about setting up Draven Nautilus for success, because if they do that, Nautilus is going to function as a second jungler, and everything is going to collapse. Jace is one of the few champions who can just constantly put Azir under his turret, so he's not going to be able to do absolutely anything. The Gragas top makes a lot of sense, just super safe scaling pick in the top lane.
As well.
And now that he's versus Ornn, he's just going to be chilling everything straight up there.
We are finally seeing the return of Ornn, but Golborg, to me, this looks like SK going for a pretty typical front-to-back team fight. And Mad Lions looking for a bit more aggression in the bot side of the map. Unless the Gragas goes mid here, and they actually throw Chasey onto the Jace.
We've seen Faker do this a couple times now already in his latest series as well. Comet, the Gragas in that mid lane would make a lot of sense with the damage profile that also is existing on Mad Lions. And, you know, you just get free push from Jace as well going into this. So if you want pushing lanes, like, this is how he can at least bridge it.
Wow,
And I actually think that's going to come through as well. At first, I was a bit worried, because had that been a Gragas topside, I think if you went full late game, the amount of damage profile you would have on that team would be very minimum, and the Draven and Jace wouldn't really be set up for success. But this way around, is Nisqy, he's still going to be a threat.
So, my opinion is that Mad is good at playing through the early game, and they're good at playing through bot. So I like what Mad have gone for. I'm predicting Mad. Golborg, who are you predicting very quickly?
I'll take the scaling aspect. I'll go on SK side.
Scaling, go in SK. The decider, what are you thinking?
I'm also going to say Mad. I'm a little surprised at putting Jace top instead of just keeping him mid lane, just having priority. But I like the playmaking on Nisqy, and I think this is going to be really spicy.
It's almost like a throwback. I remember Nisqy's been playing a long time. I remember the good old days of Gragas mid, especially when we've been a little bit nostalgic today. But of course, we are here in Game 3 between SK and Mad Lions. We're guaranteed at least one more. So without further ado, let's get into it.
And welcome to Summoner's Rift for Game 3 of Mad Lions taking on SK. Two very interesting things to focus on. Nisqy running that Gragas mid lane. What impact will he be able to have? And can he roam to those side lanes? Secondly, I think we need to watch the bottom lane very closely. Throughout both of the games this series, every single player on the Rift has been willing to throw down, to play aggressively, to trade into one another. We've had a number of solo kills, we've had the 2v2 kills, and I think with a Draven Nautilus and Lucian Nami, the potential is huge for one of those duos to get ahead.
Yeah, you got to keep your eyes out for level 1 hooks. Of course, with the Glacial Augment, those hooks lock you down so brutally. Also, you'll notice Hylissang went down, put the ward in river, based immediately to get Sweeper, which is going to be back up right around the time he's back into lane, so they can play for bush control. If they get early pry on the waves, he camps up in a forward bush, and SK don't really get to farm.
And I'm surprised to see SK actually running the Ignite on Exekick. I thought I'd see the exhaust coming through, just make sure you can get past this really difficult lane matchup, but they want to try and go aggressive. Mad also hovering here, pretending that they're doing the red buff and helping out, so hiding where Elyoya is starting.
Yeah, Elyoya actually starting on the Wolves, which is something a bit unique. He's been doing a lot of these Raptor starts on the Vibe. You can see he takes E, level 1. Usually you take W against the single target camps, blue buff, red buff, for the percent HP damage. But here, level 1, we have the Hook playing for some early poke, and it is traded back here, but that's brutal hits onto DOS. Hylissang also has the Sweeper, so he can clear away this ward.
Causey being able to at least close out that exchange with the HP advantage. We've seen him play this Draven once this year. It was a loss, wasn't able to have the same level of impact that we've seen from other Draven players. But with that early trade, all of a sudden SK, they're conceding the wave, they're conceding the challenge, and they're playing very safe under their tower.
Keep your eyes on Marcoon though. Just immediately going over towards Gromp, wants to try and get down here as soon as this wave's crashed, but I don't know if he'll really get a chance to actually get an impact here. So Garzi and Hilly moving up now to get vision as well, make sure they're not going to get ganked.
Yeah, not the healthiest clear so far for Marcoon, so it'd be a little bit tough, especially with the really forward ward that they just went ahead and put down inside River. There's also a ward on Marcoon's Raptors, so I think Mad Lions have some idea that he's towards the bottom side of the map, but with this heavy push going for them, it's really hard for Marcoon to look for anything. Elyoya also path top to bot, so very good coverage for his duo lane.
And if Marcoon were to set up any potential plays, Elyoya may be in the area, may be able to respond without SK's knowledge. This middle lane, Certus has been able to shove all the way forward into Niski's Gragas. Every time those Sand Soldiers are dropped though, Niski's looking for opportunities to step forward, looking for opportunities to force Certus back. If he gets caught by that body slam, there's a lot of damage that can be thrown back out.
Yeah, body slam at level 6 too, a lot of displacement. Because I think one of the big misses in Mad Lions draft last game was Vi jungle, Casta in mid. Really hard to play around that lane. Whereas with the Gragas, so much potential to set up for that, especially around level 6. Like, I can't stop thinking in my brain about Faker's Gragas mid at Worlds, like ulting cool underneath the tower, just the insane old cask of those days. When level 6 comes online, there's so much playmaking potential around this lane.
And I feel like you have to as Mad Lions as well, because traditionally when you go for an aggressive bot lane with the Draven, you want someone that has push in mid, so you don't have a mid laner getting involved. If you just leave it as is, could be problems, but it might be problems already for SK.
Exakick is a little late to get back. DOS gets caught by that dredge line. Dash forward and flash from Exakick. DOS holding on to the sums for now. Throws out the heal finally, and Kazi will be able to at least force that one. Hylissang throwing all the ults down.
Fantastic bubble from DOS to keep the bot lane safe. I think Hylissang was trying to predict the flash from Exakick, but ended up finding the fish instead, and now Marcoon wants to get involved.
Oh, Marcoon will be able to find Elyoya first. Crushing blow down. 3 members of SK forcing out Elyoya. He's flashed into the tri-bush, but his first blood to Exakick.
Gorgeous flash from Marcoon, gets in front of the vault breaker from Elyoya. Elyoya cannot escape, absolutely shuts it down. The same way you'd flash in front of a Sion trying to ult out of a top lane situation. It's absolutely perfect for Marcoon tracking that one.
Fantastically done, especially for members of SK, and I think specifically for Exakick, who's been the danger man so many of SK's games. Take a look at this. On average, up 12 CS throughout the course of winter before today's games, plus 400 gold, and crucially for me, that is an insane damage per minute. He is always finding a way to have an impact in all of their games.
And the most impressive part is that he manages to go up against some of the best bot lanes that the LEC has and goes for the 2v2 kills, willing to push it to an edge and really show up. And just here, great addition from Marcoon here. Hop over the wall, set up, flash in front, give Exakick that time to follow up with the slows provided by DOS, and it's an easy kill for the SK bot lane.
Yeah, Elyoya thought he was safe, but Marcoon passed straight through the lane, then hopped over the ward. Hopped over the wall. There was a ward on Marcoon's blue buff that Elyoya thought would have given him enough coverage to be comfortable there, but it doesn't end up paying off. Now, though, you always have to be concerned. Because Hylissang went for melee support versus range, he unlocks the ability to roam around the map. Niski level 6, Mad Lions eye up that mid lane, consider can we play around this area. That's exactly where Hylissang went after the base, but Certus on his side of the lane, not very gankable.
And it feels like you still want Elyoya to be able to play around this bot side to try and get Karzi that early lead, but if you end up with SK continuously putting resources down here with Marcoon, it becomes very difficult to do that. I wouldn't be surprised if we get 1 or 2 more ganks from Elyoya down to the bot lane, like potentially now where he's already moving, but maybe we then see him transition up to help Chasey on this top side, where he can actually exploit the fact you have that push in this lane.
Well, right now, DOS and Exakick were able to back away before Elyoya could get in range. Irrelevant will throw out that call of the Forge God, and Chasey flashes away to safety. Irrelevant and Marcoon not able to combine for the kill.
Really cleverly played there by Chasey. I mean, he's just kind of face rolling into Irrelevant, but trying to knock him away from using that second cast of the Forge God. Really shuts down the playmaking, because this is the type of matchup, Ornn versus range champion on top side, where at level 6 you have so much kill threat. Ornn's back in the day would take unsealed spellbooks, they could switch over to Ignite, call their jungler up, and just kill whatever top laner they were playing against. But because Chasey dodges away from that. All he loses is the flash, and Marcoon's time spent topside gives a very easy Drake over to Matt.
And it feels like this has been the story every single game, is Matt getting this early objective control, not giving SK anything. Certus, good flash over the wall, gets him away from that play.
Certus was hugging the left side of the lane there too, knowing that Hill is saying very likely could look for a play. Ends up having to use the flash regardless, and this unlocks a lot of playmaking. Again, now that Niski doesn't have his, that's a little bit weaker, but Elyoya level 6 versus a flashless Certus, if he ever misplays with his E or Q, you have a big win to try and punish that.
Hey, just reverse that as well, right? You have Marcoon is going to be hitting his own level 6. You've got the opportunity for Certus to dip his way in and get the Emperor's Divide. So this mid lane has become very volatile with both those summoner spells down.
And Elyoya once again setting himself up for a gank. Level 5 right now. Kazi has rejoined the lane.
He's like 10% away from level 6. Look at bottom left screen. Look at that XP bar. It's ticking up. Needs one more minion, maybe 2 more minions. He needs this melee.
Ding. Look, be able to get just
level up.
Finally does. Cease and desist unlocked. Will slam down DOS. 1 kill secured already. A second to shot.
Get it to Karzi.
And DOS is taken out by Kazi.
Money, 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 baby. Karzi is racking it up in the bot lane. Elyoya takes over to 6 at the perfect time, and Karzi wins big.
Brilliant setup from the Mad Lions, and as you say, abusing that timing window perfectly. Marcoon will try to move up and answer a little bit with this Rift Herald on the top side, but look at how much gold Karzi's been able to pick up immediately, starting to move towards that Essence Reaver.
Elyoya just airdropped Medal of Honor Airborne over here, flying out of the sky. Is able to get a double Vault Breaker. And also, I think his Vault Breaker last hit the minions that gave him level 6, so he's just doing it all on his own. Make sure the kills goes over to Karzi. An easy plus 440. Call it a day.
And of course, had spent a fair amount of time there waiting for Kazi to rejoin. No visibility, no awareness from Exakick and DOS. And on that Draven, it is so important to get him to that Mythic, to get him that itemization advantage. Mad Lions have got a minor gold lead for now, but I think more importantly is how Elyoya is moving around the map and how active he has been able to get those advantages, get those summoner spells.
And I think one of the big questions for me coming into today was Elyoya versus Marcoon. What can we see? Because Elyoya has been absolutely spectacular for Mad Lions and kind of reminiscent of what we've seen from Marcoon, right? Elyoya wins Rookie the Split when he joins in 2021. Marcoon has a fantastic year in Excel last year and trying to step up to be almost a veteran of this new roster for SK, but hasn't been able to keep pace with the Spanish jungler right now.
Not right now, and I think for Elyoya, one of the things that's been very useful for him in Mad Lions has been Hylissang. And we take a look at him as a support throughout the course of the year. Jungle proximity, mid lane proximity, that's the amount of time they spend around those respective roles. Hilly's been roaming a whole lot. This is the first time we've seen him on that melee support. With the engage, Kazi's able to pick up that kill with the help of Hilly. He's now knocked up into the air by the Cyclone, flashes away to safety, stays alive before Marcoon can get anywhere near, and it's 3 more kills to the Mad Lions.
Oh, no, 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 no. Hylissang and Karzi just 2v3'd right there. Absolutely explode the first target, buying time, and Elyoya comes in to clean it all up. He might be looking for mid lane too. Check out how low Certus is. No flash on the Azir, and everyone is coming to party in the mid lane.
3 members of Mad Lions at least threatening Certus. Irrelevant will get caught by that belly bop. Throws out the Forge God, knocks up to Certus. Looks for the slide, the glide, and it's Exakick with the culling. That gets another for SK. He continues to chase forward. It's a double for Exakick, and they punish Mad Lions' attempts.
Where the hell did SK come from? They managed to catch Mad Lions with their pants down as they overextend, trying to make the play happen, but really nice job from SK to get something back for the bot lane.
Absolutely perfect. Again, they just got obliterated in the bot lane, but they're running up towards that top side. Have a great timing, and because it was supposed to be a dive attempt for Mad Lions, yes, they had 3 people around mid lane, but Elyoya was in the bot lane now. 2 players, 3 players on the top side for SK, but Hylissang is guarding to make sure that Niski can get all these minions safely.
Teleport there from Niski to at least clear out the wave, and with SK kind of swapping away from that 2v2, don't want to get stuck in lane with a fed Draven, especially when Hilly is being able to connect all of the CC and set up those kills.
I mean, great stand aside from Karzi to set this up as well. Easy follow-up then from Hilly with the ultimate. Elyoya in position as well. And Hilly does a great job of kind of guiding that play through. As Certus now stuck.
There's flash already used, pulled backwards by the ulti, And Niski, with the help of Chase, he picks up yet another kill.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm talking about, baby. The ultimate finally hits its target. Elyoya brings everyone into mid, and this is really good map movement from Mad Lions again. The fact that Chasey doesn't have a lane right now, well, he could go farm bot lane, but no, as the duo runs topside, he shifts down into mid. He's right there with Elyoya. They just went for this 2 minutes ago, but they run it back, and this time they went out.
No mid, no, I was going to say no dragon actually, but Marcoon's already on that. I assume Mad Lions were going to move over, but now Irrelevant holding down the fort in the mid lane.
Well, it's Hylissang going to be able to back up Niski, who's playing a Gragas mid lane for the first time in his career. A different look. It's one of these champions that obviously could be able to move side to side in the lanes, but with all of the shenanigans, look, Exakick is up in the top. There's pressure on the bottom lane as all of a sudden SK will be able to pick up their first dragon. Kazi completely uncontested. He's up 1,200 gold right now.
Look at the pathing. Elyoya already bot lane. Both Niski and Hylissang also running down here. Now the Herald will be able to get a big charge, but 4 plates remaining. It will not finish off the tower. So Karzi gets solo turret in the top lane. A lot of money going over towards him. Mad Lions currently up 3,500 off of the back of this one, and they're not giving a dive opportunity over to the other side.
They're really not. Another plate there secured in the mid lane. Certus is applying pressure onto Niski, who's got nothing available to him. No flash, no ulti. And for the time being, it's Certus falling a little bit behind. Multiple ganks, multiple amounts of pressure is hurting his ability to farm.
I think a bit of a mistake from Mad Lions, though, not picking up that second dragon. Realistically, you have cards who's absolutely huge. 2-item spike right now, and you've just bought time for SK to not actually have to go for any of these objective fights where you can abuse Karzi, get time to look for Ornn to scale to later, Azir to scale to the late stage as well, and suddenly be a big threat to try and put that pressure onto Karzi.
The way Mad Lions are playing right now, it's like trying to exploit gold for all it's worth. Playing for the turret plates, not caring as much about that second Drake, knowing that they can just continue to rack up on plates, getting one last one on Chasey before the turret falls, or the plating falls.
I mean, you talk about the gold, you talk about the advantage that Kazi's been able to build up. Infinity Edge and Essence Reaver completed already into just the Gale Force there for Exakick. So he's going to be able to just melt through really anybody that stands in his way. It's nearly a 4,000 gold lead. And with already that tower secured in the top lane, Niski continues to move around the map just a little bit. And it looks like with the backs coming in, more itemization picked up in SK, they have to find an opportunity to bounce back into this game. They cannot afford to just have a straight up head-to-head fight with this Draven.
They're hoping there's an overextend, a push for a cut kill around mid lane. That's what Exakick and DOS were waiting for. But one thing you always have to watch when a team takes mass resets, right? Mad Lions, these 3 players all just recalled at the same time. They're going to move onto the map and make a play together, but SK are waiting.
While waiting for that fight, Dredgeline connected, Hilly flashes forward, gets a multi-man knock-up, the barrel splits up SK, and they are routed and running for their lives. Irrelevant arrives just a moment too late, and SK lose 2 members.
Oh my god, pause the game, stop. What did we just witness? It was saying do to them.
To do that?
I don't think so. I don't think so. Like, they've got 3 players there. All of SK is ready to go and look for a kill. And he doesn't even blink. He just lands a Q and then flashes in. Man has no fear whatsoever.
This is why I love watching Hylissang on melee engage style supports. Yes, he still plays those enchanters and those range champions in a similar vein, but they do not have that same level of flashy impact like his Nautilus.
Especially when you know you've just got this fed as all hell Draven following up behind you as well. You have so many advantages through that bot side for the side of Mad Lions, and they are looking to just punish. You're going to get Rift Herald off this play as well, and now you get to start cracking down these turrets, making sure that it becomes really difficult for anyone on SK to step up throughout the jungle.
I just don't know if SK will ever try to make a play again. Like the one time they read what Mad Lions were trying to do, they grouped up around mid, and it just didn't even matter. That would put me into shock for the rest of the day.
It absolutely will. So the question is then, how and where do they find their angles? A quick update for you. I have heard from production that the players are reporting a peripheral issue. So while they work through that one, SK Gaming are 5,000 gold down. And just like we saw in that engage, if they try to start a fight, the Gragas is able to disengage to create the chaos necessary. So any of those mobility tools that are needed, that are used to initiate a fight for SK, instantly get cancelled. And on the re-engage, Mad Lions are just tearing through them.
And it's also the fact that you've got great opportunities to try and buy space for key members of Mad Lions. when you get the Garagas ult going down to keep Carzzy safe, and you got Hilly who can put himself into harm's way to start buying space for this Draven, it becomes very, very difficult. Because my big worry was, okay, Wukong, Ornn, dive in onto the back line. You got Azir to come through. He's even gone for the Crown of the Shattered Queen, so we can actually play a bit more forward and absorb some of these initial damages coming through from the Draven. But I just don't feel like when you've got Draven this far ahead, that it's going to be that easy with the peel that's available to actually get access to the Draven in these fights.
So let's talk a little bit about the next few minutes. We're currently 15 into the game, and what we've seen throughout both of the previous games this series is Mad Lions picking fights, hunting, applying pressure throughout. Can they continue to do that this time round? While we were in that on camera, Carzzy was engaged upon by Irrelevant and was forced to flash to safety. And all of a sudden, Chasey now looking for Marcoon. 2-level advantage, and Marcoon will just taxi his way to minions for safety.
Yeah, so basically what happened was Carzzy was just trying to farm away in mid lane like you do, and Irrelevant was like, oh, you got a little distracted, a little pause there. I'm going to slam the ultimate, call out the GOAT, and force a flash out of Carzzy. So that is definitely a big target, especially heading into potential dragon fight in 2 minutes on that Cloud if SK do decide to fight them there.
I mean, that's the one thing that you do have to keep in mind. The team fight 5v5 from SK is incredibly powerful. They synergize very well. The thing is, they cannot afford to miss anything because of how far ahead this Draven is and the amount of damage difference between the respective carries.
Man, Elyoya learned from last game, because if this was last game, he would just hit ult and actually, he didn't have ult up. Never mind. Didn't learn a thing. He would ult it if he could.
Real hard. But anyway, in the mid lane now, going to be able to get down this outer turret. A lot of members from SK completely out of position here, so Maz should be totally fine. Might even get a second turret, to be perfectly honest.
Let's find out. That Rift Herald will be able to charge up. At least 3 members staring down Mad Lions. Certus and Marcoon making their way forward, holding on to their dredge line for now. Irrelevant will not be able to get pulled back by that hook from Hilly, but 2 more towers secured. The gold lead extended even more, and we're a minute until Dragon.
And they can back clear all of these wards, right? That's 2 control wards they're walking past. I don't know if they spotted the one that Chasey just ran by. They did ping it out, so surely someone's going to be able to clear that. Maybe they didn't actually notice that one. They do have control wards aplenty down on this bot side of the jungle, so I think SK are going to try to cross map. They're trying to farm all these camps. Mad Lions aren't going to let them.
No, they're not. Mad Lions continue the hunt, continue to chase for kills. Marcoon stays alive long enough to at least get 1 tick on that Cyclone, and Exekick flash available to him. We'll need that in just a moment. He's run out of mana. 4 members of SK now running through the river, and Mad Lions are chasing. That's Chasey with the first of the fight, and Irrelevant will be the next, buying some time for the rest of his squad. But SK are split. They're behind enemy lines, and it feels like just a matter of time.
They're trying to run. Doss splits apart from his mid laner, trying to pull the attention of the Mad Lions members as he runs under the towers. But Certus is still being chased, snapped down to the bot jungle because he's on a sliver of HP, and the whirling death from Carzzy. No. He's coming around the corner, ready to stop him. The dragon interrupts it, and Carzzy goes unstoppable.
And it feels to me like SK have been caught in the chaos, and it is Mad Lions tearing them apart. Every single initiation for the last 10 minutes has gone Mad Lions' way.
It was just gorgeous decision-making again, because they just took this inner tower, and they realized we don't actually have to play for Drake. SK want to switch towards the top side, but they have nowhere to run without that tower. So they just sprint through mid lane, where again, without tower, you have no vision, sneak up on SK, and SK realized they're actually on the wrong side of the map. They thought it was going to be a handshake, and they could get a tower, get some camps for free. Mad Lions were having none of that. That's perfect snowballing.
And it's the fact that XK didn't have any mana. You didn't have Certus in the correct position. So many of these things falling apart because they didn't expect Mad Lions to contest them. So when they ended up finding that Mad Lions had come to join them, it was an absolute disaster, and Pad looking pretty happy with that one.
Oh yes, the coaching and analyst crew very happy with how this game is playing out. And I think for them, very important to actually pick up this win. SK were in a great position in the previous game, but it has felt like whoever's on blue side, whoever's been able to pick up that lead, has been able to run away with the game.
Fnatic just showed us Fnatic pause hack. Now it's Fnatic push hack. They found Chasey.
They have. Chasey's already down, but the re-engage is simply too much. Elyoya now trying to get the damage onto Doss as Marcoon and Exekick stepping backwards. The mine throws him up in the air. Exekick is pulled back for Carzzy to use those spin spinning axes. Niski holding off 2 members of SK, and there's not enough damage. There's not enough support. Certus will arrive a little bit late to the fight. Next kick is taken out by Kazi. Now SK are running. It's 3-on-3 in the river. Certus, while healthy, simply doesn't have the front line.
4-on-3 now as Irrelevant shows up. He has the call of the Forge God. If Mad Lions were to overstep, there could be a potential punish. SK, frankly, they get away with the murder. Like, in Goldborg gave him a tutorial earlier, they just managed to do it, getting 2 kills and slithering away.
It's also the fact you got these bounties, right? You get one off to Chasey, now you're going to get the bounty in the mid lane as well. It's a good amount of gold coming back, but it's a long way to crawl. You're still 8,000 gold behind. There's still a long way before SK can really come back into it, but maybe, just maybe, they can keep finding picks.
I really like this. They knew someone was going to come for that top wave. See, it's dead in the middle of that top lane, but here, both solo laners from SK are just not around, so somehow they have to kite this one through. I think Hylissang absolutely destroys X-Kick a couple of times here with the Qs. That ult from Niski, actually problematic, allowed a player from SK to survive, I do think, but they're straight to the Baron.
That's already down to half. All 5 members of SK grouped up. No flash available for X-Kick.
SK have no ult.
There are juicy targets indeed. Marcoon, no Cyclone available to him. The engage from Irrelevant may cost his life. Call of the Forge God simply doesn't do enough. 1, 2, 3 members down for SK. It's Kazi tearing through SK Gaming, and this should be the Baron secured.
Niski says, drinks on me tonight, lads. Brilliant cast into the back line that shuts down Exakick, and he wants more.
Oh, look at that damage. Chasey firing from SK's side of the rift. The ace, the Baron, the gigantic lead, and Mad Lions looking to close this one out.
That is just gross. Mad Lions forced the Baron so quickly. SK had a call of the Forge God and the Emperor's Divide. That was it running into the fight, and they got absolutely exploded by Niski and the rest of Mad Lions. A fantastic fight. This Draven continuing to look unstoppable, and Mad Lions, yeah, they stumbled in game 2, but they're straight back into it. Keep your eyes, though, because right now SK, they're running towards topside. They were pinging a ward in Mad Lions' blue buff jungle. If they could extend this, maybe there's an option, but that word's so far away, and Mad Lions are just too damn strong.
There's another minion wave, Conga lining its way forward. Irrelevant takes a couple of those spinning axes, and here comes Hilly. Got the ult available as well. Irrelevant gets the knockup to buy some time. At least there's one back for Exakick, but that's Irrelevant dropping down. Kazi's low, Kazi's caught, Kazi's stopwatch is up, but the rest of SK are taken out by the Pride, and once again, Mad Lions ace SK.
And Mad Lions will take game 2 off the back of a fantastic performance from Karzi, bringing out the Draven one more time and showing that it should be feared.
Mad Lions looking to go 2-1 up in the series. Do they continue the pressure with the Baron-empowered minions? It looks to be the case. It has been 544 days since Mad Lions have won a best of 5 here in Europe. It was the summer finals that they picked up the title for. And they're looking to put themselves in a position to take down
that's Baron recalls. Wait, but Niski isn't hitting the B button. Oh no.
All right, well, will Niski be taken out? Where's the rest of the damage here? Is Irrelevant by some time. Call of the Forge God will hold Niski in place for now. Certus continuing the chase, tidal wave from as well, and Niski may be able to just waddle to safety, and SK can do nothing. Flex on them! Flex on them, Niski!
No, Irrelevant's still chasing. He gives him the Timo thumbs up, the sad beat. The rest of SK are on the way, but what are they gonna do? Finally manage to kill him? No, not today!
He stays alive while that's going on. The rest of Mad Lions push the bottom lane. They look to secure their 8th tower. Dragon has spawned as well, and Niski will not get taken down. All of a sudden, Mad Lions, now they are chasing on to yet another inhibitor turret.
Doss has been chased by Niski. He's been turned around.
Not like this.
Get a kill.
Not like this.
Not like this. Niski on his first ever Gragas mid, showing off at 23 minutes, looking for some sushi.
This is wrong. This is wrong.
Kill. And Doss is forced to flash for his life. And look at this bottom lane. Still pressure from Mad with those Baron-empowered minions.
Look, sushi and a drink sounds like a great time to me. Hylissang says, let's party.
Manages to find yet another hook. The Cyclone holds a couple of members in place, but there's not enough damage. There's not enough follow-up. And it's Elyoya followed by Kazi to pick up more kills. The Nexus is that it already lost himself one of those those turrets and Mad Lions are dominating SK.
Don't worry though, DOS is still fine.
Yeah, it's not sushi, it's pigeons on the menu instead. Because it serves as it goes down. They're going to push on through, and there it is.
Mad Lions destroying SK and a 1 win away from advancing to the third place match, the semi-finals. That was brutal. That was a game that Elyoya helped the Kazi and bottom lane, as well as Hilly, to just completely take over. And SK looked lost.
No.
SK looked incapable of standing toe-to-toe.
There's just nothing you can do there. I look up when the game ends. Irrelevant was halfway off the stage. As the Nexus was destroyed, SK out of sorts here, falling in just over 20 minutes. After they looked great in game 2, a completely different story.
But it feels damned if you do, damned if you don't there for SK. If you do not control the bottom side of the map, but Chasey just owns top side anyway because he constantly gets the push, he becomes massive. And I think he was a little bit under talked about here. Chasey was huge on this chase, dealing just as much damage as the Draven was. Across the board, it's Madline stepping up again.
Yeah, not forget Chasey dodging out from that initial gank, shutting Irrelevant to the side, so the Forge God wasn't able to hit him. He survives, and then every time he had prio, he shifted into mid lane, right there with Elyoya, multiple moments where they were hammering home against Certus and making it so Certus couldn't have another Akali performance.
I mean, game 2 and game 3 were absolutely dominated by the respective junglers that got an advantage. Marcoon Sejuani was able to set up SK to sort of run away with that earlier mid game. In game 3, Elyoya and Mad destroyed SK. They are 1 win away from closing out the series. We're going to go to a break, and when we're back, can SK force the decider?
My name is Chasey. I'm so stupid.
What? You're so stupid, Chasey?
My name is Elyoya.
Chasey, it's okay to be stupid.
I'm here, guys. I'm here. I'm here.
Oh,
Yes, it's fine. It's fine.
Okay, look, I'm ulting there. It's flying. Okay, as I did. I'm gonna push mid.
I'm going.
Okay, you're gonna keep going.
Chasing me.
That was such a great game.
It was amazing. I can't wait to see what happens in
Right?
Picks and Bans in the next one.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
What's up, guys? Guys, I was saving that for later. I called dibs.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I think SK is actually a pretty good opponent. Like, their bot lane has been playing really well. Their top laner is also really good. Same for their mid jungle. I think it's a team that no one expected to perform this well, but they are actually performing pretty well, and it's actually a really solid team. They just beat Vitality 2-0 really convincingly. So yeah, I think it's gonna be a hype match.
The final chapter is being read. The fish has been rooted, but the first blood has been secured by Aljoya onto Marcoon.
I think me and Marcoon, we are similar in the way that we both like to look for creative ganks, and we are trying to get those ganks however like we can get them. But in mid game, I can move the map better, and same for early game. I mean, overall, I think I'm a better player than him, yeah.
I love how Aljoya started off about the jungle matchup. He was like, no, bro's good. We're like lane folks trying to get the ganks off, but overall in the mid game better. Actually, early I'm also better. Actually, late I'm also better. Also, I just stomped you. Like it just went from bad to worse.
Yeah, I love the confidence that we see from Aljoya. The man, ever since he came onto the split, I think, rather entered the league, he's been very dominant in the jungle position, and I think that he's looking to continue that streak in today's series.
He has. Broxa, we talked so much about jungle coming into the day, the different styles that Marcoon and Aljoya like to field. What has been your impression of them overall? And, well, obviously Aljoya has the upper hand because they're on match point, but what are your impressions?
I think they've both had their moments really just changing from game to game. First it was Aljoya, then Marcoon, now Aljoya kind of strikes back with a bit of help from his bot lane, of course. But ultimately, it's been really cool seeing both of them have their moments. Blue side seems to have a solid advantage so far, just coming off of the bat from draft. And these guys are just taking advantages of any little mistake they see on the map. And I think their proactivity, their playmaking ability is really impressive.
Quite a big difference between the Sejuani game out of Marcoon, though, and the others we've seen today, right? Is that something we should be concerned about, or?
I mean, honestly, I think a lot of this series is being influenced. Well, I was going to say by bot lane, but that might be more my recency bias, because when I think to the first two games, it was actually all about the top lane and the jungle influence there. So I think that the junglers are just kind of working with the tools that they've been presented, and I think that when they're given good tools, they find great success. And to me, I think especially when we look back at last game, it was just so much easier for Aljoya to find early leads because of what they were doing down in the bot lane.
So it was all draftive?
Yes.
I would say to an extent. I think if you end up in a situation where you give away any of the top 4 junglers, this being the 4th in Vi, and you have to take something random, really, like Wukong, Java, and whatever you come up with, then you know, things are not looking good for you, unless you're G2, of course, then it's different.
Then maybe. You did mention the bot lane kills, and of course, we'd be amiss not to mention the Draven game that we just saw. It was over before it began. You know, he got his first bounty, and then that was it, right, Vedius? Matt just kept on going.
The initial plays actually looked a little bit shaky and scary for Kazi, but yeah, the moment that Aljoya found his opportunity, the plays were beautiful. It was great focus and kind of what we expected. They tunneled towards getting the bot side of the map ahead, and the moment that the Draven was ahead, he's an incredibly difficult champion to slow down.
I really wonder what happened in SK scrims leading up to this weekend, because what they're showing us with the Varus earlier, now the Lucian Nami, it's just not how we've seen them performing. It's not how they got to this point. So there must be some recency bias going on from their scrims, maybe getting some fake data here, but I just don't want to see them drafting this way anymore. We need the late game, the scaling bot lane. That's how they succeed.
I think that SK were caught off guard by this Draven Nautilus bot side, because it seemed to me that the fact that they prioritized that Lucian army said that you don't have a good answer into what we can do. And the fact that they were able to bring this out and then play it so well, I think is something that SK didn't expect. But even on Euphoria, we heard them say that if they play the early games like they have been up until this point, they will not be able to win the whole thing. And they want to have a chance at winning the whole thing. So I respect them attempting to challenge in the early game, but it felt to me like last game, they just didn't have the tools to go toe-to-toe with Mad in the early.
I think if you're SK, you know that it's Kasi and Hylissang on the other side, and you pick Lucian army blind. You should know what's coming.
Yeah, you should, yeah.
Either you've been really lazy in your preparation, because Nautilus is one of Hyli's prime picks right now. Kasi has always been able to play Draven. Like, either you're just too lazy, or you haven't prepared well enough, because this is something that Matt is super happy about.
Of course.
And I think it's so important to make sure that Hyli is not able to be unleashed, that Kasi cannot take over on the Draven, because we just saw what happened. Like, don't give them a draft they're satisfied with when it can easily be avoided.
It's a good point, and I think when you're playing this Mad Lions, I feel like as SK, maybe you feel a little bit deflated because, as you said, it was a lot of top lane focus with Elioya. The first one, it was Niski popping off, then you have this one in the bot lane, maybe something they should have foreseen, but there seems like there's a lot to do. But they did it once before, right? In Game 2, they were on the blue side, they are on the blue side once again, and they got a draft that they were completely familiar with, and that was to playing towards all of their strengths.
I agree. And I think that now that they're back on the blue side, this is setting them up for success, because it seems that when you're on red, you're forced to ban away the Ashe. Something like Maokai is also something you're forced to ban away with. So just by being on blue, it gives you more room to get your comfort picks. And I think that SK, they don't even necessarily have to win the early game. They just have to neutralize it, because we've seen that they are an incredible team fighting team. And I think that they have the ability to go toe-to-toe in the 5v5.
But maybe Mac and the squad won't let it happen again now that SK is on blue, because they are on match point, and that Dark Clyde, Dark Cloud hanging above their heads of Mad not being able to win a domestic best of 5 last year. Broxa, what is your gut telling you when you've seen the 2 victories that Mad had so far in the series, and if they'll be able to book their ticket to tomorrow?
I think Matt has been really impressive so far, and more than anything, I'm just disappointed with the SK, honestly. Like, to me, it feels like they're not drafting to their strengths at all. And for me, if SK drafts the way they did the past week, there's a good chance they can come back. But if they keep, playing for an early game bot lane and trying to snowball in ways that they just haven't been able to snowball in before, then I don't see it happening. So for me, it's more like, SK can decide if they want to have a chance or not. Matt have been very convincing, though.
They can just decide. Do you feel the same way?
I
feel like even if they decide they want to, they might not
in my opinion, I believe that SK have shown that they can have strong bot lanes, in particular when they were able to get things like the Elise. I just think that the question is, can they get their hands on those types of champions, and can they actually play to their bot lane? Is something that I think that they haven't really been able to demonstrate in playoffs so far.
And that's the problem now, right? That they're not going to get any of those priority junglers, or at least they shouldn't, because Elise is a special case.
Blue side, baby, now's the time, Broxa.
But there's a difference between playing Elise and playing Sejuani, for example, right? Sure. Sejuani can still be somewhat proactive, but I think Elise is like, a special patient. You can just go crazy on her.
We'll see. SK thrive when you underestimate them. So let's see if they can do it once again, and if they can bring us to Silver Scrapes, or if the Mad Lions will close it out.
I certainly hope they can bring it to Silver Scrapes. Blue side has won every single game this series, and for SK, they have to figure out what the answer is to the Mad Lions' creativity. Because when I have thought about Mad Lions historically in the last year or two, slightly slower team, a team that can punish mistakes, a team that comes back in the mid-game. But what we're seeing today, what we're seeing from the recent Mad Lions games, is a level of proactivity, a level of aggression that I'm not used to seeing, but also a lot of champions that I don't associate with them. The Draven, the Gragas, these are champions that the players don't individually play a whole lot.
It really does feel like Mad Lions have turned over a new leaf, specifically coming into this series. Because, as you say, having way more proactivity on the map, actually setting up plays. We talked about Niski, how he tries to work in his mid lane, and suddenly bringing out the Gragas as well. I don't know how you try and ban out this team right now.
What will SK Gaming do? Potentially their final game of the winter split. are on that blue side, and I think the Elise has been an interesting talking point because SK banned it on the blue side in game number 2. I think a bigger focus needs to be on that Zeri, that Lulu, those duo lanes that have allowed Exakick and DOS to scale up, to have a huge influence in the team fights and in the later stages of the game. And it was Varus, Jace, and Elise, the blue side bans, the last time SK were there.
Yeah, and I feel like we're going to see something very similar here as well. The problem is that we've, as you're kind of hinting at, seen a lot of firsts, right? The Elise, first time for Elyoya this split, looks absolutely fantastic on it. Karzi bringing back out the Draven that he had the loss on, absolutely smashes on it. Gragas coming through. It feels like Mad Lions have a very, very deep champion ocean here. And when you're able to not only flex on the meta, but then also look amazing on the off-meta picks, that's where I think you're really going to struggle as SK if you win this and have to go back to red side anyway.
Yeah, I also just wonder, like, how do you beat a Mad Lions? They're constantly moving both their side lanes and converging on mid lane with their priority. The Hylissang roams, Chasey moving down and working with Elyoya to punish Certus on the opposite side. Something for SK to consider is how do we get prio in those side lanes so that we can either stop Mad from doing that or do it ourselves.
And of course, when you look at these final bans, the Jax, the Ashe, the Elise, all still currently open. SK will ban away the Nautilus, deny that option to Hylissang. And I think Sejuani is another one that is an intriguing concept because Marcoon undefeated this year on the pick and has found influence in the early game.
Sejuani, Elise, Ashe, all open right now. What do you want to pick? Because if all three go up, there's a real world, I think, where SK could maybe first pick the Ashe and look to trade Elise Sejuani. But at the same time, if Elise is open, I want Marcoon on that Elise. He's looked so good on it. And actually, Mad Lions banning away the Ashe makes that a pretty easy decision in my eyes.
Yeah, and you said it earlier on as well, Marcoon's the first to bring out this Elise as well, has been very, very good at getting these early leads, playing down towards the bottom side. Traditionally, it has been on some of these later scaling picks like the Zeri, though, that haven't been banned away. You imagine that Karzi and Hilly can always go back towards the Lucian Nami here too. So the big question for me is, what do Exakick and DOS bring to the table? Do we finally get to see them bring out the Caitlyn, which I think a lot of teams have started to kind of say is a bit bait, so maybe they try to avoid it.
Gonna avoid it this time round. Lucian Nami instead the priority. That Elise pick for Marcoon, 2 games played this year, both of them victories, 6 games across his entire career. And Marcoon has been the player that I look to for SK to control the early game, to generate a lead, then to take that advantage. And we're going to have an Aphelios for Exakick.
Really interesting, because I was thinking maybe it could be that Draven we mentioned a little bit earlier, but instead deciding to go the scaling route. The analyst desk was talking about this. SK needs some scaling guarantees alongside them, and that Lulu's a really nice pairing with the Aphelios.
It's actually funny because Karzi was the one who brought out the Aphelios there last week as well, so now we're going to have to see that opposite side. I think you've got great early game pressure from the Elise, but it does feel to me that you're going to be leaning away from bottom lane in this one. Just give Exakick time to scale. I think this is where Irrelevant, probably going to see a Jax ban here, but it feels like Irrelevant going to be going back towards a carry, maybe even something like the Camille that we've seen from him prior as well.
This is really interesting though. Again, we saw this when SK was on red side, taking Gragas on R3 with the Elise first pick the Mad Lions went for. Now this is a technical triflex for the Mad Lions because we just saw Niski play that in the mid lane, but I'm wondering if this is something that teams have discovered or learned if Elyoya takes this Gragas into the Elise, because I wasn't particularly impressed in game number 1 by that Gragas pick. Was able to match the Elise and kill her on one counter gank, but apart from that, it wasn't super effective.
And I think when you look at Niski's Gragas and you look at Caps running in mid lane now, Ornn, if I remember correctly, that mid lane sort of frontline tanky sort of option has the ability to impact those side lanes, has the ability to move around, and it's going to be Akali and Jax the last bans.
This is the first time this entire series that Relevant Sion has been left up and available. When you've got an Aphelios there, you want that big tanky front line, the ability to just run through, and as well, I mean, Lucian won't get through that Sion in the late game, so I feel like this is the moment where Relevant could bring it out.
But surely it's Sejuani Vibans here, removing a lot of options for the Mad Lions in terms of jungle. Could end up seeing it, but no, actually we're just super happy to play Elise into the Sejuani. I still feel like even though like Elise does get to run over that matchup kind of as she does most matchups, having that reliable engage power is something I'd remove.
This says to me they're setting up for a Silas pick in the mid. Use the double CC that you have, try and punish Niski heavily in the mid lane, and then make sure that you can actually step up, have this great late game team fighting with the Aphelios alongside the Sion. We'll have to see if that's going to be the game plan, especially as you go towards the Cassante here. It feels like you can just match tank for tank.
Yeah, still leaving it up for debate where necessarily that Gragas is going to be. But yeah, I'm wondering now, because they do need that front line. I think Sion is a reasonable answer. Gnar, something they've played before as well. Olaf, sure. I mean, with a Lulu there, you definitely would be happy to play something like that. But the Sion is a little bit too tempting, I think, to ignore here with it being left open.
But I think the problem is for Mad Lions, if you end up putting this Gragas into the mid lane, your DPS is so low to try and get through this Sion. And especially as these ears now going to be taken away as well in this mid lane, it looks like you're kind of looking at Niski going, okay, well, what can you bring to the table that can actually have an answer?
Waiting to find out, of course, if this Silas is locked in. That is a great denial to Niski, and talked a little bit about the anticipation that could have been one of the options. Instead, gonna flip back to the Azir. Niski, what is he feeling? A great front-to-back composition here from SK Gaming. Great front line, great back line, but if they are ever behind, if anyone from the Mad Lions can get past that front line, those are two low mobility champions that are very juicy. Niski, final lock-in will be that Victor. Okay, zoom out. What do you make of the compositions?
Well, I do think the Victor is just the right call here as opposed to putting the Gragas in mid lane. You need some way to match in the later stages of the game in terms of damage. You need some way to kill this Sion. Sion's still not going to be super easily killed by Mad Lions, but at least having some % HP burn with the build here on the Victor can give you some options in removing that frontliner. But all things said and done, I think SK are absurdly happy with how this turned out, right? They get the scaling in mid and bot lane, Irrelevance back on the side, and Marcoon has the LEC. He has been so strong this year on that champion, and I'm looking to him to be the spearhead for SK this game.
Yeah, I feel like it's basically a case of Marcoon match where Elyoya is, just allow your lanes to settle in, get to that later portion of the game, you should be fine. If you hit 3 items, you pretty much auto win on SK side.
Oh, can they survive long enough? Can they withhold and withstand Mad Lions' laning phase and their ability to move around the map? We have seen Mad Lions somewhat outclass SK in their rotations, in their pressure, pushing that vision deep, playing aggressive and on the front foot. SK, they got a lot of their signature picks that have pushed them all the way here to this 3rd, 4th place decider in playoffs. And for SK, their backs are against the wall, and this is do or die. Win, we go to game 5, lose, they are eliminated from the win.
SK have to find a way to reset after that devastating game number 3 loss. They're feeling good after the draft, and let's jump straight in to game 4 and see if SK can push us to a 5th.
And unfortunately, as soon as the players loaded onto the Rift, we do have a brief pause. This is actually good for me personally because I want to ask.
Oh, make it all about you, Trevor. Go right ahead.
I want to ask you guys what expectations you have for Marcoon on this Elise. Because when I look at SK, I really feel like their early game is single-handedly controlled and decided by whether or not Marcoon can find an impact, can find an influence. It feels to me like if he isn't able to gank multiple lanes and to generate some form of a lead as a team, SK are unable to have that positive influence, which is why they've fallen behind so often.
Yeah, I don't see a world where SK can really get a lead in the early stages here. It's incredibly hard just because you've got winning bot lane coming through for Mad Lions. The mid lane, maybe you can make a play at 6 with Elise, then try and abuse the fact that Victor is very short range, but realistically, he should have flash, he should be fine. So a huge amount of this for me is more so about Elyoya being tracked throughout the jungle, making sure Marcoon is keeping him in check and trying to play counter to wherever this Gragas showed up. Because if you just end up having these long extended laning phases, I mean, double thumbs up for me. You're in a great spot if you're SK.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the scaling, you look at the front-to-back team fight and the relative ease in terms of execution. That's what SK will be hoping for. Quick update for you. Elyoya did report some client performance issues, and league officials are currently investigating.
The client having issues?
Not certain exactly.
That can't be right.
But I think for me, I mean, Ender, Elyoya in the previous game just completely ran away. Multiple successful ganks in the bottom lane. He dominated and then unlocked the Draven to push that advantage further.
He was an absolute fiend in that last game. I do think this will be a very different look. Again, kind of like you're alluding to, maybe a little bit of quieter early game. Interestingly, Elyoya is still going for that Dark Harvest Gragas, so a little bit of a fun one seeing here day 1 of finals weekend. But also, looking at these summoners, I know you guys can't see see this, but X-Kick has barrier in the bot lane, DOS has heal, there's a cleanse and a heal on the Mad Lion side as well, so it's all these defensive summoners. It is really hard to find a way to actually kill these bot laners.
I mean, especially with the cleanse for Carzzy, it's literally just for the cocoon. Like that, and maybe the whimsy that can come through as well, but you're not really going to be utilizing this apart from, hey, we want to get control of bot and I want to make sure I can either get away from something that goes awry or actually be able to follow up the play. So realistically, I think the big story here is Mad Lions. Can they get the early lead, and can Elyoya be that difference maker that he has been for Mad Lions thus far?
Well, for Mad Lions, a win here will push them into a matchup against Koi tomorrow, looking to run the entire playoffs bracket. I can see the game has been unpaused. We're loading up right now. And Dagda, 4-5 members of Mad Lions pushing towards SK.
And they're going to be able to get the vision down here. Niski going to be able to put down the Scar Ward just over the wall. For anyone who doesn't know, aim for the little circle that's on the snail. It'll put it immediately over the wall. But the big one is, I think for Mad Lions, just great to see them back in action. The fact that they look so strong, especially when they win spring and summer in 2020, then they get summer 2021. To see how disappointing 2022 was with failing to make playoffs in spring, immediately getting knocked out in summer with those 2 best-of-5 losses, to see Mad Lions performing to what is a level so many people expect them to reach is fantastic to see.
Just before we actually start any of the trading in the laning phase, I think both of these teams really exceeding preseason expectations. SK, obviously a gigantic surprise in terms of how far they've been able to make it, how many teams they've been able to push. And for SK, they are now looking to withhold Mad Lions, force us to that game 5. Can they stall this game out, let their scaling play into their favor? You can already see this bottom lane already still trading about to begin. Carzzy and Hilly have played very aggressively every single game this series.
It's been a really bloody 2 versus 2, but on that SK point, they're such an interesting story because preseason, I think community didn't have super high expectations, but the streets here in Europe were talking. The streets were telling us that SK were looking really hot in scrims, they were gonna show up, find ways to beat you. Teams had a lot of respect for them and their prep coming in early on.
And even Marcoon echoed that in Euphoria, right? He said, after 2 weeks of scrimming with these guys, I thought we could win the split. We could be the ones that go the distance. Exakid kind of brought that back down. I was like, I was happy with 7th or 8th, but I'm glad to see
they're doing better than that.
Exceeded that.
I mean, look at this. Exakid and DOS at level 1. Trading very aggressively into Carzzy and Hylissang. They've used the barrier, they've used the heal, and they've managed to push the duo back under their tower. There is also Marcoon making his way into the jungle of Mad Lions.
Oh yeah, clearing away wards for the time being. Should be able to get a second one really easily here. Oh, he knows Gragas is here. Because there's a second ward, there's no way both bot laners place those wards. So he tracks Elyoya off of that. Elyoya is able to tick up to 3 here, but it's really hard to stick around. And because Elyoya's pathing went Raptors to blue to Grump, Wolves are contestable for Marcoon.
And of course, while that's all going on, Niski's taken some trades from Certus in the mid lane. Niski pushed all the way back. Marcoon running into 2 members of the Mad Lions. Repels up, drops down. Look at the minimap. Carzzy's making his way into the jungle, and Marcoon is caught in enemy territory. Niski chasing forward, flashes, gets the Q down. Tower hits as well as the laser, and first blood secured by Niski, and the red buff as well.
Fantastic play there. Elyoya and Hylissang track Marcoon and shut him down. That is your only job playing against an Elise in the early game, is make sure your lanes are covered against the dive and you can move and punish her if he walks into her jungle.
And a big overstep from Marcoon as well. There was no need to overforce that. You got Gragas back, you're allowing Exakid and DOS to crash this wave, which is a big win. Now you don't get to crash this. Carzzy and Hilly are going to hit level 3 and can go very aggressive in this bottom side now that you've got Gragas moving down here as well.
Remember, we talked about it. Elyoya needed to look for some sort of advantages. Could Marcoon control him, track him, prevent him having the influence? The fact that he overstepped and the response from Mad was so great allows that first blood to be secured. I think very importantly as well, Niski picking up that red buff, allowing him to gain some additional pressure in that mid lane because he was being bullied and pushed back by the early levels of Azir.
It is nice that Marcoon is able to run in, steal the enemy red buff. Didn't have an opportunity to look for a topside gank. I think really hard to lock down Chase and have enough burst damage to manage a kill versus that champion. But it did leave the bot lane a little bit vulnerable. Actually, Marcoon is pathing back towards the bot side, is very concerned about what could be going down in the 2 versus 2 with how far forward that bot lane has been pushed. And also, because on this Aphelios, in order to get the lifesteal back and actually heal away when you take those big early chunks trades, you almost are forced to push the wave early on. So they're trying to punish a lone Hylissang sticking under the tower.
This was a really good play from Carzzy and Hilly though. Because the early invade went on, Exakick and DOS didn't get to crash the wave. Now Marcoon's called back down to the bot side, although he'd love to be clearing his top end of the camps. And yes, you'll get the crash, but Carzzy's already reset. He's coming back with the advantage that he needs, and Elyoya is now looking top.
I mean, look at the advantage built up in that bottom lane. Plus 15 CS, a couple plates already secured, and Marcoon's still waiting in the wings.
No
the
way.
minion wave is being cleared out relatively quickly. Carzzy is caught out, cocooned, dropped to 210 hit points. Marcoon now starting to back away as Hilly is trading with those autos. Exakick takes himself a turret shot. All of a sudden, Carzzy and Hilly step forward. Summon a heal use. Flash out from Carzzy. He's
No
looking
way.
for DOS. Defensive flash use. Carzzy is taken down by Exakick, and the assist as well for Marcoon.
Oh, Carzzy thought he had an outplay, but he reached way too hard, flashing in, and SK shut him down. If Carzzy and Hylissang just big chill down there, they would have been totally fine, because look at the top side of the map, completely open here for the Gragas to take, but now Elyoya has to try and look for some kind of response gank on the top.
Relevant is level 6, flash available to him. We'll just use that unstoppable onslaught to run away to safety. We're unable to find the play, but this was Mad Lions trying to force out Marcoon, and they just went too far.
I mean, great setup with the Gravitum from Exakick. Immediately Marcoon gets to land the damage that he needs. And Carzzy knows, look, this is realistically over. Could try and maybe wait for Nitsky to get down there, but try to make the play happen. DOS just flashes away before the double shot comes through, and then Exakick able to finish off the last little burst.
I think maybe Carzzy misprioritizing right there, because Exakick is the one with barrier. He sent the piercing light onto the Aphelios, but the barrier comes through, and then he switches focus to DOS. If he had initially tried just hit DOS, I think that was a kill. I don't think that initial piercing light actually clipped the Lulu.
And of course, because of the fact that Carzzy and Hilly have been playing this style all series long, Carzzy has been on the front foot. He was one of the almost like initiators into Game 3 a little bit earlier in the series, stepping forward, using that range, using the movement speed from Nami. SK anticipate it, they outplay it, and they managed to continue to hold that lead. BF Sword, as well as a 700 gold advantage. I saw Certus, as well as Marcoon, making their way towards the bottom lane, but Elyoya, level 5. Chasey caught out underneath the tower, is forced backwards by Irrelevant, who has the flash available to him. Irrelevant stepping forward, trying to get some more damage, and there's a potential dive on the cards in the bottom lane, Ender.
Yeah, this could be trouble. Elyoya has the flash. I think DOS is trying to scout it out. Still a long way away towards level 6, and Marcoon is not close enough, but they're going to call this one off. Not seeing an angle right there because Elyoya doesn't have access to level 6. They're just too close to the tower to actually threaten bursting down for a kill.
Of course, not unlocking that ultimate just yet. Small advantage, 10 creeps for Elyoya versus Marcoon. The fact that Marcoon's been able to at least be involved in that kill despite the deficit, it's only 200 gold. He's nowhere near this bottom lane, and Elyoya is still sticking around.
They're trying to walk it in bot side at the same time. Big wave crashing up towards top, so Marcoon is looking for the gank onto Chasey. Chasey hasn't based in a while, and he's so low.
He's got no ghost available to him. Irrelevant.
Bot side too.
Not available just yet. Bot lane dive as well. DOS, no sums available. Cocoon lands. Chasey goes all out. Manages to survive long enough for SK to start back.
He's out of there.
Down in the dive in the bottom lane. Carzzy's able to pick up the kill onto DOS after he flashed away, and Exakick will be the next juicy target. So incredibly low, and Mad Lions just waiting for the minions to move forward, dash forward, and the kill secured by Elyoya.
And that's going to be such a big wave that you lose here for Mad Lions. Not only that, you can crash, reset, and try and make sure that you're able to get more control with all that extra damage that you picked up thanks to those kills. Really nice job here from Mad Lions and the Dragon to boot.
But Marcoon just on the wrong side. I mean, trying to dive and kill a Cassante. I understand there's a big wave pushing in. Irrelevant had been struggling in the matchup previous to that big trade he took on the top side, but your bot lane is left out to dry. When it comes to the scope of this game, Sion is irrelevant. It's only down to Exakick. He is the late game carry, and the fact that he's punished so hard in bot side just shows you don't want to trade away from that duo lane.
Also, a lot of that mid-game power from Mad Lions does come from Carzzy, so the fact that they've managed to right the wrongs there from Carzzy in that bot side is going to help out massively in actually being able to have some sort of impact with this Lucian. If you'd had Mark Marcoon here, it could have been a very different story.
Yeah, I mean, Niski also threatening to move on down, actually gets called off the play. DOS is so low that they're comfortable. DOS also really early on the polymorph. No one's tanking tower, no one's actually used skill shots. He thought he was just going to get one shot by Elyoya, so I understand why he pulled it off, but the only way you stop a dive was with that.
Oh, the stun comes out. Certus forced to flash away. Stays alive long enough despite using that Emperor's Divide. Now in the bottom lane, Marcoon, while that dive in the bottom lane was going on, Marcoon did secure the Rift Herald. This will be dropped nearly instantaneously. Get the charge off, and if you look at the minimap, Hylissang had already started the roam, so not here to support Elyoya and Kazi.
Marcoon trying to punish the roam of Hylissang. Gets a lot of gold off of that Herald, but at the same time, Elyoya is tracking, so there was no option to dive Karzi. Karzi was not isolated in the bot lane. Elyoya is making sure to cover the lanes that are in trouble when Hylissang moves to roam.
I mean, take a look at this, right? 92 CS to 82 in the middle lane. Certus been able to generate a minor advantage. Exakick is up 500 gold for now. Multiple ganks, multiple amounts of pressure applied to try and maintain the lead, but we are dead even in gold at the 10-minute mark.
And I think the big thing here is that SK, because they got that early Rift Herald, are going to be creating Exakick.
Tidal Wave will connect. Kazi a little bit further away. The root comes down, barrier still available to Exakick, throws out the Moonlight Vigil, may be able to at least pick up one kill. Flash used by Hylissang to stay alive, and Kazi runs down Exakick, and then the easy kill for the Mad Lions.
That's an NT if ever I've seen one out of Exakick, but just can't hold his own in the 1 versus 2. He's actually still ahead in gold with the Bloodthirster completed off the back of that one, but it's all starting to fall a bit apart. Gold overall still relatively close to SK, but just play after play, Mad Lions are continuing to find angles.
I think the thing is, though, the goal is even, and the fact as well that you haven't been able to crack open these towers or really get much damage onto these towers is a big win for SK. If you can extend these laning phases out and just keep farming, get to 1.5 items before you leave lane, the damage that Mad Lions can really do is going to be mitigated before your composition comes online.
The thing is, about those compositions, because of how well SK have shown individual plays, individual performances, at least across the first 2 games or so, it is going to be a challenge, I think, for Mad Lions to create those environments and those opportunities to get past the Sign, get past the Emperor's Divide. If SK can just mechanically outplay, their composition will do so much in these 5v5 skirmishes.
SK will continue to scale. At the same time, Karzi, the second the ult comes online, you can see him and Hylissang moving around the map. Like, that ult can just one-shot the bullets, do so much damage. Elyoya too, there's a lot of burst on the side of Mad. So anytime they have these windows to move around the map, they're going to try to punish. A great reverse, though, from SK, but they can't quite nail him!
That was beautiful from Exakick. Times it where he's just got enough bullets to get the Gravitum off. Immediately swaps over to the Calibrum, and that's where Nephilios is most dangerous, but Marcoon's in danger and he's out of there!
Completely blown up, just set up by Elyoya. All out is used by Chasey, continuing to damage out Irrelevant. Still got hundreds of hit points, not really under kill threat for now, but Chasey as well as Irrelevant continuing to scale, farming, dead even. It will be important for Irrelevant in the team fights to create the disruption, to create the pressure on the backline, buy time for Certus and Exakick to get the damage down. Exakick still with that lead, nearly 1,000 gold. You have to keep track of his positioning and the damage he's dealing in these fights.
And even though Marcoon just got absolutely exploded, they've got the right idea. Look out, Hylissang. Important ward not to just get instantly deleted like we saw a second ago. But Marcoon now playing towards the right side of his map, camping for Exakick, knowing you have to continue to get him money, get him gold in the pocket. A minute away from a Drake. I think Mad Lions are just going to take any fight they can. At the moment, Elyoya feels so powerful with the Night Harvester finished off 2-0-2. Dark Harvest and Red Smite, so the burst damage is extreme.
You really need to get Exakick on the reset, though. He's been sitting on this BT for a while, a lot of gold in his back pocket, and you've got Dragon now in 30 seconds. DOS.
Oh, that's a lot of damage. The Culling's thrown down as well. Another engage inside the jungle. Cocoon lands perfectly, and Certus gets himself the kill. Exakick and DOS able to escape with their lives, but Kazi stepping forward, got that Gale Force, and got them chunked out low.
Niski just had 5 seconds left before his flash came off of cooldown. Certus punished him, and now Irrelevant. This is what I was talking about. Get your top laner out of top lane. He wants to dive Mad Lions.
He's coming in from behind. Irrelevant is laning through the Mad Lion side of the rift, but there's no minions to work with. Kazi's been able to clear them out. The Q knocks up a couple. Alyoya is chunked down low. The Soul Furnace almost enough to pick up the kill, but Irrelevant now stepping forward. Zombie mode may be so important. Already got himself 1 kill. The rest of SK looking to take down the tower. Irrelevant stays alive a few seconds longer. The tower is secured, and it will be Irrelevant finally killed. Is there any further follow-up here? SK happy with the kills and the tower, and they're backing away.
I mean, Irrelevant trading 1 for 1 right there is just 1v9ing because his team just got a turret in the bot lane. Marcoon and Surges were both pushing it, so that turret's low as well.
And I love that we got a preview of things to come. Irrelevant, 30 seconds, just standing with 4 members of Mad Lions around him, and he gets a kill on the way out. This is exactly where SK want to be, and now with more gold going to Exakick, now you can start to look towards Dragon, you start to look towards the Rift Herald, and the fact that you have so many opportunities to get these key carries ahead, it's coming out tops for SK.
Yeah, Mad Lions are going to be taking this Drake. Looks like SK are prioritizing the Herald for the money you can give them, breaking open some of these turrets. Again, ideas for SK to try and snowball the game forward. It really does come down to like how can they play around the Cocoon, finding picks in enemy jungle, things like this, finishing off the turrets on the opposite side of the map. And again, as these turrets continue to fall, that gives more and more room over for Irrelevant to look for those roam timings. It's been something missing from SK, is him shifting down with the rest of his team, but that was a really good look at what he is capable of when he does decide to move in.
I actually thought Marcoon was immediately going to move up topside here, but it doesn't matter. SK just get to take this tower without the help of the Rift Herald. So suddenly now you can start to set up a play in the mid lane, get that turret, have Irrelevant try and roam down once more, once that ultimate comes up and available. Marcoon having that Night Harvester now means his threat under this tower, his burst damage, is absolutely absurd. So Mad Lions need to be very careful about how they're positioned around the map, because SK are going to look to outnumber them wherever they possibly can.
I think it might be nice for Marcoon just to sort of hold on to the Herald for the time being. Mid lane tower is very low. They should be able to get that at some point. But what Marcoon can do, and he's actually done before in this series, is Mad Lions are constantly looking for angles they can group up for something. Having the Herald on the other side in a different lane gives you the ability to threaten multiple towers against them and punish Mad Lions for trying to make a play.
And for SK now, with a 2,000 gold lead, with the Rift Herald available to be used, they need to excel in this mid-game. Throughout the series, Mad Lions have, I think, generated more advantages, have been able to play more successfully around the Rift once it's opened up. And it's up to SK to turn this one around. Step further forward. They get themselves the 3rd and final outer turret, and that is huge for opening up the Mad Lions jungle.
Especially for SK, because they really struggle to actually play on side lanes. Azir doesn't really want to be there. Irrelevant doesn't really have push. So the fact you can now set up vision through mid push into sides and make sure that Certus and Irrelevant can be safe means you get to buy space. You get to buy deep vision as well for the likes of Dragon that's going to be up in 3 minutes, because that is the break point here for SK. That's the thing they're looking at.
Honestly, I think SK jumped the gun on that Rift Herald. They had full prio over side lanes. They brought 5 players in the mid. It was 5 versus 3, and they still had to use that to kill a turret on a 3rd HP. Not fully convinced by that. That being said, Mad Lions do have insane wave clear, right? When it comes to the Victor and the AP Gragas in the jungle, like that is absolutely no joke in future siege situations.
I think it's just a so short range. I'd be terrified of a barrel or a flash engage into someone, and you just don't have the chance before you're blown up.
It's just without Niski and Chasey there, I don't know. I think it maybe could have been used to try and break a tier 2.
I mean, if you look at the minimap for now, 1-3-1 at 17.5 minutes. We're 2 minutes to go until the next dragon. Mad Lions have already got 2 underneath their belts, so we're looking at SK. How do they play these side lanes? How do they apply pressure? And can they actually, pull Mad Lions out of position and use that Elise or use that Scion to set up a pick? For now, it is still just stuck in this sort of sterile laning phase. Advantages for Irrelevant, for Certus, for Exakick. They're all up 700 gold, 1,000 gold. And SK have got the scaling on their side as well. So they're in a great position in Game 4, looking to take us to Game 5.
So one thing that is nice for Mad Lions, as they are the ones currently on the back foot, is actually because of the role we got in terms of the map type with the Dragon and it being Infernal, it's actually way harder for SK to set up inside Mad Lions enemy jungle. If we could go over to Mad Lions blue buff right now, ask our lovely observers to send us there. Because of the openness of the terrain, not breaking lines of sight, because of the lack of bushes as well, when the main pick tool from SK is just a cocoon, usually an Elise has to be inside of a brush or behind a wall where they have vision over it to actually try and set up a pick. You can see it right here. So they have this bush really to play with, and then it's very hard to actually continue to push in. So as we look forward to future Drakes, which we know Mad Lions already have 2, they want to try to play to find a soul. It is not so simple for SK to take full control of the enemy jungle like we've seen both teams do in previous games.
And potentially the silver lining of this rift, Sion may be able to do the speedway turns just a touch more, whether or not he can find the members of Mad Lions to engage on. You saw SK pushing some vision into Mad Lions jungle. That has been contested and challenged, and it is Mad now setting up. They were the first ones into the river, 45 seconds until the dragon spawns, and it's all about mid lane control.
JC dropped topside. They really want to find the 5v5 before they get into river. SK haven't had the reset for Exekick. He's still on 1.5 items.
Remember, that Gragas barrel will be huge. Certus has got the Emperor's Divide available, dancing on the edge of safety. Irrelevant and Exekick need to sidestep outside of that gravity field. Culling is dropped by Kazi, but the Sand Soldiers putting out so much damage.
Mad Lions have superior wave clear, so they were able to push through, but now SK sacrificing their health bar so they can hit the wave first. That's big for them if they can move in, but I think Marcoon's just too low. This Drake might just go over to Mad Lions.
Oh, this is very scary. Still looking for that fight. The Moonlight Vigil fired out from Exekick. Red Blue Gun stepping forward, threatening the Mad Lions members. And all of a sudden at 20 minutes, Baron is up. Do SK pull the trigger?
Yeah, I love this. I love this. Karzi's basing right now. He's not actually hitting Drake. SK trying to buy time for Marcoon to base, threaten moving over to Dragon or Baron, so Mad Lions decide to cancel the Drake attempt. We're straight back into a Dragon dance.
This was beautiful. SK Gaming put Mad Lions on a leash, pulled them away from the Dragonside River, and once they were in the mid lane, just repositioned. Now SK, do they start off this Dragon? It is still 5 versus 5. Elyoya is in the side lane, has the ability to engage with the ultimate, but it's irrelevant. That's forced to flash away. He engages in the front line. Marcoon does not find the cocoon, and all of a sudden, the bubble throws up Irrelevant. He's slowed down in place, but Exekick is stepping forward. He's got the AoE, he's got the white blue guns, and it's not enough damage just yet.
The chunk is so bad, Niski gets knocked up, but he's still alive. Elyoya turns it straight around. He finds Exekick, but Exekick is free firing. White gun is shredding Mad Lions. SK all the way.
They have dominated Mad inside the river. The wild growth onto Exekick did so much work, and Certus finds another. 4 members of the Mad Lions are down.
Screw the Dragon. It's Baron time for SK. Game 4 delivers, and SK are hitting Mad Lions hard.
What a turn there from SK. Exekick pumping out so much damage in that fight. It looks like maybe he was going to be the one caught out, but just holds his ground and fires back. The Bloodthirster keeping him topped up for long enough that the rest of the team could clean up.
Both of the teams were looking for the fight. They were committed to the 5v5, and ultimately it was SK that was able to land the damage and to withstand any of the potential prots that Mad Lions are throwing out.
And I love Irrelevant's positioning here. Karzi has no ultimate, so as long as Irrelevant is taking Karzi's attention, he can't really help out. So Exekick, as long as he stays away from the Victor ult there, is going to be fine. And the second Irrelevant moves up once more, Exekick steps up with him, and eventually Certus getting involved here as well. Elyoya missing the cast, and Exekick following up Irrelevant so incredibly well here.
Certus was not doing a lot of damage at the start of the fight. He was just waiting for that moment. He was hiding so far back. He was, I think, in the fog of war for a lot of that fight, while Exekick was doing all the damage. But all it took was one angle to hit 2 players with the Shurima Shuffle, finding a third on the back as well, and SK just got slingshotted ahead.
They've got themselves the Infernal Dragon. They got themselves the Baron. Now they are looking to take the inner mid lane turret. While that is being sieged, Certus, with the help of Marcoon in the bottom lane, they're going to apply pressure down there. Now, Neski, while he is pushing top lane, got that teleport available to him, needs to figure out whether or not Mad Lions want to stand and defend, because SK have got a gigantic advantage, starting to group up. It looks like they want to siege the middle lane.
Yeah, Exekick is still here with Irrelevant, so he's totally fine. Marcoon now starting to move across. That's a catch.
The cocoon catches Kazi. He's forced to use the cleanse, starting to back away. Holtz has still got that flash available to him. So does Exekick, so does DOS. The inhibitor will be secured. And Certus, can he find some damage here onto Chase? He stands and soldiers thrown out. Niski, by the way, is still pressuring that top lane.
Trying to get that objective bounty at the same time. Chasey clears away the minion wave. So SK can't play off of that to try and secure yet another inhibitor tower. But look at this. Niski in a lot of trouble. Might have to teleport out of that with Marcoon sprinting his way over, and he'll be safe.
It looks like he'll just get out in the nick of time. Uses that teleport though, which is another advantage to SK. So super minions in the middle lane. They've got control of the Rift, 2.5 minutes until the next dragon spawns, and SK are in a position to take over.
I will say though, what could have been lost for Mad Lions there was pretty minimized by that play. The fact it's only mid lane inhibitor that goes down is pretty defendable. You've got Karzi, you can continue to push that one out. You still got control of your side lanes, and it's very easy if you have the minions in mid lane to still leave for a dragon, to still move across for a Baron. So all said and done, I think Mad Lions were pretty happy that that didn't go worse.
Well, Exokick is looking to pick a fight here with Chase. He finds the route. Multiple members of Mad Lions chasing the SK squad through the river. Now, does Irrelevant fancy himself and engage? 2 seconds until his ultimate is available. Mad Lions, they are at risk of being flanked, are at risk of being surrounded.
But there's no Exokick. There's no AD carry for SK. They're still going for it.
A little bit late to the party here. The Unstoppable Onslaught comes out, the culling as well. Irrelevant gets some damage down as Niski's forced to move himself north. Nobody goes down just yet. The tower not secured either. And Exokick is now continuing to chase. Chasey is going to vote Gale Force for for the kill as well. And now looking to secure the tower. Yet another advantage. It's a 40-second death time now.
It's not every day you see the AD carry become the split push threat. Exokick taking matters into his own hands. The rest of SK, the reinforcements have arrived.
Keep in mind, no flash for Exokick. He used it to secure that kill. Alyoya's barrels allowing Mad Lions to pick up the kill onto Marcoon. They will defend that inhibitor turret, but it's another kill. It's another objective. It's a minute until the next dragon.
And 30 seconds until Marcoon comes up. Chasey will have the TP to get there. Mad Lions can actually establish themselves in river and make it a little bit more difficult for SK to come into position. As long as they control the chokes into river, they should be able to utilize Chasey, Niski having good Zoe control, and same with Hilly.
What do you think of Exokick flashing for that kill? I think it looks great. It says a lot about his mentality and his mindset, but I am nervous about it not being available for the next fight.
It would have been worth it if Marcoon hadn't gone down. If you're able to actually get that inhibitor on the bot side, that's the play. But unfortunately now with Marcoon going down, it does look a little bit suspect. Infinity Edge picked up from though is huge. That's such a big pickup for the Aphelios.
Both AD carries just finished off the IEs, even down 2k. Karzi doesn't have the Berserker Greaves, I suppose, but has still managed to get up to 3 items. Mid lane as well. I mean, in terms of itemization, top lane's where the real gap is too. I suppose you could say support with DOS, having the Mikhail's. Mikhail's a really nice pickup to have here to make sure Exokick has that pocket cleanse to get him out of a tough situation. I think Mad Lions just gonna have to give this one up, soak up the extra EXP they're grabbing from the super minions, just barreling down mid lane. They're in this one for the long haul.
So Ender, in terms of the state of the game, 27 minutes, it's about a 4,000 gold lead. For Mad Lions, team fights are way more nuanced, a little bit more challenging than just the straight up like front to back that SK are putting forward. How on earth do Mad Lions either set up or play out the inevitable 5v5s?
I think the thing is you don't really have dive to get back onto Exokick or onto Certus, unless again Elyoya is somehow finding a miracle pick where he's ulting them back into the rest of the team, but I don't think that's very realistic, especially on Infernal map when you do not have control over the game. So that's kind of gone for them. Instead, their focus has to be how do we actually kill this Scion, because that's the target that's going to be presenting it themselves to the Mad Lions front line, and in that sense, they have a lot of good interrupts for the SK backline. When it comes to Elyoya's ultimate to sort of separate Irrelevant from his backline, that's a great tool. The Tide Away from Hillsing, another one where it has a lot of reach. It can hit the enemy backline, even if Mad Lions can't follow up onto it. So I think for them, again, it's how do we isolate the Scion for long enough that we can kill him, but I still don't think that's super realistic for them.
We're gonna find out right now as Irrelevant is standing on the front line.
Got the shield.
Certus is pushing that top lane.
It's close.
Got himself the ability to teleport in if he wants to. Starts the recall. Does he finish the death cap? I think he might just about do it. As all of a sudden Irrelevant goes forward to the Unstoppable Onslaught. The death cap is picked up by Certus. Can have a huge impact on this fight. Not going to be able to find any of the CC just yet. Elyoya throws out the explosive cards. It does naught to stop SK. And Exokick on the front foot looking to take down Chasey, and he does. The bubble not going to be enough just yet as Kazi's dropped to low, half HP, but DOS and Exa pushing their forward once again. They need to find Mad Lions. Aljoya buys some
Carzy!
and Irrelevant gonna be able to trade back and forth, but with Karzy and Exa kicked down, Irrelevant's the last man standing. Certus stepping forward, looking to hunt Hilly. It's so far a 3-for-3. The slide, the glide, the Sand Soldier chunking down Hilly. He's got the flash available to him and will not use it. It's SK with a 4-for-3 fight.
SK come out victorious, but it's such a close fight. Carzy comes out of nowhere and keeps it close. Regardless, though, SK show that you cannot kill Irrelevant. This man is on a different level.
And it only gets worse. You're going to have Exekick get stronger. You're going to have Certus getting stronger. Carzy is starting to teeter off now. And yes, he's going towards the Lord Dominic's, but what the hell does that do against Irrelevant at this stage?
That was about the best opportunity Mad Lions have had, and they were still shut down by Certus in the back line.
Mad Lions use all the interrupt. Look at this. So Cass goes out, knocks XK back. Not back enough, though. That's a bit of a miss. Also, Tidal Wave hits him, and also Certus teleported in late to the fight, and still they take Irrelevant down to half HP, and then they have to run. All their cooldowns are gone. They're outranged, they're outgunned, they're outmanned. Nothing can happen. I think that Marcoon was taken low, and the stopwatch was nice from them, but there's a slight overstep. Exekick feels himself jumping on forward, but then Carzy sees this angle over the wall. The turnaround as well was really nice.
I think getting caught out by the ward in the bush, wasn't expecting the pink ward to be there, so ends up getting taken down. Still though, Exekick now will have his flash up again for this.
Just a few more seconds as Irrelevant starts the fight in the mid lane. Chasey will be a little bit late coming in from the jungle. Hilly forced to flash for his life. DOS is the only member of SK that's hurting right now. And Mad Lions are split up and routed. It's Chasey forced to use the ultimate, get some distance. And SK have got control of the mid lane. They have got control of the fights, and they are moving towards the Baron.
And Sion is so dumb. What is this? You can't kill him!
This is why it's been banned. Every single game this series, Irrelevant brings it out, and you know it's going back to the ban table if we get to another game.
Irrelevant's gonna flash looking for Carzy. The bubble from Hilly buys some time, but Exekick, Gale forces in to pick up Hilly's Nami. And it's keep it simple, SK. The composition is clear on how it wants to move forward, how it wanted to team fight at 30 minutes in. SK Gaming are looking to set up their second Baron completely uncontested. A minute until the next Dragon. And Certus once again having a huge impact. 4-0-5 on the Azir, thanks to all of the time that his team is buying him in these fights.
He's had some big fights, and for Irrelevant, regardless of how impossible it is to kill him, this guy has been finding so many opportunities, whether it was the insane roam down into bot lane all the way from top, sitting between the towers, or the multiple team fights. He's just gone, right? If he sees anyone 2 feet away from a turret, instantly jumping on them with the ultimate. He is always pressing that go button for SK, and there's a big step up compared to when he was running off of the stage after game 3.
I mean, right now, SK Gaming looking to force us to game 5. Just want to give you guys a bit of history here. It was 712 days since SK had made it to playoffs, and it's been 2,892 days since they were in the top 4. This young roster, this season, is finally finding success that they haven't seen since, what, 2015?
Yeah, 2015. If they win this game and they make it to top 3, it'll be an absolute stormer for them as well. Niski in trouble now is Irrelevant. Just goes out.
Being run down by this top laner. The Soul Furnace shield, the burst damage is out. Niski is continuing to at least buy some time.
Niski can win this.
There is a teleport being used inside the jungle as Certus may look to flank with the help of Marcoon. Niski has enough damage but will not be able to survive long enough. Irrelevant is taken down. He ends up being the 1-for-1 in the top lane.
It's worth for the moral victory, if not the shutdown, right there for Niski to get 600 gold in the bank too, speed running towards that Rabadon's death cap.
I will actually say though, the fact that now you don't have that tanky front line could be an opportunity for Mad Lions. If Aljoya, with this flash up soon, can get onto someone like Exekick, maybe you can slow the progress, but it feels like you're only buying time. There isn't really any big objectives that they can take right.
20 seconds before Irrelevant is up. He's got the TP available, and Hillsang is just blasted down. Stays alive a few seconds longer. Wild growth is needed for Exekick to stay alive because he is dropped inside his base. Chasey is moving forward, but does not have the damage to take down Exekick, and SK Gaming will bounce back. SK Gaming will force us to a game 5.
Never mind, Exekick is the other tank, so SK just decide to barrel through and will manage to take us to a game 5. Blue side is OP.
4 games in a row, the blue side has come out victorious, and the second time that SK has shut down the Mad Lions. They are styling in the final seconds of play, fountain diving for the ace, and we're going all the way. Game 5, Silver Scrapes, SK versus Mad Lions.
What a way to kick off finals weekend. SK showing up with their backs against the wall. Our closest game, I think, of the series, fighting tooth and nail through it. But once they got a lead, they never let go.
And they played it so well, focusing on the early heralds, making sure that they're able to get those goals into the right people and stopping this game from being run away with by Mad Lions. And eventually we called it relevant, unkillable. 3 items come through, SK barrel over Mad Lions.
It feels to me like the draft has such a gigantic influence on how SK are able to play out and generate those leads. The Zeri Lulu from earlier in the series, crucial in picking up their wins. The Sion Azir, crucial this time round. SK have to do something that no team has done yet today, find a way to win on the red side, and that is going to be a puzzle that they don't have a lot of time to figure out. That is, of course, presuming Mad Lions pick blue.
Yeah, we know Mad Lions are going to
case.
pick blue. Like, that's just how it's going to go down at the end of the day. Everyone wanting that first pick option, but honestly, I'm a little bit shocked with SK showing up after that. I think they showed a lot of creativity. Irrelevant unlocked himself on the map, which was such a big glow up. They are adapting, they are evolving throughout this series, and that makes them fierce coming into Game 5.
How do they handle the Game 5 pressure, the experience advantages with the Mad Lions? We're going to head to the analyst desk to break down Game 4.
Thank you very much indeed. Silver Scrapes, we have 3 best of 5s this weekend, and the first one already hitting Silver Scrapes. I think I'm liking where this is going, but I'm liking even more what I'm seeing out of SK, being back on the blue side, making the adaptations, and I'm just so happy. The sky seems to be the limit for this team. What were the ingredients to them pushing it to Game 5?
Draft.
All
about draft.
That's a good
they
one.
adapted. They were able to pick late game. And then there was a Cyan bonus as well, the championship.
And they didn't pick Lucianami.
Well, Lucianami, as it stands right now, is on a 9-game losing streak.
Lucian, I think.
Yeah, so you're right, because it has been played with a different one. That's a very important one to put in there. Either way, it's not successful at all whatsoever when we see it. And it's almost to the point where when we go into this Game 5, whoever picks Lucian, maybe they'll lose.
But we did see that Exakick had a great game, of course, maybe because of the Lucianami being on the other side. It wasn't by lack of trying, though, from the Mad Lions, right? They definitely still put the attention down in that bot lane, but it was Exakick and DOS.
Yeah, I thought this was really well played with the Gravitum setting it up. You know, he caught him with the flamethrower combo with it afterwards, and then it's just, okay, they're low now. Unlucky you tanked that tower shot, but once again, it comes from the over-aggression with Kasi. There is possibility for Kasi to look for DOS with the Light Slinger on the Lulu, but unfortunately, he doesn't see it. The barrier's clutch from Exakick, and he picks up a kill. And this is where he just starts getting ahead of the items, where something like this can happen.
And it gets difficult once you fall behind versus Elise especially, because she's just going to keep coming back. And here, well, this particular clips is just Exakick, you know, handling everything by himself, finding a few openings, and then all of a sudden he's snowballing out of control to the point where he can one-shot a tank. I am pretty sure Mad Lions wish they could have done the same thing to Sion, but they were not very successful in doing so.
Probably. Really impressive out of Exakick. I think kind of, yes, on some people's radars, I want to say coming into this season, but really putting himself above and beyond as the ADC to watch, rather. We also have some voice comms from SK's 21-minute fight win. Oops.
If we can start the turn, it's the best, by the way. They have good poke.
Can you... Okay.
Care flank from here. Care flank from here.
Play on this bush, okay?
Play from both sides. Play from both sides. But they will
need to look on the Gragas, by the way. And play on the pixel. Play on the pixel. Wait. I'm zoned.
You need to go Gragas?
Gragas.
Joel.
I'm fine.
Kite back.
Gragas eat.
I'm sustaining. Kite back.
You want the base. Can you stop
the space?
Wait. I'm taking health food.
I'm full tanky. I take no damage.
Look on this guy.
Gragas nult.
Start. I will look here slowly. Look on Santa. Nice.
You can Nash as well.
I speed you.
I can help you.
Look, I'm 1 HP.
Can we get Nash?
Speed me. Yeah. Can you go base and TP to Nash? Yeah, I have a base TP.
Good job, Daniel.
No Nash.
You guys are smurfing it. Guys, in with Aphelios, I just front line, okay?
Good job, Daniel. Is that what hurt? Damn, Daniel. Good stuff. Super calm. I want to say.
Yeah, I think that was surprisingly calm,
Yeah.
especially considering they're down in such an important fight. And it was pretty cool how at first you could hear them talking back and forth, then the fight is about to start and it's just quiet. Everyone's focused, they already know what to do because they talked about it, just before. And, as a result, they destroyed them.
And it's so interesting because that play right there was in such a pivotal moment, right? It was second Drake. It was this fight where Mad Lions, you have to take this because if you lose this, it's over. The game's just over. So you have to do it. And it's such an important one for SK to secure because if they win, that should just be the rest of the game in their favor. They win it, they take it, and it was.
It was very impressive. Let's talk about the Mad Lions then. I mean, I don't want to say we said it jokingly, but I think we expect them to win a best of 5 in the LEC at some point. But it might not be today, it seems like. What's your gut?
Well, it's tricky, right? Because SK has been looking really convincingly when they draft this way, when they drafted their to their win cons and they set up bot lane. But at the same time, Blue side has also won every single game today. And it's really, really hard to win draft on red because you are forced to ban Maoka and Ashe every game. So now Mad Lions can basically decide exactly how draft is going to go. And that's going to, be a little bit difficult for SK to deal with because they're just not that flexible.
So is it really that tricky in the end with the blue side coming through?
Tell me.
Yeah, I think whatever team is on blue side is going to have a clear advantage going in with the bot laners and the...
So can we just call the entire playoffs?
Yeah, sure, let's do it.
Okay.
G2 has side selection, right? Congratulations, G2!
Hey, that means we get a lot of best of 5s that goes to 5 games
Well,
as
I
well.
think it's lazy analysis. Tell me how they win from red. That's what I want to know.
Okay. I think it's going to be tricky because I don't think they're going to get. They're not going to get a strong job. Okay, fair. I mean, I guess my job here is not supposed to be easy. Well, I don't expect them to get a good jungle matchup. I don't expect them to get Siri, so they're going to have to be creative. They already showed us they can play something like their Aphelios. Maybe they have another late game carry prepared, like the Sivir, for example. But they just need to avoid picking Lucian Nami, get a solid duo on 1-2 for their bot lane, a jungler that Macoon can actually play into what is probably going to be...
I thought you were going to say can actually play.
No, into what is probably going to be, a higher tier jungler. And then everything else seems fine. Like top and mid have been pretty stable. Just make sure the other roles are as well.
Okay.
I have time for mine as well?
Now you don't, now that you did that. We're going to toss to the break, but we'll see you on the other end, and I'll give you the time then. We're going to listen to Silver Scrapes, and as we come back, we'll set up Game 5 between SK and the Mad Lions.
Wait, what was the penalty for throwing a hand warmer with your opponent?
On the side of Mad. So anytime they have these windows to move around the map, they're going to try to punish. A great reverse, though, from SK, but they can't quite nail him!
I can look on Lily's. Okay, she turned. I'm going. Okay. Bomba! Nice. 1920. 18 no flash, okay? 18 no flash.
But Exigate is free-firing. White Gun is shredding Mad Lions SK all the way!
And SK Gaming will bounce back. SK Gaming will force us to a Game 5. 4 games in a row, the blue side has come out victorious, and the second time that SK has shut down the Mad Lions.
I think we're all very motivated, very dedicated. I think everyone's playing solo queue, everyone's looking at VODs, Perma. I think everyone here has their main focus fully on League, and everyone's very fresh. Everyone really still has that hunger to win as well, and I think that just makes us a very good team and very hard to beat, and allows us to improve fast as well.
Again, now you get the channel going forward from Marcoon.
Marcoon goes all the way forward. Bo is knocked up, knocked down, and killed. And Surges is the focus from Vitality, but the re-engage once more from Irrelevant. Is able to do it. This is it for SK. They've been able to take down Vitality.
I think Mad this season has been a very slow and steady team. I think they dropped very meta, scaling, and I think they've played very well around mid-jungle 2v2 this season. So I'm looking forward to see how me and Certus can line up against that. And I think if we match them in the 2v2, then we can just take over the game. But if we lose, then I think our game will just be over.
Well, it's not over. In fact, SK are still in it and are 1 game away from moving on to facing Koi tomorrow. But Mad Lions, of course, aren't out of this one yet. They've done reverse sweeps in the past. They've done all kinds of crazy things. So I'm sure this is possible. Howdy, partner.
I'm just happy to be here.
Have you today discovered that there is a marker on this desk?
I have. I'm just spicing up the desk. No, I think that what you say is right. We've seen some incredible stuff from both of these teams and organizations. And I think that there's a lot more on the line than I think people necessarily realize. We have mentioned it, partly as a joke, but also partly as to remind people of Mad Lions' situation last year, where domestically they weren't able to win a best of 5. And then when we looked at this roster throughout the regular season, throughout the group stages, it felt like that they were one of the shoo-ins to guarantee a top 3. And if they were to fall short, it would be to a Koi or a G2 or even a Vitality. To lose to an SK, a brand new roster with young players that have only come together this year, would be a devastating blow to a lot of these players and the organization's current recent legacy.
And it's just such a big contrast to the expectations coming through from SK as well, right? Because what were those expectations at the start of it? Oh, it's a shoe-in if you make top 8 for some of the people out there as well, right? And then continuing from there to the build-up we have here, where regular season completely stumbling, group stage having some issues, but now again, finding some of that groove with the late game scaling in some of these games here.
And as Verius brought up kind of the bigger picture implications for the Mad Lions, for SK to make a deep run here in the winter split in terms of kind of the way the season works now, in terms of wanting to qualify for the season finals at the end of the year, this is so incredibly important. And I think maybe because we're just in the winter split, we're not seeing those implications yet, because we're all coming to terms with it. But in terms of kind of that development, this is also great.
Yeah, 100%. We haven't really talked much about championship points so far this split. And as we get into spring, this will become a larger topic of conversation. But you're right in that right now, the winners of each split secure a spot in the end of the season finals. Yes, that's the wording. Exactly.
Yeah.
And those words. But everyone else qualifies on championship points.
Yeah.
And consistency is rewarded. And Mad Lions getting a 4th place spot, if this is where they fall short, sure would still be good. Obviously, better than a Fnatic, for example. But it's if you aren't able to maintain that top form, you have to be worried about where this SK roster can still go. Because I think, one of the big questions that people have, especially when you look at veterans, what is their ceiling? Have we seen their ceiling? Can they go above it? Or, is there still room for them to grow? We know, without a doubt, that this SK roster, we've only seen the start of their very long journey. This is the beginning of what could be an incredibly talented roster. And if they fall short here, the expectations on them have already far surpassed what they were expected to do. And now they can only grow and develop from here. But for Mad Lions, the expectations are already up here. And it was even Exakick on Euphoria that was saying, well, I don't want to be in that position because you have to think of the weight and responsibility that's on your shoulders, and that's what these Mad players now face.
It's kind of the stuff of Magic, right? The underdog runs that are possible. You see it across all sports and esports very often, but when it hits you, you never know when it's happening. And I really want to believe, Goldborg, that SK can make it. Obviously, it would be commiserations to Mad because, again, they wouldn't be able to win a best of 5 here. But we've said it already. The red side will be looming, I'm pretty sure. Also, yes, you've noticed that we are talking a little bit more. I'm waiting to get you wording on why we are talking a little bit longer. In any case, Goldberg, you didn't get to speak before the break. So how does SK win this from red side, which I still haven't got confirmed that Mad Lions have picked blue, but I'm going to assume.
Yeah, let's assume that they did, because I think, so in my head, I've come down to, okay, when you go on red side right now, you will probably still most likely get rid of Maokai, Elise, and Ashe, like your 3 picks. And on the other side, we've seen Mad Lions go for the Jax, we've seen them go for the Seri, and we could possibly see them go for the Vi just to say, have that extra answer that if you first pick the Sejuani, there's no Vi on the other side, and then you have to go for the other things. So that's already a problem. You could overload it. Both let Elise and Sejuani be up, and then just let's say, all right, you have the early game, we get the late game, and that would be something that SK would have liked.
I have an update.
Okay.
The start of Game 5 is delayed as the league officials investigate server side issues. Yeah, that doesn't sound good. I just mean it's not that someone pushed a button.
Yeah, fucking with that ham, isn't that classic?
Please no. But in any case, and it really sucks because this is the last time, or like, you really don't want it now, that elongated break. I think when you're coming off of the high of that Game 4 win for SK Gaming, as well as Mad Lions, who hopefully have discussed already what they want to do in this Game 5. I hope it doesn't take too long, but let's go on this path then. Red side for SK.
I think it's worth considering the strengths and weaknesses that we've seen from both sides, right? And if we start with SK, because that's what we're kind of talking about, we recognize that their bot lane 2 versus 2 is incredibly good, right? We know that, we've seen that, we have multiple proof of it. Yeah. I think that the biggest question mark comes down to how much can Marcoon influence the map? Because in Game 2, where they won, he was able to find a lot of good ganks top and bot. He was able to play through both lanes, and they were able to get through the early game to a point with which they could rely on their mid to late game team fighting, which has proven to be, at this point, one of the best in the league. Unfortunately, when they fall behind early, when they're struggling in the 2 versus 2, when Mad Lions get to dictate the pace of the early game, this is where we see Mad Lions come alive. And I don't want to boil it down to simply something as simple as draft. I don't want to boil it down to something as simple as win early, win the game. But what we are consistently seeing from these drafts are situations where a team is going to get outscaled, and the team that often has better scaling is often able to get a good start to the game because they have more tools to work with. And I feel like that both these teams need to really think about how valuable is this Lucian Nami, because both teams have answers to it, which means that if you have an answer to it and consistently throughout this series have been able to deny it and shut it down, maybe it's not as safe a blind pick as it used to be.
Yeah, and I think the reason why we're honing in on this so much as well is just because when this bot lane finally gets ahead, and why the bot lane meta is so well bot lane centric at the moment in competitive play as well, it's so much easier to navigate the map when you have 2 members that it's going through. It's so much easier to get your Drake stacking going from the early game. If you have a winning bot lane, well, it doesn't matter if top lane is winning, because you'll just simply rotate your bot lane top, and now you have a winning Herald fight.
But
yes,
in the beginning of the series, we were praising Mad Lions for how much they went top lane, how great of a game Chasey has had, who's been so incredibly dependable throughout the split overall and really made a difference. They completely abandoned that seemingly for such a focus on bot, in which they proceeded to throw a 2v2 advantage in fights.
Well, that's a really valuable point, because when we look back to Game 2, it was Chasey who was shut down by the aggressive ganks thrown topside.
Oh, yeah.
In Game 3, we saw the Draven game, so they were going to ignore topside.
Anyways.
But Game 4, it was, but also in Game 3, Mad banned Sion.
Yeah.
And then in Game 4, they got Sion, and even if they tried to play through top, there was nothing to play for. So you then have to bring into question, sure, if you just want to neutralize bot and then play through Chasey, I completely agree with you, that's a very viable option, but then you've got to make sure that top matchup is one you can actually snowball.
Oh, I love it. We're fired up, and I was going to say, the server, it's not fired up. It's fine. It's not on fire. It's great. The league officials have resolved the issue. Let's send it over to our casters for Game 5.
Thank you so much, Sharks. We are entering Game 5. of Mad Lions versus SK Gaming. And the question is, what will SK do? The blue side has won all 4 games this series. And when we have looked at specifically that Scion, it has been banned in 3 of them, either in phase 1 or phase 2. So what do SK do? What wrenches do they throw into the mix here? What happens with Lucian Nami? What happens with Elise? What happens with some of these other power picks that have had such a big influence?
I'm actually curious to see if they end up nearly baiting out the Lucian Nami as second rotation blue side, and then trying to see if you can pick a Scion, pick up something that can actually answer for it. Because we can see the Aphelios Lulu worked pretty well into it. The fact you got that Scion made it absolutely unkillable. So I'm curious if you see a little bit of a different attack here coming through from SK.
Yeah, and in terms of the Scion too, whether or not Mad Lions decide to ban that in phase 1, it could be a R3 pick. Delay the jungle pick to make sure you get the Scion for SK.
And I think when you look at that Aphelios specifically for Exakick, his most played champion, 38 games with a near 80% win ratio. He was a large part of the reason that SK won that 4th game just moments ago. SK will now need to do something that hasn't been done today and find a win on that red side. I think if they end up going with a similar sort of draft to what we've seen in game 3, it was that Jax, Sejuani, and Zeri banned away by Mad Lions, and they've answered the question. Scion, first ban here on the blue side.
All right, that answers that. So then, does the Jax drop? I don't think so. That's been pretty consistent for them. So then I'm thinking the Zeri potentially drops and is left open. SK also, I didn't think we would see a Nautilus ban, perhaps, because Maokai, Elise, Ashe are all options. We're probably getting one of those champions let through.
Okay, still gonna get the Zeri. I assume they were like, okay, chances are it'll be the Zeri that's dropped. Let's ban the Nautilus so we don't get the Draven Nautilus lane coming through. Maokai's still there. So are they just going to let the Elise through and go, hey, look, as long as we can keep ourselves safe, we'll be fine. Maybe they can have a better time. Or is it going to be the Ashe that actually managed to finally make its way through one of these drafts?
Question is, who do you think you can contain more, Alioya or Helisang? Aphelios will be banned away, denying that option to Exakick. So now we're going to find out, will the Elise or the Ashe be the priority picks? It also means that Jax will be open and available, a consideration for the top lane. But so many different questions, and SK have to figure out, do they try a composition that hasn't found success this series, or just go for that front to back? It'll be the Ashe band.
There you go. Elise left open, expecting that to come in first. Marcoon potentially responding with that Dark Harvest Gragas as the counter that we've seen twice already in this series. But I have to say that the thing I love most about best of fives, and you don't see this in BO1s, but over the course of a series, how like the signature pocket picks of different players get respect banned so early. The Nautilus from Hillisang, the Scion from Irrelevant, and now Exakick's Aphelios on top.
I feel like here, though, you try and pick up this Jax. I was thinking you actually go Jax Sejuani, because the big thing is you want to try and get comfort for Irrelevant. You don't want that Jax to just slip through the ban phase again. But also, I think if you're going to go for something like this, more bruiser carry in the top side, having engage on a Sejuani becomes very, very important.
Now, does Kazi feel the Draven once more? It was the Draven Nautilus into the Lucian Nami in game 3. Instead,
okay.
It's going to insta-lock there the Gragas as well as the Jace.
That's wild. Still leaving the option to switch those between solos. Technically, Hilly could always take the Gragas down onto the bottom side, but that puts SK in a really tough spot, because do you take the Jax as an answer? Okay, maybe you're playing into a Jace, maybe not so fun to play melee versus range, but also you need your jungler, or that's going to get double banned on the opposite side. And with Gragas off the table as well, the Sejuani is a natural solution for SK, but that means that once again, Irrelevant will be double banned. I'm almost sure that the Jax will be taken away by Mad Lions, unless Chasey just wants to play that matchup straight up.
I feel like you just get rid of the Jax here, make it easy on yourself, because I think Chasey has answers in things like the Fiora, but certainly this team fighting comps have been the way forward, and I think going back towards that is probably going to be your best bet, especially when you've already got the Gragas and the Jace. You've already got that flexibility there, you just want to stick with it. So let's see exactly how we go. Varus going to be taken off the board, though. A lot of pressure on towards Guard to see exactly what he does want to bring out, because hell of a lot of AD carry bans here.
And of course, the big question for me is whether or not Niski will be running that Gragas again. He did his first ever professional game on the champion earlier this series, had a great impact. SK not banning either of those solo lanes just yet. Varus, and waiting for their final one, it will be the Draven as well. So Kazi's going to be pushed a little bit lower down that priority list. You've got the likes of Siva, the likes of Ezreal, maybe even another option available to him. But for Mad Lions now, they will at least get one of these solo lanes locked in for SK and then figure out where does that Gragas and that Jace decide to go.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, we could reverse all the way back to game 1 and maybe play a Sivir Karma down on the bot side for Mad Lions. I also think the Caitlyn is something that could come through potentially. Fell off a lot compared to the last weeks, but with the Elise setting up for early dives is a possibility.
I'd actually love an Ezreal Karma here, where I think you actually just go all in on the poke, right? You get the Jace, you get the Ezreal that can do relatively well, should be fine on the bottom side, and then you can actually have an opportunity to set up well for these fights, try and play around the relatively short range that this composition SK has. One solution doesn't have that color.
Take a look at this Renekton, by the way. First time this series, you have 4 Irrelevant. It's his second most played champion. He's got 13 games, but a win rate of only 38% is definitely going to be one of those champions that can run away with the game, especially if Markoon decides to gank top, put some time and pressure onto him, which is what Markoon did in the second game against Vitality, getting Irrelevant ahead and unlocking the win through the top lane.
And it's interesting to see because you do essentially end up counterpicking yourself with the Renekton going into the Gragas, but Hilly and also the Tristana here for Karzi. This is going to be we want to all in every second that we can, and we're going to need help from you to do that.
I mean, the Rel set up for a Gragas cast to pull them all in and knock them whichever direction you want. We finish off the draft with DOS locking in the Zoe for Certus to rock in the mid lane as well. Niski looked so powerful on that champ at the start of the game, and I'm almost expecting Niski to hold on to the Jace here in mid lane. I think the Gragas is just going to play a little bit more passively towards the top side of the map because I'm a little concerned what you could do. But at the same time, if you want to set up to early dive Renekton, Jace top side makes a ton of sense.
We need Certus, though, to actually get control over this mid lane and do what Niski did on the zone, where he's roaming bot, making sure that Exakick and DOS are safe. Surprised, though, honestly, actually, I thought we were going to see the Jace in the mid lane because, for me, Gragas just does so well into Renekton, and you can still have that Jace being able to play for skirmishes, but it is actually going to be the swap around.
Yeah, I think it has to be because Mad Lions want to play a more topside focused game. Like, yes, you can gank bot lane, you have the Rel to try and help set up, but this is going to be punished central on Irrelevant, some revenge from game 4 if they can set it up.
And it is another example of the Mad Lions doing something that we haven't necessarily seen a whole lot. We haven't necessarily tasted that Tristana, that Rel. I mean, Hylissang's got, I think, like 10 or so games on the champion. That's the first time we've seen him pull it out. In terms of how this early game will play out, the Elise from Alyoya into Markoon Sejuani, the champion that Markoon is still undefeated on. Can he have an impact? Can he prevent Mad Lions from closing out the series? Welcome to Summoner's Rift for Game 5. Mad Lions versus SK Gaming. Mad Lions once again grouped up as a 5-strong in the bottom lane. No champions available to them though, as SK are playing defensively up around that mid lane.
I mean, this is a really good call. Hilly going to be really good on the engages, and you can always go for something sneaky like this where you hop in over the wall. Even the fact that you could try and get vision down on this bottom side to try and set up so you can always go for that early all-in. Hilly will be spotted by Exakick here though, and they know the Mad Lions are in the bot side.
Yeah, we're potentially looking for a wrap around there if anyone was camped inside of that brush. Exakick playing far back enough that he's going to be okay. Now, options are on the other side of the map for SK to walk in and place down a ward. I like warding up the Raptors from Certus, trying to track this Elise in the early game, because so often you'll see these Elises start on the red side camps, clear away 3, and then you've got red buff, and you're instantly looking to influence one of the lanes.
I mean, already you've got a lot of pressure up onto this top side. Again, I think I'm looking at how Mad Lions want to try and play this early level. The Rel, very similar to the Nautilus in that you really need to get this early game going. Early levels is where you want to try and find your advantages. Otherwise, the poke is going to become too much on those later stages. So Dawson Exakick hiding just away from Hilly in that bot side.
And of course, we saw Hylissang complete take over the game earlier this series on that Nautilus. Landing engage after engage. He started with that W, got the crash down available, will land it onto Exakick. Rocket jump forward from Kazi. The damage trade is high and it's cleansed for Exakick, already used. Flash away from Kazi. Exakick picks up first blood. A fight that Mad Lions started. Now Hilly's the far focus, the target, and he's simply not got enough damage, forced to flash over the wall, and it's SK that win.
Just a wild all-in there. Carzzy taking W at level 1, maybe a chance to reset that and get a second, but the lack of damage there absolutely punished. Chasey takes a great trade on the top side of the map, but it's also Carzzy playing with Cleanse. Like, they don't have as much to try and go for this early all-in.
Especially when you have that heal, the Ignite to try and start the all-in. Cleanse immediately, you got the extra heal there for DOS, so an extra summoner spell to go to use in that bottom side. Now Carzzy back in lane, big wave pushing in towards exit kick means he'll be able to catch that just as he gets back to lane.
Yeah, we're going to be able to pick up that additional longsword as well as the refillable pots, and maybe going to hold off just for a moment or two. Hylissang, once again, starting this this match off very aggressively, very forward-facing. Unfortunately for him, messing up that first engage. Elyoya looking for the level 3 tower dive, flash away from Irrelevant, the Q in the minion wave. The repel will reset the aggro, and that was just beautiful from Elyoya.
Very nicely played. Can't say that was too shocking there. 3 camps into looking for a top lane dive. Irrelevant will TP back, so we won't lose too many minions off of that. But Marcoon pathing top to bot, sort of forsaking his own top laner here to make sure he can stick around this bot side, which you have to remember is so volatile now that Niski wanted to walk into River to see if he could spot Marcoon and give his team some info.
But the problem now is that Carzzy and Hilly are way overextended bot side. They don't get to crash the wave again. Having the lack of a range support here is hurting them. X-Kick and DOS going to slow build this wave and be in a great spot for, say, something like the Dragon that's spawning in a minute's time.
Something that can happen over the next few minutes is if Hylissang decides to roam and try to move around to help out Elyoya or try to gank those other lanes, the AoE from this Tristana can sit in a lane a little bit alone. It's not seen Hylissang roaming too much throughout this series. It's definitely not as much as we've seen throughout the regular season and group stage, primarily because there's just been so much action, so much fighting, and Marcoon is backing up DOS and Exit Kick for now. Elyoya is relatively close by the Krugs.
There's nothing really for Elyoya to do after the Krugs, so it's either bot lane gank, maybe a mid lane gank, something like this. Marcoon in a really good position to set up the counter, knowing this big wave is building. This time he's here to support. And this has been classic. Marcoon covering for the lanes that are shoving on in here as they guided on in, but walking over the ward, I don't think Mad Lions are going to want to take this fight.
They're not. Exit Kick, however, will dash all the way forward. Carzzy's low, below 300, but it's Exit Kick that's the focus. Exit Kick that's the target. Exit Kick that is down. The reset and the W, the reset again, and Carzzy is chasing out DOS. 2 quick kills to the Mad Lions.
Chasey killed Irrelevant too, by the way.
Yeah, you had the lead. Exit Kick, you just needed to play it safe. Just crash the wave, reset, and you're fine. But now, as you say it, kills in bot. Chasey takes over top, and what was a great start has fallen to pieces.
Yeah, I mean, that bot lane gank was not going to work unless Exit Kick just full sent it into them like he did right there. And Mad Lions absolutely punish off that, even knowing Marcoon was in the area. At the same time, just the fact that Elyoya only needs the 1 gank on top side so that Chasey can sprint away with this matchup is absolutely huge. Irrelevant just used both slice and dice and got murdered.
I mean, think back to the last time Chasey played this Jace in the top lane. He had such a huge impact. Fantastic damage throughout the course of the game. And he's already 2-0 up, got a 12 CS advantage, nearly 1,000 gold lead. And that is just going to be even more difficult for this Renekton to play out.
Especially as he starts to take plates, Elyoya realizes that if you can get Chasey ahead, play for Rift Tower with this big Jace, it's going to become nigh on impossible for SK to play, especially since Renekton's big pick is supposed to be a play for Rift Tower.
Niski's also roaming up here, and Lacertus may be a little late to the party. Cocoon connects, and that is just melted. Irrelevant cannot stand in front of his tower. Marcoon sent running for his life. Certus too late to the party. 5 kills to 1 and a 2,000 gold lead.
Look at the entire shift, by the way, from the Mad Lions. The bot lane even moved up, so it was this huge rotation towards the top side of the map because they had full prio over bot lane. They're going to lose a couple of minions to that tower, but making sure they were always going to be in a position to show up, pick up the wave that Niski was sacrificing in mid as he was rotating towards the top side of the map. Mad Lions are back to rotational form.
And you now got 3 kills on towards Chasey. 4 kills potentially as Elyoya will find Irrelevant. Can't get to the safety of his tower, so again, losing more and more of these creeps. You need to get Certus unlocked and moving topside with Marcoon here.
It's so bad that the support and AD carry were moving up towards the top side of the map in case Chasey and Elyoya stuck around, because they could have easily, if they wanted to, stood between the 2 towers and never allowed Irrelevant to farm a minion. Now they respect bot lane's missing. We do need to back away, but it's forcing these moves from SK just to stay alive.
When the barrel comes out, Certus is pinned against against the wall, but Hilly's in range. Flash used to keep Certus in safety, and Kazi steps forward, not going to be able to land those autos. But again, it's this proactive play. Madline's moving around the map.
Oh my God.
Has got a stun. He's got Certus locked in place, and Certus will at least get a small heal for now. The body slam does it.
The juke.
He finds another.
Oh my God, Niski avoiding the bubble there as well. Hylissang is a player that just sees kills. He sees red and he always takes the fight. Sometimes it hurts, but sometimes it just allows his team to run away with the game.
And he didn't even have the Magna Storm for that particular engage, just finding the opportunity, holding Certus in place long enough for Niski to follow up. 6 kills to 1. Another early dragon goes the way of Mad Lions. And for SK, this is an incredibly scary place to be because the composition from Mad can be used again and again and again. The tower dives are great. The initiation tools are great.
But it's Mad Lions really playing as a pack. Niski every time is finding these opportunities to roam, get up towards topside, support his team. Certus hasn't been able to keep pace. Hilly roaming towards the mid lane to help out Niski as well. This is where it's a I scratch your back, you scratch mine, and Mad Lions are playing so well, so proactively. Now, SK should be able to get this if they're quick, but Chasey will spot.
A little bit of threat from Chasey. Can use that accelerated shock blast to look for at least a steal, and won't be able to do it this time around. The Rift Herald is a big pickup here for SK because some plates can help make up this deficit they find themselves in. But they cannot afford to keep being killed. They cannot afford to concede more gold and more of an advantage to the Mad Lions. I mean, that top lane has already been swapped out. Take a look. Irrelevance made his way down bottom, and Exekick is up in the top lane as Kazi is swapping to match.
Yeah, I was going to say, this is a good opportunity. Both side lanes have prio now for SK. They could use that pressure to make something happen on the map, but the bot lane needed a reset. Exekick went back to base, so Irrelevant is just going to hang out in the bot lane. And this is where you can sometimes lose out the windows if you don't have like the proactive playmaking champions around you. They don't use that tempo to push in and do much of anything. So now that swings back over to the Mad Lions. You can see Hylissang inside the enemy jungle. Big wave building up. They want to dive this Lucian, and there's no one to save the Lucian. This Lucian's just going to get exploded.
And Chasey spotted out the play on bot side. This is really well orchestrated. Mad Lions now pushing Exekick and DOS away. The problem that you have for SK, because Irrelevant is so far behind, you're always on a ticking time bomb with Chasey as he approaches a tower. You need multiple members to deal with them. So Mad Lions are just playing to the opposite side, using that big lead Chasey has to force plays elsewhere.
Malyoya is just living inside Mad Lions jungle, consistently forcing SK to give up minions, to give up that gold and that experience. And despite the fact that they are a little bit outnumbered, they have enough of an advantage that SK cannot really contest. 3 plates we're taking in that top lane, 2 plates in the mid lane, and that little ward the observers showed it just a moment or two ago, allowed Mad Lions all the information they needed to consistently apply this forward pressure.
As SK are running around trying to play some cleanup here, Mad Lions just continue to get vision. That's a big sleep, though.
What's the rest of the commit? Locked in place by the prison, and Portal Star not going to be enough damage. Niski survives. Cocoon catches onto Marcoon, and it's Irrelevant trying to get one back. He's got a small HP advantage. The hammer comes down. The slice and dice and the knock back will keep Chasey alive for now. So no kill in the mid lane, and Irrelevant not able to pick that up either.
Mad are going towards topside, and again, you're going to see Exekick and DOS have to step away. Oh, maybe they don't have time, though.
That's a lot of damage already put down onto DOS. Tidal wave through the shot out as well as the buster shot. Rocket jump forward, but here comes Alyoya. Exekick not going to commit the flash. Claims will be used to at least escape for now. Dashes away to safety, and Hilly has got that Magna Storm available. Does he fancy the tower dive? The answer is no for now, but it does look like Niski's making his way top as well.
A little bit too much there. Hylissang could try to threaten a dive, but I think the health bars are too low to pull that one off. I say that, though, Exekick and DOS have been isolated away. The recalls do end up coming through, and it looks like nothing's going to come from it.
So this is a similar pattern to previous games this series, where when Mad Lions are in an advantageous position, they continue to look for those kills, to dive, to invade the enemy jungle. But they cannot get caught up. They cannot afford to make mistakes on those engages, because that is where SK can claw back this deficit. Yes, it is gigantic at this moment in time, but obviously they're playing on the very, very edge of safety there, Jacta.
The problem that they're having, though, is you just don't really get control over side lanes at any point in time. Ayoya is still stronger when it comes towards the jungle matchup. He's got so much extra gold, and also the fact as well that he is the elite, so Marcoon is trying to avoid him, but you're still playing to a very, very weak side of the map. Exakick and DOS should be at least able to get some turret plates for themselves as well, but it's not enough to really give themselves a mid-game where they can fight toe-to-toe against Mad right now.
Not right now. The Rift Herald has been dropped. Hillisang does it, locking in 3 members of SK, but they will at least get themselves 1 kill back. Kazi and Exa traded back and forth for one another. The Ferromancy from Hilly sets up a second. Chasey's got his 4th of the game, and Niski may be able to find more. The barrel will actually knock Certus to safety, but Elyoya, he's hunting, looks for the cocoon, lands it onto Certus. The tidal wave buys some time, but DOS is being hammered away. Another kill for Chasey. Irrelevant teleports in and will be shut down. A big chunk of gold going into Certus. The slice, the dice. Irrelevant not really going to be able to find anything more on Niski.
Mad Lion's mid lane collapse have just been absolutely devastating, forcing Irrelevant to use the teleport as well, just to trade 1-for-1 at the very back end of the fight. Notice it though, SK are the first ones back onto the map. They have priority over this Drake. I'm not sure Mad Lions are in a perfect position to fight this. Again, Chasey's dead, no TP on him. So even though Mad Lions come ahead in the fight, it's SK with control on the Dragon.
I think when you look at the advantage right now, 2,200 ahead of his opposite number. Chasey has got a gigantic 40 CS lead. He's going to be one of the players that can use that poke damage to ensure any future objectives go the way of Mad Lions. Unfortunately, because of those death timers and the fact that they were a little out of position, SK will at least sneak one of these dragons, giving them the potential of a little bit more time.
This looked really good to start off from Mad with that engage, but watch as Karzi goes to jump in, Marcoon gets the knock away, which prevents Karzi from actually being able to follow up. They get the kill onto him, and that's where it starts to go a little bit sideways. You still get Exakick here, you still get Chasey who's able to come through, but very deep on the play as Marcoon will fall. You get the follow-up coming through with the TP from the Renekton, and it's just, at this stage, I think cut your losses, take a play, be happy with this. You'd already invested so much on Mad Lions to make this play happen.
Oh, SK are going to be hunting for an initiation. 4 versus 3 for now. Chasey manages to flash away to safety, or dash away to safety rather. Hilly will get taken out, so SK find themselves a pick and punish Mad Lions for just being grouped up.
Perfect. 4 versus 3 in the mid lane. Both the Gragas was in base, the Tristana was in bot lane. This is what Mad Lions just did to SK. Abused them with numbers in mid lane and punished them for kills. SK turn it straight back around. A great adaptation.
Now you get Rift Herald, and you can actually trade on top side for the Terra Karzi's about to take on bot as well. And if you can crack open this turret, you're getting a lot more control. And this was a much larger gold lead that Mad Lions had, and it's starting to teeter back and forth. I mean, 5 games deep, some mistakes creeping in for Mad Lions.
I think the gameplay from both sides has been very chaotic, has been very kill focused. And that is actually a good thing here for SK, because if they're able to pick some of these fights, use that mechanical ability they've demonstrated to find some kills, they can try come back into this game, but it will require, of course, punishing Mad Lions, who now are looking for Irrelevant, gets caught out by that shock blast, the slice, the dice. Chasey, does he find the shot? No, it's flashed away from Irrelevant, stays alive.
Oh, flashing just barely to get on out of that one, but holy! Elyoya played that nicely, jumping up to dodge away from the stun, getting back into it. Niski has a push straight back in the mid lane, so it's once again Mad Lions with control over the map. And for both these teams, having control over river and enemy jungle is paramount. So much pick potential on both sides. We saw the Zoe from Niski take over in game 1 once Mad Lions had Prio. Certus and SK need Prio to allow him to do the same.
It's going to be so difficult because of the fact that Chasey can just keep hammering away. He's got that Eclipse already completed, working towards second item. 3 towers have already fallen on the side of SK Gaming, and they've lost control of their jungle. And look at this, pushed all the way back to their inner turret. Well, Mad will steal away that blue buff.
It does feel like Mad Lions are just doing a better job, though, of keeping up the pace, playing around their vision on top side, constantly punishing the fact that Irrelevant's behind, and SK just can't do that.
He can't right now. Hillisang hops over that wall. Will not be able to find an initiation, will not be able to find any members of SK to start the fight. So ultimately that one just fizzles, but they can continue to steal away those jungle camps. They can continue to apply pressure in their respective middle and bottom lane, but Irrelevant is pushing top. is going to be able to get some damage down and is also
he's got red buff, by the way.
Behind Chasey. Teleport coming in here from Certus, or Niski rather, as he's joining the fight. The tower is secured. Say 1 versus 2. Another teleport coming forward. Niski is under some damage threat, but it's Certus caught out a little bit by the side. Exekick trying to take down Niski. Here comes Kazi. He's held in place by Marcoon. It looks like Kazi is locked in place with the prison, and SK Gaming have a numbers advantage. They use it to find some kills. Alyoya will be hunting.
Alyoya is still here, but Karzi used the rocket jump the wrong direction. He was running back towards mid lane while Alyoya still wants to fight.
The cocoon landed onto Marcoon, but they're too far away. A lot of teleports used there. Niski jumping into the fray. Certus jumping into the fray, but another kill for SK, which is huge, as all of a sudden Certus was almost blown up.
Exekick Flash being down for this next fight though is huge. Niski not having Flash also gives a little bit of safety to the SK side of things with a minute until this Dragon. I'm expecting this to explode once more, but this was just irrelevant, sticking around a bit too long, and SK coming to save.
Yeah, honestly, I was like the 2v2 with the soul laners. I've seen this one before, but Mad Lions got revenge right off the rip. Still though, Dawson Exo were here first, so it looks very strong for them as they sort of focus down onto Niski. I think Niski actually interrupted the dash there from Exekick too, which was almost really, really bad for him. Luckily, he had the flash to be able to turn it around, but here's where it goes weird for Karzi, because he W's away really far, even though Alyoya is here, and then starts heading down while Alyoya keeps wanting to fight, a little bit scattered in what both players on Mad Lions are trying to do.
And Marcoon being able to interrupt that first rocket jump may have had a gigantic impact, gave enough time for SK to find those kills. Now at 20 minutes, this 4,000 gold lead is starting to feel a little bit less significant, and the fact that Mad Lions have been a little bit chaotic in these fights.
And the fact it's SK. We've seen them come back from these deficits again and again against Heretics, against Vitality, and now they need to do it again against Mad Lions. This is the team that's the odd one out in playoffs, the one team that hasn't won a title, and they have to slay every single one of their opposition if they hope to try and take the title. But it starts here with Mad Lions, who get another Dragon for themselves.
Now, can Mad find another fight? They're once again clearing out SK's jungle, consistently keeping that vision deep and consistently taking the Wolves, the Krugs, the Blue. SK have been denied so many resources.
Yep.
And once again, they are pushed all the way back to the inner turrets. They're playing extremely defensively. They do not have much vision to work with.
This is the part of the game where SK just struggle to get farm. First of all, Marcoon, he's being invaded on. He's playing the Sejuani. He'll never farm again. Either it's going to Alyoya or it's going to his teammates. Sucks to be Sejuani. But also, Certus will find it really hard to farm, especially in siege situations, because Zoe doesn't really want to be playing to clear waves. That's going to be Exekick's job. Instead, is going to play deep in the fog of war, looking for these sleepy bubbles, but like on the defensive side to try and catch out someone that's hitting off onto the tower. It's a very different look to the Zoe we saw earlier in the game, but what it means is that it's going to be much harder to reach the next item breakpoints for the mid jungle of SK.
Especially as a Zoe, you want to be trying to play from ahead, from elite, so you can use the walls and have people sitting under towers, but that's not what we're getting here.
Exekick goes all the way forward, is knocked back by the ultimate fortress.
Oh, Hilly!
The storm is huge once again. Hillisang holds everyone from SK in place. Bakazi is jumped on. He's focused. He's killed off by Dots, who flashed over the wall. All of a sudden, Certus is the target, and he flashes away from the explosive cast. SK find another kill, and now have a numbers advantage against the Mad Lions.
They have nothing left in the tank, though. Marcoon has already used the ultimate, so Mad Lions know they're safe to push in. Use the health bar advantage that they have and start to set up vision for the Baron. Won't be able to get the inner turret, but it is at least a little bit of SK gold.
You have to give credit to SK's target selection, the ability to find the carries.
Hold on. Karzi jumped into all of them.
Fair point. Very fair point. But I think for SK, they are going to take every single one of these moves.
Let's track what Karzi did here, because the ult at first is good. Disengage, that's the right idea. Then Mad Lions get a different idea. Hillsang sees a very low Exa, which Karzi also sees. Unfortunately, they all turn around on him. Marcoon isn't CC'd for that long, and Karzi has no front line. He just went in at first.
I mean, very disjointed on the engage. You could see they wanted to have Niski there. That's kind of the combo you were talking about the start ender, where that barrel goes in, but too little, too late. Now you've actually gotten SK with a little bit more gold in their back pockets, starting to again see if they can set up for this Baron objective. And when you're on the red side, it becomes very difficult for Mad Lions to just quickly start this up, because you always have to be aware of Marcoon coming over the wall.
I think also, crucially, up until that previous fight, Certus and Exakick were not significantly further behind their opposite numbers, so at least the damage on the side of SK was not falling so far behind. We haven't seen Chasey find those shock blast poke damage moments to be able to influence the follow-up fight, because frankly, Mad Lions have been either surprised or caught out multiple times. So we're 22 minutes into this game. There's still a gigantic advantage for that Jace versus Renekton. But because of the fact that it's so much more difficult to use that Elise to go for those tower dives in the inner turrets, Mad Lions have not been able to, push that advantage, push that lead even further.
I will say the good thing for Mad Lions is that they have been able to sort of dominate the vision game inside the enemy jungle. Wherever they group up and walk in, it just belongs to them. So in the future, playing towards 3rd, 4th Dragon, I really like their chances of controlling that area of the map. And again, if Zoe is walking into a dragon fight, especially from the red side, really hard to find good angles to land your bubbles. The walls aren't really favorable for you to work off of that. Also on Mountain Rift, a couple more nooks and crannies that Mad Lions can hide and wait with a Gragas, a Rel, or an Elise. Any one of those players looking for a pick, or Hylissang trying to find a long loop around flank, is something he's definitely going to be eyeing up.
Certus is playing this really smart on side lanes though. The second he spots out where Elyoya is, or the majority of Mad Lions, that's when he's going aggressive, so then there can't actually be anyone collapsing onto him. He's very vulnerable in side lanes, but if there's no chance of anyone coming, he's fine.
They're going! That's Elyoya locked in place. He repels up, but what goes up must come down. And another kill secured. Exakick 3, 2, and 3 with 35 seconds until the next dragon spawns. SK have got an advantage, and they've got the time.
I mean, they might just be able to move over to the Baron. 30 seconds on Elyoya. They're going to go there and potentially look to turn. Now, so many big ultimates have been used. It's just irrelevant with the ulti here, but you can see how far away Carzzy is from the rest of the team. SK can find a fight before the carry arrives.
Ziski's no ultimate available to him either. Carzzy
What's relevant?
Trying to catch back up. Marcoon steps forward, turns the attention over to the members, but Hylissang trying to slow them down. All of a sudden, Chasey and Irrelevant are dropped in the fight. Carzzy is remaining untouched. Keep your eyes on Certus, forced to flash.
Oh, Carzzy's huge!
Carzzy, rocket jumps forward, looking for the reset on DOS. Will get it. All of a sudden, Exakick is dropped by the Niski on the mid lane, and it is just SK. They got run down in the pit.
He's dropped by, I know, the Gragas in the mid lane. It's confusing absolutely everyone. Niski also on the charge, and he kills them in game.
Ultimate snipe, and just like that, Mad Lions crush down SK, and they are the ones on the Baron.
That was beautiful from Mad Lions. Carzzy managing to get the kills, and the follow-up is there, and now Mad Lions, they get the Baron, they get to reset, they get to move over towards the Dragon as well, and especially with Carzzy now getting a ton of gold off that play, he can actually start to get to that late game threat.
I need to see Mad Lions control the next few minutes of this game because of how aggressively they have tried to find the kills, to punish, to invade on SK. They were the ones that actually conceded so many of these kills, so many shutdowns. And with the Baron buff now, there's a lot more tools available to them. Control the side lanes. Irrelevance Renekton is still, quite frankly, irrelevant. And for the moment, it is Mad Lions securing their 3rd dragon of the game. And they've got a couple minutes to push these side lanes. I want to see how they prioritize it. There's no teleports available to them.
Yeah, gotta clear out bot, clear out mid as well. But when it comes to these fights, you have to watch. Hylissang's engages have just been legendary. Even the fights they lose, he's catching 3-4 people in the Magnet Storm. It's been insane.
This is really difficult for SK to try and defend. Renekton isn't a part of the job. Zoe doesn't want to be on the back foot for these. You've Grave Siege coming through from Niski, from Chasey, the ability for Carzzy to take towers. Mad can get so much off of this, and already that's bot lane tower gone immediately.
Yep. And also when it comes to the inhibitor towers, don't forget Niski can just throw down an ultimate and they have 2 seconds to free hit a tower, try to burst it once they've taken it low.
Oh, Niski looking to catch DOS out. He had the flash and is forced to use that to stay alive. Niski flanking around, level 16 for now. The tower is already taken down. The body slam will not find a target. All of a sudden, SK, they've lost 2 more towers. 5 taken down already. Exakick is too low for any potential fights. And Mad Lions making their way to the top lane.
Wave already there. They can immediately move over, set up vision as they go, make it very difficult for Mad to actually, or sorry, for SK to actually be able to contest this. Even looking as well, ultimates for Niski going to be coming back up. So that's all outer towers now gone. And Illusion is Zoe. How do you try and push against this?
I mean, the combined wealth of Niski, JC, and Karzi is just absolutely ridiculous. SK can't do anything against what Mad Lions have in the bank.
And that felt like a last-ditch
Here we go.
engage in the mid lane. They do catch Karzi, but he's able to flash away to safety, and the return damage is simply too
teleport.
4 members of Mad Lions about to be flanked. Irrelevant will join the fray, but he's simply too far behind. The tower will stand. That is important. The Mad Lions have had a fantastic use of the Baron buff so far.
That was so close to Marcoon finding the pick. No cleanse onto Karzi, but Certus wasn't there to follow up. That's now going to be back up momentarily, and Mad are still pushing.
Look at the Hex Flash. Hilly considered the engage. He's got the ultimate available. So does Niski. Another wave in 20 seconds on that Baron buff. The E goes out. All of a sudden, the sleep connects. Karzi uses the cleanse. The engage from Hilly's available. Magnet Storm's thrown down. He only catches Irrelevant, who buys some time with that stopwatch. All of a sudden, it's Elyoya backing away. He's chunked a little low, but Chasey is untouched. Certus is caught out, rooted, stunned, blown up. A double kill for Karzi. The Mad Lions, do they fancy a push? This is a 5 versus 3. They could look to end the game.
The Baron's gone.
End SK.
The Baron's gone, but there are more minions on the way. The first tower has gone down. Hylissang trying to tank up now. Only 3 players alive, 30 seconds away. Mad Lions are pushing for the end.
There's no HP available. There's no tools available. There's no hope left for SK. Mad Lions are on the Nexus, and after 544 days, Mad Lions take down SK in a best of 5.
SK gave their all, but they're just no match for the Mad Lions. It was a messy, brawly game of chaos, but Mad are just able to outfight, outsmart, and outwit their opponents at the end.
What a fight, and what a game from Hylissang as well, finding so many ways to kick off those fights. Absolutely corralling SK Gaming multiple times. For a moment there, SK, they picked Elyoya, they're moving over to the Baron, but it was Hylissang that found his mark and set up the team fight for Mad Lions to slaughter him.
The first pick, Elise, unlocked everything. For Mad Lions, you can see Exakick on stage right now. A tough loss. But what a phenomenal run for this SK roster. If I look at their placements over the last few years, 8th, 9th, 6th, 9th, 7th. This is the first time that they've made it to the top 4. First time they made it to playoffs in literal years. And these young players can absolutely grow and develop.
I mean, summer 2015 was the last time that they actually made it to a top 4. So honestly, this should still be an incredibly proud moment. And when you're looking at a team like this, who a lot of people on paper at the start of the years were like, yeah, you know, C tier, not really going to do too much, if not even D tier for some people. So the fact that they managed to get this far says a lot about the caliber of players that you have here.
They have come in and shocked week after week. We've only been here 6 weeks.
Yeah.
Let's not forget that. In 6 weeks, they have turned this org around. They've come in, finished 4th place in the winter split. 2 more weeks after this, we get to see them play again with this experience under the belt. 3 weeks of best of 1s, best of 3s, now a best of 5, that they push Mad Lions to the absolute limits. The rookie players, I know Exakick is gonna feel the pain of this for a while, but that is a player who can step up and push himself through this year and through the rest of his career.
And he's absolutely proven himself against some of the best players that Europe has had to offer. I think today, Certus, absolutely shocking and surprising. Some of those performances,
that Akali
was in particular, was phenomenal. But I think for the Mad Lions, a kind of a new look, a kind of a new approach to the game. I'm loving this very aggressive, this very proactive mid-game from them.
And I think a huge amount did come with the veterancy of Niski, right? We already saw him step up and be a massive carry, but the way he was able to set up his waves, to sync with bot side, to look for dives there, move towards top side, even in matchups where realistically he shouldn't be getting the push, he was doing a very good job of keeping the map in check so they could have those proactive plays.
The shifts off of the priority of Mad Lions, from whether it was Niski moving to the side lane to the side lanes moving in, like Chasey had so many fantastic roams into the mid lane. That just shows class. This is a team that is really playing well. It was a tough series for them, but they pulled through in the end, I think a large part due to the fact of their overall map play.
I mean, in terms of that, Chasey, Alyoya, and Kazi are your nominees for Player of the Series. You can vote on Twitter at LEC. I think it's a tough one because I think literally every player on the Rift today had moments that were fantastic. Ultimately, it felt like Mad Lions just had a slightly better grasp of the map and movements, but SK shocked, surprised, and I think they showed some ways in which they need to be considered, threats for Spring. And how on earth do Mad Lions now bounce back from this? They play Koi tomorrow. That Gragas for Niski was definitely a surprise.
I mean, we saw a lot of surprises. Even the Elite starting to come through for Alyoya was something that we were kind of questioning, is it going to come through? And you're going to come after 5 games to go up against Koi? I am not jealous of those lads whatsoever.
Oh, but don't worry. If you beat Koi, you have G2 the day after.
Oh, true. That's a tough one. This is playoffs for Winter. That does it for us in the cast. That's going to head over to Law, who's standing by with Alyoya.
Thank you, Quickshot. And Yoya, thank you for joining me for this interview. Congrats on taking down SK. 5 games. Is it something that you expected? Because from talking to other teams, SK seemed to be a scary team with fearless players and rookie players. But what was your understanding of the team before facing them?
I was not expecting 5 games. I think we should have closed the series earlier. But at the same time, I think they are a really good team. I am actually quite surprised by their bot lane. I think their bot lane is a really solid bot lane, and same for their top laner. I think these 3 really surprised me, and they are for sure a really solid team. We just made top 4, but as you mentioned, they have some rookies, so I'm expecting even more from them.
Yeah, they're going to grow a bit more in Spring, that's for sure. What do you identify as mistakes that you've made today, maybe? 5 games is a lot, but if you had to pinpoint something specific, maybe?
I would say that our main mistake is we didn't really know how to play the comms we were given. I think we didn't understand how the comms wanted to play, and we were, on this last game, we were grouping too much on 3 lanes instead of playing on 2 and playing faster. I would say the game 4, we were not playing patiently enough with the Cassante and poking them. I think there was like many mistakes, but mostly I think the biggest one was that we didn't really understand our composition at our fullest.
I see. And you say that taking your time may be something that you missed on, but when you look at SK and the way they've been closing out games, usually it's in deficits that they thrive and that they're the scariest. Is it something that you guys had in mind coming today?
Yeah, we knew that if they get a scaling comp, they are gonna scale it.
Yeah.
They are gonna get it. Like they are not a team in which you can close a game really fast. So we had it in mind, and yeah, I mean, for last game, we just decided to go a bit ham on them.
Yeah, and even the draft that you guys chose was interesting, especially the Rel Tristana bot lane is not something that we often see. Do you have any insights on this, and who made the call, decided this, and why you went for this specific bot lane?
It was silly. I mean, we were doubting with some other picks, but Karsi just said, Healy, it's your call, and Healy wanted to play Rel, so realities.
Healy played Rel, indeed. There's something I want to watch here. No, actually, production, if you want to show this again. This is something that I found interesting with Mad Lions, because last week against Astralis, you had the level 1 strat on top side. Here today, you were getting ready as well. Is it something that you worked on specifically, level 1, and how to create surprises in this kind of setting?
Yeah, it's something we work a lot on, like level 1s.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I think pretty much every game we were doing something. Like not the game we had Kassadin, we cannot do much level 1. Like that game, we were just hiding from them. We were playing hide and seek. But this one, yeah, we were looking to blow a flash to look for something. I think the game starts at the second 15, so the game just starts there. If you can get an advantage level 1, you should. Yeah, you have to create opportunities on that side. I have an interesting stat. I think we were reaching the 90% win rate on blue side. I think blue side won today. Yeah. What do you think of this, and what's making this side so strong so far in the playoffs? I think there is too many powerful picks that red side cannot give right now, and that is hard to trade. Like in game 1, they tried trading Elise for Jace, Varus, Gragas, which is a fine trade because you're getting a poking comp, but at the same time, the Elise there is dangerous. If I don't end the first dive, it would have been more dangerous, but my spider was a bit, he got body slammed. But yeah, I think just there is too many powerful picks in this patch. So being on red side is a big disadvantage. And it's interesting because in most of the drafts we see, it's often jungler getting picked first, Elise, of course, having a high priority, but also Vi, Sejuani. What do you make of the jungle role right now and how important it is when it comes to the draft? I think it's definitely one of the most important because the jungle is the one that is impacting the 3 lanes. So getting a strong pick there is usually good, and even more when right now you have like these like demons in the patch like Maokai is. So you cannot give Maokai. It's a demon.
Yeah.
I think same for Elise. I think same for Sejuani. It's just every single jungler right now is like kind of strong. I mean on this patch, not on live. So I think just it's the most important right now.
Jungle is OP, something that League of Legends players would like to hear. Of course, you guys overcame the best of 5 memes from Mad Lions, winning one against after such a long time. Is it something that you were thinking about and moving forward, facing Koi tomorrow? Tell me about how you expect things to go.
It's something we were looking like to finally win a BO5 in LEC because we won one at Worlds, but that doesn't count. That's not LEC. So yeah, I mean, we are quite happy to get this win. But I'm really excited for tomorrow because it's Koi. I mean, like Eva is it's a big friend of mine, same for Kanekro. So I'm really excited to play against them and I love the banter. And I always said that I'm only like in the playoffs just to kick them out of the bracket. That's my only purpose in these playoffs.
All right. Well, Spanish Clásico in the playoffs. Yoya, thank you so much for the interview. I'll let you get ready and best of luck in the preparation against Koi. And we're going to send it to PGL right now with Certus, Das, and Shox. Take it away.
Yeah, and Vedius. Welcome to the LEC postgame lobby, indeed, where Certus and DOS have so graciously accepted to join because obviously not the easiest moment. So I'm just going to open the floor to you both first. Certus, maybe you first. I mean, red side, it is really difficult, but what do you think it was in the final game that just wasn't enough for SK to close out the series?
I think we did some mistakes in the early game. We died, I think, a little bit too much. But it's also like the Gragas and Jace flags, I would say. Because we expected Jace to be mid lane. And that's why I picked Zoe. It's like a good counter pick. But then they put like Gragas mid. And then they have like such an engage comp against my champ, which is a poke. So it was really hard to execute it.
Oh, so yeah, actually a very good move by them. DOS, yeah, what's your idea of... Is it the same? Was that really what did it?
I mean, it's pretty similar, but I think also just we did like mistakes that we wouldn't normally do if we're not playing like in a high pressure game, right? And I think in general, just like there was a bit, we're not really comfortable in playing like such a slow game. And it's obviously something that we will have like focus on working on next bit, right?
Okay, Vedia is so close yet so far.
Yeah, I mean, it's easy for me to look at the positives because obviously you guys have just come off the back of a loss, but when you think about it, this split has only been 6 weeks and you've already made incredible growth in such a short amount of time. And something we were talking about on the desk earlier was that I feel like we've only started to see the journey that you guys are already on and you seem to be on such an upwards trajectory. How do you guys reflect back on the split? How do you think about your progression and how high do you think you guys can go?
Actually, I think after the first 2 games that we played, we were all like a bit worried that we were maybe not even going to make top 8 because we were like actually getting stomped in those 2 games. And then we like basically like had a long talk about why we were doing so bad because we were like actually playing well in scrims. And yeah, after that we started winning a bit and then the momentum came and we like started like getting really motivated to getting even better because we actually felt like, okay, now we can actually maybe make it top 8, top 4, top whatever, right? And I think it's just because that we are like such a young crew, kind of, that we are like really motivated to prove what we can do, right?
For sure.
Can you now confirm that you guys were scrim demons? Like, because we heard that like everyone's afraid of SK in scrims. It's insane. They're like world champions in the making. Okay, I'm overreacting a little bit, Certus, but that's what we heard.
Yeah, for sure. Like I think we had really great scrim results over like the whole winter split, like during boot camp. Also, like in the beginning of the season, even though we went like 1-2 in the first week. And that's why we were like so confident in ourselves. It's also like our mindset. We are like a young team, but also like hungry players. And our scrim results were great. So we tried to put this confidence that we had into our official games.
I mean, it showed. And I think it's so cool to see because I think a lot of teams struggled with the fact that the split was like so fast and you really had to improve fast, I want to say, right? We saw Fnatic dropping out, we saw Excel dropping out. Dos, what do you think it is about SK specifically and maybe your coaching staff and everything around it that allowed you to be a team that just always stayed on the ball more than other teams, perhaps?
I think it's mostly that we don't really have like two stubborn players. That there's like we have a really set way of playing the game. We can adapt to each other, and honestly, like our coaching staff, I think it's like probably by far the best coaching staff I had. Like they complement each other really well. We have Simon and David, and David is like doing a lot of the individual stuff because me and Exekick especially were struggling in the beginning, and David helped us a lot with that. And then overall, just Simon like making sure that we are like united as a team and we are not blaming each other. We're just everyone's like trying to figure out their own stuff. And I feel like if everyone's trying to figure out their own stuff and we are willing to adapt to each other and we just play a bunch of solo queue, then it's like the recipe to do well, right?
Mm-hmm. Maybe the fact also being like young players, and I'm not saying that players that have been here a while lose the will to practice or not, nothing like that, but there's definitely probably starts like a vibe of, you know, this is new, this is cool, it's working out, you just want to practice your ass off, I guess.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Like, as I said, like we are all so young and so hungry. And we also, like, as Dos said, we are not stubborn. So, like, there's a lot of things to learn. It's not like we are a veteran player who already figured his play style over the years. It's like we're really adaptable and also listen to each other a lot. And that's where we have like this good mood and good atmosphere over like the whole winter split.
Now, I did hear from Exekick on Euphoria where he talked about that he wanted to play with no pressure. And one of the things I heard from a bunch of teams, especially the top four, was that SK don't actually have anything to worry about because there's like only positives to take away. If you lost today, it's fine. You still had a good split overall. But if you won, then like it only, you know, it's only the underdog story getting bigger and bigger. But now people have expectations, right? Now people are looking at this SK roster to start contesting immediately from the start of Spring Split. Teams already have their eyes on you. You're not going to be a DC tier team anymore. So how do you guys think you're going to handle those new pressures and new expectations moving into spring?
Should I start? I can start. I think we will handle it well. Like, I think we are all players that we don't really like care if like others have like this high expectation of us.
That's good.
Yeah, we focus on ourselves. And like, I'm always trying to bring like good vibes into the team and like make jokes before like the draft to reduce like this pressure.
What's a joke you made today before draft? Did you make a joke today or?
I mean, today, like after the first game, I said like it was such a mid-gap that we're gonna win like because I played Jace and we tried out a lot of Jace and it didn't work. And that's why I said, guys, you played really well. And then second game, we stomped them. Oh, yeah.
Okay, I see. I see what you mean with the whole, like, you know, relaxed, adaptable. People are willing to take kind of, I wouldn't say, well, it is the blame, but it feels like it's a really good atmosphere looking from the outside in. And I wanted to take a look back at our MasterCard play of the day, which unfortunately, Dos, maybe you have to close your eyes. But it was a Game 3 bot lane fight. Hilly's Nautilus 3-man knockup for 3 kills in lane. Let's take a look. Here comes. Ooh.
So how do you find playing against this bot lane in particular? Because it was funny listening to Exekick say, I don't understand how there can be such a dramatic difference between Scrim Mad Lions bot lane and then Stage Mad Lions bot lane. It seems that you get 2 different beasts from this duo when you play against them.
I'm actually not sure because I think they play a bit similar in Scrim.
Oh, okay.
Honestly. But honestly, like Hylesang just has like a lot of experience. He's like used to the pressure, like he played in way higher pressure situations, and I think he played really well this series. Like honestly, like I don't know if he just had like a really good day or something.
He was smurfing, yeah.
He was playing absolutely well. So I don't know, like we even like had to ban Nautilus like first 3 because he was actually playing way too good on Nautilus, right? But I don't know. I think if we played more like we did in scrims, then we would do even better. But that's like maybe some copium as well.
Maybe. I mean, it's a super high pressure situation to be in. You didn't make it, but we're looking forward to what you can do in spring and in summer. And I want to take a look at the bracket and pick your brains about what you think, because tomorrow Matt is of course playing Koi, and then G2 is playing the finals. We were joking a little bit about oh, well, it's just going to be red side or blue side diffy rather anyway, so we could just predict who will win off that. Like, first up, do you think red side is unwinnable completely right now?
I think it's winnable, but on this patch especially, it's really hard, I would say. Yeah. And like for the Koi Mad series, I think Mad will win it. Yeah, but then in the finals, G2 will win.
Why do you think Mad will win it?
For me personally, it's harder to play into Mad than into Koi. I think like Koi is like...
So you mean Larsen?
maybe Larsen, but maybe the team in general, because like I think you can draft easier into Koi than into Mad Lions.
Careful, Larsen's dad might tweet at you. Dos, what do you think?
I think honestly it's quite simple. Like if Koi gets like ganking jungle like Sejuani, like especially Sejuani, then I think they will win. But if they don't, then I think Mad will win.
Oh, interesting. I mean, Vedius, I feel like maybe undervaluing Koi a little?
Well, my expectations going in would be that Koi are the favorite, especially after today, mainly because I think that SK showed you a pretty effective game plan of how to shut Mad down. In my opinion, I felt like that every time you guys could control Mad's early game, it felt like that their mid to late game was a little bit inconsistent, and like, at least to me, you were team fighting better than them, especially in some of your wins. And I feel like that when you look at Koi, their ability to 5v5 and just their ability to control the early game, especially with what Maorang does. On paper, to me, Koi would seem like the favorites, but there may be data that I don't have that they... So, yeah, we'll have to wait and see, because, like, I don't know, like, it's one of those situations where as well, like, Tristana Rel, a bot lane that definitely, I think, caught... Did it catch you guys off guard? Were you expecting Tristana Rel bot lane today?
No, I would not say.
No.
So, like, stuff like that is stuff that Mad can always do. They do have, like...
Trimby too?
Yeah, I mean, yes, but he's more of those, like, he played Kalista Soraka bot lane in the finals last split for the first time. So, like, sure, it exists, but Mad, I think, has that creativity in draft, which can catch Koi, but off guard. So.
Dos, what do you think about the bot lane matchup tomorrow? Carzzy, Hilly, Trimby comp?
Actually, it's hard to say because I feel like Koi like really underperformed in the beginning of the split. Their bot lane, I mean.
Yeah, because you saw them probably winning the championship last year and you were like, oh my god, this is going to be crazy. And then, yeah.
And I think if Hildesang plays like he did today, then they're going to win. But it's like a bit, it's really hard to say. Like it depends on how to play on the day, right?
Yeah, because Hildesang was in rare form today, I gotta say. It was crazy. This is us saying goodbye to SK. I'm gonna take a selfie with you guys. I effed this up like twice last week, so 1 second. All right, like this, and then we're supposed to all fit in this mirror, and then we will all be in the photo, okay? If you can you see yourself?
Yeah.
Wait, oh yeah. I think I got it.
Nice.
I think so, at least.
We'll find out.
Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you, gents.
And tomorrow, of course, we'll be back with LEC Winter Playoffs. Mad Lions facing off against Koi for a spot in the Winter Finals. See you.
Oh yeah, we are business.
I'm what? I'm BDS?
Business.
We are BDS?
No, business.
Business?
Yeah.
What business? I think he said you are virgin, Carzzy. I'm virgin?
I'm the spell shield as well. Once level 6 comes around, hold that thought.
It's a lot of damage, and as Irrelevant is just solo kill.
Buffalo, I follow you, deep sea baby. I follow you, I follow.
And all out goes on to Irrelevant. Flash still available for him, going towards Mad Lion's side, but the cease and desist comes out.
Where is Lucian? I think they look for me on mid. Yeah, they're looking on mid. I have TP, I have Mega, I have Mega. I'm TPing as well, Go Lucian. All on Lucian. Go by now, bye. I can stun. Okay.
Mad managed to focus him before the rest of SK could arrive.
Certus, what was that?
I'm here, guys. I'm here.
Oh,
yes, it's fine.
Okay, look, I'm ulting there. It's flying. Okay, as I did. I'm gonna push mid.
I'm going.
Okay, you can keep going.
Will slam down Dos
One kill secured already. A second to shortly
Get it to Carzzy.
follow. And Doss is taken out by Carzzy.
Money, 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 baby. Carzzy is racking it up.
Wait, what was the penalty for throwing a hand warmer at your opponent?
Bomba! Nice. 20.
But Exekick is free firing. White Gun is shredding. Mad Lions SK all the way. Anytime they have these windows to move around the map, they're going to try to punish. A great reverse though from SK, but they can't quite. They nail him.
That was beautiful from Exekick. Times it where he's just got enough bullets to get the grabbing him off.
There's no HP available. There's no tools available. There's no hope left for SK. Mad Lions are on the Nexus, and after 544 days, Mad Lions take down SK in a best of 5.
SK gave their all, but they're just no match for the Mad Lions.
You